Chapter 1475. The first floor of the Tongyu Tower was the top floor. More than 80% of the cultivators in the entire Mana realm were gathered there. These cultivators came from many different forces. As time passed, more cultivators would arrive until everyone had arrived. Zichen and the others arrived on the first floor without a hitch. The surface area of this floor was the smallest among the 9 floors, so there wouldn't be too many secrets here. The Tongyu domain core had appeared on the 3rd floor. Due to some external reasons, many forces had missed it. However, they would not give up on the perfect domain seed this time. This floor was not big to begin with. Coupled with the deliberate search of some people, they gradually found clues about the perfect domain seed. Next, there's going to be a real battle. Battle intent rose around Lang Wei as soon as he arrived on this floor. He had yet to step into the domain realm, so he was currently at the corporeal realm. To those at the corporeal realm, the perfect domain seed was more precious than the Tree of Void. Therefore, everyone would fight for it as long as there was a chance. Zichen's gaze focused slightly as he looked ahead. The others were stunned and looked ahead as well. There were lights ahead. These lights were human figures, and there were quite a number of them. These people's speed was very fast, and they were heading straight for Zichen. They were all at the domain realm, and their strength was at the late stage of the first stage domain realm. There were no weaklings among them since they were able to make it this far. They stopped as they approached and stared at Zichen. One of them shouted at Zichen, "You're Zichen. You must have taken the Tongyu domain core, right? Hand it over." They were very direct. Such a direct method caused a burst of laughter. "It seems like your name has already spread throughout the Mana realm. After the Mana realm closes, your name will spread throughout the entire Shuntian prefecture," Lang Wei said with a smile. "It seems like Yi Ming isn't completely useless after all." Zichen shook his head and said, "I don't need such a way to become famous." The few of them were joking around and did not care about the others at all. Anger immediately appeared on everyone's faces. "Hand over the Tongyu domain core or die." The cold voice sounded again. At this level, killing people was meaningless. As for luck points, those who could reach this level did not lack luck points. Zichen raised his hand and waved his sleeve. A silver light appeared. These silver lights instantly transformed into thunderbolts. As the thunderbolts raged, they directly enveloped the group. "Let's go." Ignoring these people, Zichen and the others circled around the lightning and left. Amidst the thunderbolts, the energy was berserk, and shouts could be heard continuously. A moment later, a figure rushed out. His body was charred black, and black smoke was rising from his body. He looked very miserable. After that, another person rushed out. His situation was worse than the first person's. A moment later, the violent lightning dissipated, and everyone's figures appeared. Although these people were still alive, they were more or less injured. When they came out, their faces were filled with obvious fear. If Zichen had thrown out a little more lightning, everyone would have been buried in that violent lightning. "I knew it would be like this. If the Tongyu domain core was so easy to obtain, it wouldn't be our turn," a cultivator complained. He had almost died under the lightning earlier. "It's all that Yi Ming's fault." Another person gritted his teeth, feeling that he had been tricked. After leaving calmly, Zichen and the others discovered several groups of human cultivators. These people were all very powerful, and when they saw Zichen, their faces revealed strange expressions. These people probably had the same idea, but they did not dare to go forward until Zichen left calmly. "Zichen, it's really you." After walking for dozens of miles, Zichen saw a familiar person. It was Xueming from Xueran City. When the latter saw Zichen, he immediately left the group and turned into a stream of light. Zichen looked at Xueming and nodded with a smile. Xueming looked at Zichen with a complicated expression. When they first entered the Tongyu Tower, although Zichen was very powerful, Xueming was confident that he could fight with Zichen. When Zichen was in danger, he even helped him. However, as time passed, as they climbed higher and higher, the gap between the two grew bigger and bigger. "Be careful. Right now, almost everyone on this level is looking for you. The people of Golden Leaf City have spread the news of you obtaining the Tongyu domain core. At the same time, they have your portrait. As he spoke, Xueming took out a jade slip. As he injected energy, a picture of Zi Chen appeared in the jade slip. At the same time, a voice came out of the picture. Zi Chen of Hupping City at the end of the years has luckily obtained the Tongyu domain core. Now, his whereabouts are unknown. Seeing the image and hearing Yi Ming's voice, everyone could not help but chuckle. Wu Shuang teased, "It seems that Yi Ming has put in a lot of effort to make you famous. However, why didn't he say that you kidnapped his fiancée?" "Wu Shuang, you're making fun of me again." Jin Qingcheng was furious. She grabbed Wu Shuang's waist, and the two girls started to laugh and play with each other. When Xueming saw the two of them, he was clearly stunned. However, he was shocked by Wu Shuang's next words. At first, he thought that it was just a trap for Zi Chen. What was the Tongyu domain core? Now, everyone knew that it was a true treasure. However, how many powerhouses had come here? How could Zi Chen obtain the Tongyu domain core in front of so many people? Originally, he was just reminding him out of kindness. He did not expect it to be true. Xueming was a little dumbfounded. Then, he felt extremely disappointed. Clearly, the gap between the two of them had widened. Zi Chen did not know about Xueming's psychological change. He patted Xueming's shoulder and said, "Thank you for telling me, but it doesn't matter. If they want my Tongyu domain core, just let them come." His words were filled with absolute confidence. Xueming collected his feelings of disappointment and nodded. Then, he asked, "You guys should have just arrived here. Are you going to the trading ground?" "Trading ground? Is there a trading ground here?" Zi Chen was stunned. From the 5th level onwards, every level has a trading ground. This is the top level. The trading ground here is bigger and there are more good things inside. "Even the void tree is here," Xueming said. Hearing this, everyone's attention was attracted. Even the two girls who were playing around turned around and looked at Xueming curiously. "Void tree? There's a void tree here?" Zi Chen was surprised. One had to know that the void tree was a priceless item in the outside world. Even in this place, such an item was definitely a treasure. However, why would someone sell it? Seeing Zi Chen's expression, Xueming laughed and said, "When I first heard the news, I was as surprised as you. However, after going to take a look, I realized that the item was for people to see and not for sale." "What do you mean? Is it just for show?" Lang Wei asked. "No, it's just that the price is too high. It's ridiculously high. Even high-level life forms can't gather so many luck points." Xueming shook his head and said, "If we say that the battle spirits doing business on the first few floors were fair, then on this floor, those fair battle spirits are like crazy. Their asking price is more than 10 times the usual price. Of course, there are indeed many good things. It's hard to explain. Why don't you come with us and have a look? We're going back to the trading ground anyway." "Sure." Zi Chen nodded and agreed happily. On this level, everyone had nowhere to go. It was not bad to see some good things in the trading ground. On this level, other things were not transmitted quickly, but news spread very quickly. Before Zi Chen arrived at the trading ground, news of him coming to this level spread. However, immediately after, news of more than 10 strong people besieging Zi Chen and failing to defeat him spread. Then, more accurate news came out. At Zi Chen's side, there were 2 real high-level life forms and an existence that was not weaker than a high-level life form. Most importantly, the leader of Golden Leaf City, Jin Qingcheng, who was comparable to a legend, was also on the same path as Zi Chen and the others. As a result, there were fewer and fewer people who dared to have ideas about Zi Chen. Those who really had the strength to fight Zi Chen shook their heads and smiled after hearing the news that Zi Chen had reached this level. After such a long time, the domain heart was long gone. If they had the leisure to deal with Zi Chen, it would be better to find a perfect domain seed. Of course, although they decided not to do it themselves, they could send some people to intercept and harass Zi Chen. However, this kind of harassment completely ended after a few thunderbolts appeared. When they arrived at the trading ground, Zi Chen only threw out a few thunderbolts. During this period, he did not make a move. As for the thunderbolts, Chen had found them in the collapsed ThunderClan world 3 days after he left. Yi Ming, who heard the news, was also anxious. He wanted to fight Chen to the death. However, he forced himself to endure it. It was not the time to deal with Chen yet. Under the lead of Xue Ming and the others, Chen and the others arrived at the trading ground on the first level. This trading ground was very big, like a huge castle. Unlike the trading ground on the first few levels, there were many battle spirits guarding this place. These guards were all level 6 battle spirits, equivalent to the peak of the first domain realm. The guards stood in 2 rows, standing indifferently. The human cultivators came and went, passing through the gate and entering the trading ground. There are guards here. Could it be that this Tongyu Tower also has a force? Seeing these guards, the crowd could not help but speculate. After entering the gate, they arrived at the trading ground. The area was very big, and there were many stalls. As far as the eye could see, the items emitted a bright light. Chapter 1476. There were a lot of people in the trading area, so the arrival of Chen and his group caused a small commotion. Everyone stared at Chen and his group, as well as Chen. However, there were battle spirit enforcers there, so no one dared to cause trouble. After entering the trading area and seeing the items placed in front of the battle spirit vendors, even with Chen's eyesight, he was still moved. Level 4 royal weapon, broken. Its power is equivalent to a level 2 royal weapon. Its price is 3 million luck points. Broken level 5 royal weapon, equivalent to a level 2 royal weapon. Its price is 4 million luck points. Level 6 royal armament, broken, equivalent to a level 3 royal armament, 8 million luck point. Level 6 royal weapon. After seeing the introduction of the royal weapons in front of the booths, Chen and his group looked at each other. The weapons sold on the first few floors were all level 1. A level 1 royal weapon was equivalent to a level 1 domain cultivator, while a level 9 domain cultivator was equivalent to a level 9 domain cultivator. However, there were almost no level 1 royal weapons in sight. Almost all of them were level 2 or 3. This was equivalent to a level 2 or 3 domain cultivator. In Hupping City, Shangguan Hong's father was only a level 3 domain cultivator. Even the city lord of Hupping City was only a level 5 domain cultivator. However, there were level 6 and even level 7 broken royal weapons here. In addition to these royal weapons, there were also many elixirs and special items. The most common item here was still royal origin liquid, but its price was hundreds of thousands of luck points. As for the thunder droplet of life, which was much more effective than the origin liquid, each droplet was worth millions of luck points. Although the price was expensive, there was no limit to the number of droplets. If one had luck points, they could buy an unlimited number of droplets. As for cultivation techniques, combat techniques, and the like, there were many ancient and incomplete manuals. Many of them would tempt even high-level life forms. Unfortunately, when they saw the frightening amount of luck points, even high-level life forms retreated. As they reached the top of Tongyu Tower, the luck points they received did not increase. Instead, they decreased. Before Chen obtained the channeling domain core, he had not obtained a single luck point in the small world he had entered. The higher they went, the higher the level of the battle spirits. If they weren't awakened ones, then they were too strong. These battle spirits all had very strong vigilance. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't let themselves take risks. When they saw that the situation was not good, they would take the initiative to retreat. Just like the fight for the spirit-linking domain core, many powerful battle spirits didn't go. As for those battle beasts, their strength was also getting stronger and stronger. However, after killing them with great difficulty, he no longer obtained any luck points. Therefore, although there seemed to be many treasures here, no one could actually exchange for them. It was like a city in the sky that could only be seen but not touched. It was also like a treasure mountain floating in the middle of a restricted airspace. The treasures on the mountain sparkled, dazzling the eyes, but one could only stare at them. All the humans who stepped into this trading area couldn't help but click their tongues when they saw the things placed in front of Zhonling. Then, they sighed again and again. What do you mean? There are so many good things, and the price is so high. It's obvious that they don't want people to exchange for them. Are they purely here to show off? Wu Shuang pouted, looking very dissatisfied as she said angrily. She had taken a fancy to several good things, but she couldn't exchange for them. They must be here to show off. There are guards at the door, and there are many people who maintain law and order in this trading area. Also, look at these stall owners. Their noses are all pointing to the sky. If they aren't here to show off, what are they? Lang Wei agreed with Wu Shuang's point of view. These words were not only heard by Zi Chen and the others, but also by the battle spirit stall owners. They just glanced at Lang Wei indifferently and didn't say anything. This made Lang Wei believe that they were here to show off. Humph. What's the point of showing off here? If you have the ability, go outside the trading area and show off. Lang Wei coldly snorted and said provocatively. As a high-level life-form devouring skywolf, Lang Wei was not afraid of anyone. If these stall owners really set up their stalls outside, Lang Wei would naturally dare to go up and rob them. Looking at these good things, the prices were far from what people could afford. Zi Chen was silent. Heavy Hammer was silent as well. Xue Ming had separated from Zi Chen when they arrived, so there were only 5 people in the group. Only Jin Qingqing's beautiful eyes were shining as if she was thinking about something. I don't think they're here to show off, Jin Qingqing, who was walking forward, suddenly said. Jin Mairen, if this isn't showing off, then what is? These things are dazzling me, and I'm in a trance. I have an uncontrollable urge to beat someone up. Lang Wei turned to look at Jin Mairen and stopped looking at the dazzling things on the stalls. The prefecture domain is a training ground. What reason do they have to show off to us? As for this place, it has its own faction. Otherwise, the prefecture domain wouldn't be able to open, Jin Qingcheng explained. If they aren't here to show off, then why are these things so expensive? Why are they asking for such ridiculous prices? Lang Wei asked. Jin Qingcheng hesitated for a moment before she said, along the way, the number of luck points has been decreasing. In the end, there were no more luck points. Now that so many things are on display, perhaps there are places where we can get luck points. It's just that we haven't found them yet. Oh, now that you mention it, it does make sense. Lang Wei nodded. It doesn't just make sense. It makes a lot of sense. Many of these things are very good. They're placed in front of us to stimulate us. Perhaps it won't be long before a secret place appears for us to train or explore, Zi Chen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said. They didn't deliberately suppress their words, so the battle spirit stall owners heard them. They were originally calm and composed, but when they inadvertently raised their heads, a bright light flashed in their eyes. They had seen so many good things along the way that they were almost numb to them. However, when they saw the glowing void tree, they were still shocked. Everyone knew how precious the void tree was. Its value couldn't be measured by price in the outside world. However, in the prefecture domain, the price of a void tree was 100 million luck points. Zi Chen had quite a few void trees with him, but when he saw the void tree in front of him, his eyes still glowed. The more void trees there were, the better. The more void trees there were, the faster one's strength would increase. At that moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the void tree, so they didn't look at the stall owner at all. After Chong Chue appeared, his gaze fell on the battle spirit stall owner. For a moment, he was stunned and looked at the stall owner in a daze. The latter also looked at Chong Chue with a faint smile on his face, but there was a trace of excitement in his eyes. How many void trees do you have? Lang Wei suddenly asked. No one answered him. Do you have any more void trees? Lang Wei asked again, but there was still no response. As if sensing a subtle atmosphere, the gazes of the other people moved away from the void tree and landed on the battle spirit stall owner. His expression was clearly startled, and then he shouted in surprise and joy, Senior, why is it you? The stall owner shifted his gaze from Chong Chue to Zi Chen. He nodded at Zi Chen and said, We meet again. Do you know each other? Lang Wei turned to look at Zi Chen and asked. Zi Chen nodded. This person was the black-robed battle spirit that Zi Chen had seen before. The original owner of the scabbard in his hand was B.A. Dao, who had left a deep impression on many battle spirits of the other tribes. When Ba Dao had turned into a stream of light and disappeared, Zichen thought that he had gone to the deepest part of the domain manor. He didn't expect him to come to Tongyu Tower and become a stall owner. I didn't expect to see you here, Chong Chue said. Ba Dao smiled and said, actually, I've been waiting for you here. Waiting for me? Chong Chue was stunned. Then, he said, it seems that I was able to find my weapon and some remnant memories because of you guys, right? The stall owner nodded. He could no longer hide the excitement in his heart. The two of them stepped forward and gave him a big bear hug. Welcome back, the stall owner said. Good brothers. Chong Chue couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Many years later, two of the three commanders who had terrorized the outsiders had turned into battle spirits and returned. Seeing the brothers reunite, Zichen and the others stood to the side and didn't disturb them. The reunion of brothers is such a touching thing, but how can I not be present at such a touching moment? A voice with a smile suddenly sounded from behind everyone. Hearing this extremely familiar voice, Zichen subconsciously turned his head and saw a person surrounded by lightning. A look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. He was the Thunder Clan's battle spirit that Zichen had met when he obtained the 9-star Thunder King body. The battle spirit winked at Zichen and walked toward Chong Chue. Shan Lei, you're back too? Chong Chue was surprised to see the Thunder Clan's battle spirit. Of course, Ba Dao and I have been waiting for you for a long time. Shan Lei stepped forward and the three of them gave each other a bear hug. After the three great commanders died and turned into battle spirits, they met once again. A reunion between brothers meant endless things to talk about. Zichen happened to know all three of them. He couldn't help but sigh at how small the manor realm was. The reunion after life and death was a heartwarming scene. Zichen and the others didn't disturb them. Ba Dao suddenly turned around and looked at Zichen. Kid, we've seen your growth. You're not bad. Shan Lei smiled at Zichen. Zichen was surprised and flattered. He hadn't expected the two of them to have been paying attention to him. A token appeared in Ba Dao's hand and he tossed it to Zichen. Zichen caught it and asked curiously, what's this? Chapter 1477. Zichen was still in a daze. But the surrounding environment, which was still noisy just now. But in the next moment, it became quiet. The surroundings were silent. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone's gaze. In the next moment, it fell on the token in Zichen's hand. The token was shining. It was exuding an ancient aura. It looked very extraordinary. The token was extraordinary. But what was even more extraordinary was the meaning of the token. After taking a panoramic view of the appearance of the token, everyone's gaze shifted again. It fell on Zichen. One by one, the cultivators. They looked at Zichen as if they were sizing up the token. Just now. Ba Dao's words were not suppressed. In addition, the perfect domain seed was too sensitive. It seemed to be a very ordinary sentence. But it was heard by everyone. Zichen was still stunned on the spot. He couldn't believe it. What was the perfect domain seed? He was very clear in his heart. This kind of thing. It was even more precious than the spiritual domain core. It was something that many higher life forms cared about the most. This kind of thing. Although Zichen had the heart to fight for it. But he wasn't completely confident. At most, he wanted to try his luck. And when he came here, he hadn't started looking for it yet. The token and the quota were actually in his hands. He looked at Ba Dao in disbelief. He needed to verify it again. A playful smile appeared on Ba Dao's cold face. He nodded. Said, that's right. That is the key to opening the perfect domain seed. Zichen's mouth was slightly open. He was stunned and shocked. Beside him, there was a wolf howl. Why? Why are you so lucky? More and faster chapters please follow. Lang Wei looked at Zichen. His face was full of resentment. Jin Qingcheng and Wu Shuang looked at Zichen. It also became extremely complicated. The spiritual domain core. They could not fight for it. They could give it up. But this was the perfect domain seed. They couldn't miss it. Originally, they wanted to fight. Even if they couldn't get it, at least they tried. They had a clear conscience. But this spot was given to Zichen. As a result, the two of them couldn't fight. They couldn't not fight either. Why is it me? Zichen's face was a little confused. Holding the token, he didn't feel happy. There was only solemnity and confusion. He would rather fight for the spot. He didn't want to get this spot directly. This spot was now a hot potato. More and faster chapters, please read. If he held it in his hand, all the cultivators with potential in the entire mana realm would fight for it. If he got it quietly, Zichen would definitely be ecstatic. But in this kind of environment. However, Zichen was well aware of this. He couldn't take this thing. He would die if he took it. But there was a voice in his heart telling him, take this token. Compared to others, get the spiritual domain core. You, who refined the spiritual domain core, you still have a great advantage. Domineering Blade looked at Zichen. He smiled and said, because you got the spiritual domain core, there is no one else in this world. No one is more suitable than you to get the perfect domain seed. The perfect domain seed can only be matched with the spiritual domain core. Only then can it exert its greatest effect. Zichen heard it. He wasn't grateful. If that was the case, then Domineering Blade could have given it to him secretly. He didn't believe it. A person who had lived for countless years. He wouldn't be aware of the situation in front of Zichen. The reason why he gave it to him so casually. It was actually a trap. A trap that no one had a reason to refuse to jump into. Seeing Zichen's expression, Domineering Blade smiled again. He asked, why? Are you afraid? If you're afraid, give it back to me. Lightning and Heavy Hammer. Looking at Zichen, Wushuang, Jin Qingcheng, and Lang Wei. Looking at Zichen, all the humans around, including those war spirit stall owners. They were all looking at Zichen. They were looking at Zichen. They were all waiting for Zichen's reply. Zichen, who was slightly hesitant earlier, after hearing Domineering Blade's words, his eyes instantly became firm. What a joke. The item in his hands. Was there a reason to give it away? Moreover, Domineering Blade said it very clearly. Only he was worthy of having this thing. Then he had to fight for it no matter what. Afraid. What a joke. I, Zichen, have never been afraid. This thing. It belongs to me. Zichen was very firm. He put away the token confidently. Oh. In that case. You're not afraid of other forces. Not afraid of everyone. You don't put everyone in your eyes. Domineering Blade asked again. There was a malicious smile on his face. I'm not afraid of anyone who tries to snatch my token. Zichen said. His words were sonorous and powerful. He was determined not to be fooled by Domineering Blade. He became the public enemy of the prefecture. Voila. Just after Zichen made his attitude clear. More and faster chapters, please go to. The cultivators who were still gathered here just now. Suddenly, they all dispersed. Then, they rushed out of the trading ground as fast as they could. In a short moment. In this trading ground, only Zichen and the other three were left. The others were all war spirits. Zichen. Good job. Shan Lei gave Zichen a thumbs up. Zichen, who was full of confidence just now. There was also a bitter smile on his face. Obviously, these people had all gone to inform him. Next, he would be the enemy of the whole world. They went to inform him. If we leave now, it's not too late. Lang Wei whispered. Zichen shook his head. He said, it's too late. Once we go out, we'll be besieged in an instant. Lang Wei patted his chest. He said, it's okay. We'll escort you out. We. Where did we come from? Did I agree? Wushuang stared at Lang Wei. Lang Wei chuckled. He said, Sister Wushuang, there's only one perfect domain seed. At this moment. Of course, we can't split. Besides, aren't you no match for Zichen? Naturally, you won't be able to get the perfect domain seed. The last sentence. Lang Wei muttered it out loud. But no matter how soft his voice was, Wu Shuang still heard it. Wu Shuang frowned. She said angrily, "Bullshit. Who said that I can't beat Zi Chen?" Posturing. She was about to hit Lang Wei. Lang Wei raised his hand to beg for mercy. He said, "I didn't say that. Uncle Hu said it when you made a mistake last time. He said that if the two of you were of the same level, you were no match for Zi Chen. It was precisely because of this. Uncle Hu said that he would marry you to Zi Chen." Jin Qingcheng looked at Wu Shuang strangely. Then she looked at Zi Chen. This matter. She had never heard of it before. Zi Chen smiled bitterly. "I don't know about this matter either." Bullshit. Bullshit. That old man is just bullshitting. Wu Shuang shook her little head. She seemed very dissatisfied. After that, she stared at Zi Chen with her big eyes again. She said angrily, "This time, the perfect domain seed. You must get it. Otherwise, don't even think about marrying me." Zi Chen opened his mouth. He was almost petrified. What was this about? They were clearly discussing whether to leave immediately. Why did they talk about marriage instead? Moreover, Wu Shuang actually called herself an old lady. This kind of valiant personality did not need to be explained. It was also not Zi Chen's type at all. Seeing the reluctant look on Zi Chen's face. "More and faster chapters, please." Jin Qingcheng couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Why? Look at you. On the contrary, you're not willing. Don't tell me that I'm marrying you." Wu Shuang glared at Zi Chen angrily. She spoke valiantly again. Zi Chen had the urge to cover his face and run away. Fortunately, at this moment, he was still very calm. He immediately changed the topic. Said, "Now, are we leaving or not? Let's go. If we don't leave now, wait for everyone to arrive. Then we won't be able to leave." Lang Wei immediately said. Obviously, the perfect domain seed was more important. Wu Shuang no longer pestered him. She agreed to leave immediately. "If we leave now, the possibility of success is indeed very high. But you have to face the attacks of everyone outside. If I'm not wrong, those people are inside. There should be quite a few of them who are truly higher life forms." B.A. Dao said with a beaming smile. "If we don't leave now, if there are more people, we won't be able to leave." Zi Chen remained silent. He seemed to be thinking about something. The one who spoke was Lang Wei. "It makes sense to say that. But if we wait for everyone to come, because there are too many people, they will have misgivings with each other. Although there are more people, the trouble has become bigger. But the chance of leaving is also bigger. You would be so kind to help Zi Chen. If it weren't for you, this wouldn't have happened." Lang Wei had doubts about B.A. Dao. B.A. Dao smiled but didn't say anything. "All right. We also have things to do. We've found all your memories. Next, it's time to fully awaken. When the time comes, there will be a big battle." Shan Lei put an arm around Heavy Hammer's shoulder and said. Heavy Hammer nodded. Then, he looked at Zi Chen. He said, "You walked out of a crisis. You are a true powerhouse. Be careful." Zi Chen nodded. "Zi Chen, we all have high hopes for you. Get the perfect domain seed. We will meet again." Shan Lei clenched his fist at Zi Chen. Then, the three of them left. "What? You make it sound so nice. But why do you have to deliberately harm others?" Wu Shuang curled her lips. "What do we do now?" Lang Wei looked at Zi Chen and asked. "Let's go out and take a look." Zi Chen walked forward. There was no one else here. The battle spirit stall owner had nothing to do. Everyone's eyes followed Zi Chen as he moved. He walked to the gate. Zi Chen looked outside. There were many human cultivators standing in the distance. These people seemed to be standing casually, but they blocked all of Zi Chen's paths. Zi Chen had just appeared at the gate. Everyone's eyes looked over. Then, they became alert. There are indeed many people. Looking at the dense crowd around him, Lang Wei was also speechless. compared to the cultivators in the entire domain house realm. There weren't many people here. But if Zi Chen were to leave now, obviously, he would be surrounded by many people. And there was no guarantee. There were also some formations waiting for Zi Chen in the dark. There were fewer people. But these people would go all out. In this situation, they would also be tied together. Zi Chen wanted to rush out. Of course, there was a chance. But he would have to pay a high price. Should I go or not? Even Zi Chen. At this moment, he was hesitating. However, just as Zi Chen was hesitating, the cultivators in the distance moved. One by one, they walked over. The aura around them began to surge. Obviously, they were ready to attack. There aren't many people. We can rush out. Wu Shuang swept her beautiful eyes. She said coldly. Then, she walked out of the gate. After a slight hesitation, Lang Wei followed closely. Let's open the way first. Wu Shuang's voice sounded again. Chapter 1478. If one was qualified to look down on the first floor of the tower, they would see many streaks of light flying through the air. Some of the streaks of light were human speed, while others were flying Dharma artifacts. They were flying to various places on this floor. These people had originally been waiting at the trading ground. They had heard Zi Chen and Ba Jian's conversation and were now rushing to report it. In a mountain forest, there was a group of people sitting and resting. They were cultivators from the 5th-ranked city of the Shuntian prefecture. This city was called Darkness City. The leader was a man in black robes. His eyes were red, and he looked like a demon from the martial heaven continent. They had been schemed against by Jin Qingcheng on the 3rd floor, so they had no choice but to enter the 2nd floor. In the end, they had ascended to the next floor. They had wanted to quickly find the perfect domain seed, but even now, they still hadn't found its exact location. They sat and chatted. One of them sneered, that Jin Qingcheng is probably regretting it to death. She schemed against others and offended so many powers. In the end, the domain seed ended up in someone else's hands. That's right. What's the name of the lucky person who obtained the domain seed? I think he's called Zi Chen. It's said that he's from Hupping City, said another person. A city that's been around for tens of thousands of years was actually able to obtain the domain seed. It seems that Zi Chen really is a lucky bastard. Many cultivators laughed and chatted. From their words, it was clear that they didn't place Zi Chen in their eyes. The man in the lead remained silent. Sir. A shout came from the distance. Following that, a streak of light appeared in their line of sight. The streak of light was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of them. The person who had come seemed very anxious. Little 3, what's the hurry? Asked one of the cultivators. The man in the lead glanced at the cultivator indifferently. The perfect domain seed has appeared, said the reporting cultivator, panting. What? The originally calm faces of the crowd all changed after hearing those words. As for the leading man, he immediately stood up. A red light flashed in his eyes as he asked in a deep voice, What? What did you say? A perfect domain seed has appeared. No, the qualifications to obtain a perfect domain seed have appeared. It was obtained by Zi Chen at the exchange site. It was a token given to him by a battle spirit, said the cultivator in front of the leader's powerful aura. Zi Chen. Is that the guy who obtained the domain core? The leader asked. Yes, that's him. The cultivator nodded. Tell me about this matter in detail. Why did Zhon Ling give him the command medallion? At the same time, in other places, the cultivators who had lost the right to compete for the domain core also heard that Zi Chen had obtained the perfect domain seed. Their hearts were filled with resentment. Let's go. Let's hurry to the trading area. I'd like to see what kind of background this lucky guy has. I must obtain the qualifications for the perfect domain seed. Hurry up, don't let him get away. After hearing the news, the crowd became excited. Then, they turned into streams of light and rushed to the trading area. Zi Chen, why is it him again? Yi Ming's face was filled with shock when he heard this. Then, his face was filled with anger. This damned fellow. I didn't kill him last time. This time, he has obtained the qualifications. He is simply seeking death. Forget it. Since he wants to die, I will do him a good deed and fulfill his wish. Everyone was turning back, heading straight for the trading site. At this moment, the trading area did not erupt into a huge battle as everyone expected. Wu Shuang and Lang Wei had just taken a few steps when they were stopped by Zi Chen. If they rushed out rashly, it would be very dangerous. Even high-level life forms might die. He hadn't known the two of them for a long time, but the two of them treated him like this. Zi Chen was very touched. Therefore, he could not let the two take the risk. What's wrong? If we don't leave now, we won't have another chance. The two returned, looking very confused. This matter should be discussed at length, Zi Chen said in a deep voice. Then, he retreated into the trading area. This was undoubtedly the safest place. There were many battle spirits guarding it. No one would dare to make a move here. Not only did Zi Chen retreat, but he also retreated to the deepest part of the trading area, where he had obtained the token. There is only one chance. If we fight, we can definitely get out. Lang Wei was not willing to give up. He caught up with Zi Chen again and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Zi Chen was full of confidence. Ba Dao had left, so the stall naturally did not exist. Therefore, Zi Chen directly sat on it. Jin Qingcheng pondered. She walked to Zi Chen's side and said softly, "Don't tell me you want to leave behind a clone and leave with your real body hidden in the void." Zi Chen raised his head and looked at Jin Qingcheng in surprise. "Your clone is very mysterious, but if you want to, you can see through it," Jin Qingcheng said. Zi Chen nodded. She was obviously talking about his cultivation when the twins broke the formation. He was a little surprised. He did not expect that the people from back then had already noticed it. "What do you plan to do now?" Jin Qingcheng looked at Zi Chen and asked. "Let me think about it first." After he finished speaking, Zi Chen closed his eyes as if he was really deep in thought. He did not want them to take risks for him, but it was unrealistic to rush out with his own strength. Therefore, he could only use his wits and not strength. Just as Zi Chen was thinking, the forces outside also arrived one by one. Among them were people from Xuan City. The real leader was a high-level life form. His realm had not broken through to the domain realm, but his battle strength was not weak. He went to find Xue Ming as soon as he arrived. "I heard that you have a good relationship with Zi Chen." This high-level life form looked like a young man. His eyes were a little cold and his words were full of arrogance. Xue Ming shook his head and said, "We only know each other. It can't be considered a good relationship." "Sir, for you to ask, could it be?" Xue Ming naturally knew that Zi Chen had obtained the qualifications for the perfect domain seed. "Go and tell Zi Chen that if he knows what's good for him, he will give the qualifications to me," the young man said proudly. Xue Ming raised his head and looked at the young man. His eyes were filled with a strange expression. "What, is there a problem?" The young man's eyes showed a trace of dissatisfaction because of Xue Ming's expression. Xue Ming shook his head again and said, "It's just a message. Of course, there's no problem. But are you sure you can have the qualifications, or dare to have the qualifications?" "What do you mean?" The young man's eyes showed a touch of coldness because of Xue Ming's attitude. "You just came out of a secret area. You don't understand the current situation at all. Zi Chen is now followed by two high-level life forms. Their realm is the same as yours," Xue Ming said. "What, there's such a thing?" The young man's expression changed. In addition, Jin Qingcheng from Golden Leaf City is also following Zi Chen. It's said that Jin Qingcheng's strength is comparable to the three titled life forms of the three major cities, Xue Ming said again, but his heart was filled with disdain. Not to mention these three people, even Zi Chen's battle power was definitely stronger than ordinary high-level life forms. In terms of the battle power of high-level life forms, Xue Ming couldn't help but admire them. But in terms of wisdom and scheming, he really didn't put them in his eyes. Just like the young man's recklessness, once he was in front of Zi Chen, he would most likely be slapped to death by Zi Chen. Hearing Xue Ming's words, the young man's expression changed, but he was still somewhat unwilling, so he said, "If that's the case, then come with me. I want to see how different this Zi Chen is. Okay then, Xueming didn't refuse, because he already disliked this person, even if he was the real leader of Xuan City this time. Under Xueming's lead, the young man came in front of Zi Chen. Xueming, why are you here? Lang Wei was surprised to see Xueming. Xueming smiled at Lang Wei, then nodded at Wu Shuang and Jin Qingcheng. He came in front of Zi Chen, pointed at the young man beside him, and said, Zi Chen, this is the king of Xuan City, Qing Feng. Zi Chen looked at Qing Feng and nodded. I heard that you obtained the perfect domain seed. You can't eat it alone, so give it to me, Qing Feng said directly. Xueming was speechless at Qing Feng's straightforwardness. Zi Chen's indifferent expression had a strange look. What did you say? Without waiting for Zi Chen to ask, Lang Wei stepped forward. Qing Feng glanced at Lang Wei and could feel the pressure of a high-level life form, but he was also a high-level life form, so he didn't fear Lang Wei. He said again, I said, hand over that qualification. You don't have the strength to eat it. Idiot, if we can't eat it, do you think you can? Lang Wei curled his lips in disdain. Qing Feng snorted and ignored Lang Wei. Instead, he looked at Zi Chen and waited for his answer. Zi Chen's strange look disappeared. He looked at Xueming and asked, is he really from Xuan City? Yes, Xueming nodded. All right, for Xueming's sake, get out of here immediately, and I'll pretend that nothing happened. If you dare to talk nonsense here, you'll die, Zi Chen said coldly, glancing at Qing Feng. You. Qing Feng's expression changed. Get out, I don't even need Zi Chen to deal with a brainless idiot like you. I can slap you to death. Get out of here, Lang Wei shouted, his aura surging. Good, very good. Zi Chen had many people on his side, and Qing Feng knew what was important, so he turned around and left. Xueming winked at Zi Chen and followed him out. People like Qing Feng really needed to suppress his arrogance. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. After Qing Feng left, some high-level life forms from other forces also came in one after another. Their words were either tactful or arrogant, but their meaning was very clear. For these people who couldn't see the situation clearly and didn't know what was good for them, Zi Chen only had one word, get out. When necessary, Zi Chen could activate the life and death battlefield of the trading ground. So, although these high-level life forms were unwilling, they could only leave obediently. This situation continued until some of the more powerful cultivators arrived. The people who came were from Darkness City. These people surged with powerful and palpitating auras. They directly passed through the sealed encirclement and walked to the entrance of the trading ground. Chapter 1479. A murderous aura began to fill the entire trading area. The previously noisy crowd became quiet in the next moment. 12 people walked in from the entrance of the trading area. The leader was a cold man in black clothes. His eyes were glowing red and he looked very much like a demon. They were from Darkness City. The leader of the group was the king of Darkness City, Dark Mantle. The 12 of them walked through the entrance and went straight to Zi Chen's stall. Among Zi Chen's group, the most conspicuous one was not Zi Chen, but Jin Qingcheng. After the 12 of them entered, their gazes fell on Jin Qingcheng. From their gazes, there was no trace of surprise, only coldness. Jin Qingcheng looked at the 12 of them indifferently. After scheming for so long, you didn't get the domain core of Tongling. You must be very disappointed, right? Dark Mantle said coldly. I am a little disappointed. If I had known, I would have thought of a way to chase you all out of Tongling Tower. Jin Qingcheng replied indifferently. I'm afraid you won't have the chance in your life. Dark Mantle smiled, then looked at Zi Chen and said, You are Zi Chen? Yes. Zi Chen glanced at Dark Mantle, still sitting cross-legged. Dark Mantle squatted down in front of Zi Chen. He sized up Zi Chen and said, You want to leave with the quota? That's not realistic. Tell me straight. What price do I have to pay for you to be willing to hand over the quota? Zi Chen looked at Dark Mantle, smiled and said, You are much smarter than the others. I thought you would be like those idiots, thinking that I would hand over the item after a few harsh words. It was hard to tell whether this sentence was praise or disdain, but it made people feel uncomfortable. Dark Mantle's voice deepened and said, "State your requests." At the same time, a great pressure appeared and pressed on Zichen. Zichen glanced at Dark Mantle and said indifferently, "Put away your useless pressure. If it was useful to me, the item wouldn't be in my hands." "What's your attitude?" a cultivator said coldly. Immediately after, the aura around the 11 of them began to surge, and an even stronger pressure enveloped Zichen. "Dark Mantle, you should know where this is." A cold voice sounded. It was Jin Qingcheng. Lang Wei and Wu Shuang stared coldly at these 11 people. Dark Mantle turned around and glanced at Jin Qingcheng. "This is a trading ground, of course I know. But do you really think that it is safe to stay here? Don't forget, there's still the mortal arena here." "That makes sense." This time, it was Zichen who spoke. There was a trace of a smile on his face. He looked at Dark Mantle and said, "Of course I'm familiar with the battlefield of life and death. Didn't you ask for my request? My request is to accompany all of you on this mortal battlefield. You want to fight me to the death?" Dark Mantle's expression changed. Zichen shook his head and said, "It's not you, it's you and us. The one who walks out of the mortal battlefield alive will get the spot." Dark Mantle narrowed his eyes. Red light flashed in his eyes as he stared at Zichen. Zichen looked at Dark Mantle calmly. Lang Wei and Wu Shuang sneered. This was what they had agreed on earlier. If the newcomers were too strong, then they would have a battle of life and death to dampen their spirit. Apart from the 4 major cities, the strongest team was naturally from Darkness City. These 12 people were all experts, especially the Dark Mantle. But Zichen's group of 4 was not afraid of any of them. No matter how strong the Dark Mantle was, Jin Qingcheng could deal with them. As for the others, even if Lang Wei and Wu Shuang could only hold back 2 of them, Zichen, who had reached his limit, was confident that he could defeat the rest. Perhaps this battle would be a little more tragic, but the ones who walked out alive would definitely be Zichen's group. Under the gaze of the Dark Mantle, Zichen looked at him calmly, waiting for his reply. He could still maintain a calm heart under his gaze. If the Dark Mantle still could not see anything, then he would be a pure fool. The 3 titled individuals would not give up the domain core for no reason. As for Jin Qingcheng, she had schemed against them and cheated many major forces. Obviously, she was determined to get the domain core. However, not only did she not get it, but she was also following beside Zichen, who had obtained the domain core. Now, it was obvious that she wanted to help Zichen. Just from this point alone, Zichen was already very extraordinary. Such an extraordinary existence naturally would not be a brainless person. Since the other party dared to say that he would have a battle of life and death, he naturally had great confidence. For a moment, the Dark Mantle, who looked cold, hesitated in his heart. Obviously, he could not see through Zichen. It was impossible for him to agree to this battle for no reason. Zichen looked at the Dark Mantle, smiled faintly and said, "If you don't agree, the door is right there. Go, don't let me see you again." "What did you say?" Behind the Dark Mantle, a cultivator who could not hold back his anger shouted coldly. Zichen's words could be considered as a humiliation and provocation. The Dark Mantle's face darkened bit by bit. The atmosphere became oppressive again. The faint smile on Zichen's face also disappeared. His eyes were filled with coldness. He looked at the Dark Mantle and said coldly, "Come and fight if you want to die. If you don't want to die, then get lost. I don't have the time to waste here with you. Let's fight. Who's afraid of you?" "Open." Behind the Dark Mantle, a cultivator roared loudly. However, the Dark Mantle raised his hand and stopped his words. "Big brother, you." The cultivator looked at the Dark Mantle, his face filled with anger and confusion. The Dark Mantle did not speak. The moment Zichen's eyes turned cold, he sensed an aura and also sensed Zichen's realm. His physical strength was equivalent to the late-stage domain realm. His actual realm was equivalent to the half-step domain realm. This realm was the highest realm that all higher beings could reach. It was not just the realm. When he sensed the aura just now, he was alerted and felt a sense of danger from it. The life and death battle had not started yet, but the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Many battle spirit stall owners were quietly watching this scene. If the two sides fought, it was destined to be an exciting and intense battle. Zichen looked at the dark mantle with cold eyes. The dark mantle's eyes were also extremely cold. The sudden sound of footsteps disrupted the atmosphere of the confrontation. Another group of people walked in. The leader was Yi Ming from Golden Leaf City. Yi Ming arrived, and after glancing coldly at Zichen, he said to Jin Qingcheng, "Qingcheng, why are you here?" Jin Qingcheng looked at Yi Ming with an expressionless face. "Why can't I be here?" Jin Qingcheng's indifference made Yi Ming's expression extremely ugly. He pointed at Zichen and said, "Why are you with him? Are you going to help him at the expense of offending Dark City? Do you know how big of an impact this will have on Golden Leaf City?" A cold smile appeared on Jin Qingcheng's expressionless face. "Now, I'm only representing myself. It has nothing to do with Golden Leaf City." "That's nice to say, but can you leave Golden Leaf City?" Yi Ming said with a dark face. "Stop fooling around and come with me. We don't want to get involved in this matter." When you took your people away, did you remember us? I'll report this matter to the city lord. If possible, I'll report it to my family and leave Golden Leaf City." Jin Qingcheng's eyes became very cold. "You." Yi Ming's expression changed instantly. Obviously, he did not expect things to develop to this point. Jin Qingcheng leaving Golden Leaf City was undoubtedly a great loss for Golden Leaf City. If Jin Qingcheng and her family left Golden Leaf City, then no matter how special Yi Ming's identity was, he would still have to be responsible for this. "Mph, what nonsense. Is this something you can joke about?" Yi Ming snorted coldly. He pretended to be angry, but he was actually panicking. "You think I'm joking?" Jin Qingcheng smiled sarcastically. "I don't care if you're joking or not. When I go back, I'll explain to the city lord about giving up the psychic domain core and the perfect domain seed. Also, I'll be the leader of Golden Leaf City in the future. If you're willing to come back, we'll welcome you. Let's go." After saying that, Yi Ming turned and left. Looking at Yi Ming leaving with his people, the sarcastic smile on Jin Qingcheng's face did not fade. Yi Ming and his people came and went in a hurry. From the other's point of view, that pale face of Yi Ming's clearly showed that he did not gain any advantage. "Let's go too." After a slight hesitation, the Dark Mantle also left with his people. The reason for retreating was not because they were afraid of Zichen, but because they did not want to lose too much in the life-and-death battle. Even if he participated in the life-and-death battle and killed Zichen to obtain the qualifications, he would not be able to leave alive. Moreover, he did not have the confidence to win. After all, this method of winning meant that everyone on one side would die in battle. The people of Golden Leaf City retreated first, and then the people of Dark City also retreated. Both of them returned empty-handed. Seeing this scene, the crowd was in an uproar, guessing what had happened. However, no matter which guess it was, no one went to find trouble with Zichen. However, this situation would not last for long. This was because Zichen could not stay in the trading ground forever. They had many people and had time to wait. However, Zichen might not have that much time, unless both sides waited until the domain realm closed. For the past few days, Zichen had been sitting cross-legged and cultivating. However, Jin Qingcheng knew that Zichen was only a clone. His real body was nowhere to be found. Time passed day by day. More and more people arrived at this level. After hearing about the perfect domain seed, they all rushed to the trading ground. "What? Zichen got it again? This Zichen's luck is too good, isn't it?" The fortune teller was surprised when he heard the news. "Let's go and take a look," Hidden Mist said. "Don't tell me you're giving up," Shuntian suddenly asked. Chapter 1480. Never give up. That sounds nice. "Are you really going to attack Zichen?" Shuntian asked with a smile. Fortune teller frowned slightly and said, "If that's the case, it's indeed a little troublesome. Now that everyone is waiting outside the trading ground, as soon as Zichen comes out, he'll be surrounded. Are we going to take advantage of him?" Hidden Mist hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Of course we can take advantage of him, but we can't do that to our friends. Shuntian laughed after hearing that. If that's the case, what do you think we should do next? For other cultivators, this was a simple matter, but the three of them were extremely conflicted. Outside the trading ground, the crowd had been waiting for a few days and was gradually getting impatient. Zichen, you're still not coming out. Are you going to be a coward? If you don't dare to come out, just hand over the slot. Indeed, it's a waste to give the slot to a coward like you. Some of the cultivators who were not high in cultivation and battle strength began to curse at the outside world under the instructions of some people. Zichen, you're a disgrace. Not only have you embarrassed yourself, but you've also embarrassed Hu Pingcheng. You've also embarrassed Tiger God Mountain. And Beauty Jin, she's following you. She must be feeling embarrassed now. The cursing gradually escalated, and many cultivators joined in to laugh. This was the lowest and most despicable method, but it was very effective. In the trading ground, Lang Wei was already furious when he heard the cursing. If it weren't for Jin Qingcheng and Wu Shuang, he would have already rushed out. I know this is a scheme, but these people are too despicable. Lang Wei was anxious. Now that they're all here, they just want Zichen to go out. We can't be fooled, Jin Qingcheng said, but her face was not looking good. Because the perfect domain seed was too important, she was also implicated in the process of cursing. Her battle strength was comparable to a titled expert, so she had never been humiliated like this. If it weren't for the big picture, she would have already rushed out. Of course, Wu Shuang and Lang Wei had never been treated like this, so they were naturally depressed. No, I have to go to the entrance and take a look at those cursing fellows. I have to remember them. If I have the chance, I will definitely kill them first. With that, Lang Wei turned around and left. Whoosh! Suddenly, a crisp sound of something being unsheathed was heard. A long saber appeared beside Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged. It was one step ahead of Lang Wei. It turned into a black light and rushed outside. In the outside world, the cursing continued. An early-stage first domain realm cultivator stood proudly at the front of the group and shouted at the entrance, Zichen, you are just a... He had been scolding for a long time, and his mouth was a little dry. He wanted to scold a few more times before taking a break and drinking something to moisten his throat. But he didn't have the chance. A beam of black light instantly appeared and disappeared in front of him. His words stopped there. There was a line of blood between his eyebrows. The cursing suddenly stopped, but it did not affect the people around. Everyone was still cursing to their heart's content. Zichen had killed many cultivators along the way, and his reputation was gradually rising. Usually, those who had just entered the domain realm did not even dare to breathe loudly when they saw Zichen. But now, they were cursing him loudly. Some of the weaker cultivators were very satisfied. The cursing continued, and the black light flashed. The others did not seem to care and laughed at the side. When the cursing stopped, the crowd noticed that something was wrong. They looked around and saw that all the cultivators had stopped cursing. A long saber formed by a black light floated in the air outside. A line of blood appeared between the eyebrows of the cultivators who were cursing. A trace of power surged out from the black saber. Wherever the power passed, the cultivators who were standing collapsed. As for their vitality, they had already lost it. There was an uproar in the surroundings. Many domain soldiers appeared, flashing with cold light. Zichen is out. Be careful. Everyone was in a state of alert. But when they looked around, there was no sign of Zichen except for a long saber floating in the air. Just a weapon, and you're already so scared. A cold laugh came from the crowd. Then, a human cultivator walked out. This person was at the mid-stage of the first domain realm. He was considered a powerhouse. He looked at the long saber and sneered. Since Zichen is not coming out, I will kindly accept this saber. As soon as he finished speaking, the power around him surged and he flew forward. Streams of energy circled around his body, forming an oppressive force that enveloped the long saber. Buzz! In the air, the long saber trembled slightly, and a soul shadow appeared in it. It was a small beast with a sharp mouth. At first glance, it looked like an irregular long saber. The moment the crowd saw the small beast, their expressions changed. Someone exclaimed, It's a spirit weapon. A king spirit weapon. That's a blade golden-eyed beast. Be careful. Someone exclaimed. Someone warned the cultivator. The blade golden-eyed beast was a spirit weapon with extremely powerful attacks. It was said to be able to break through anything. It was the best spirit weapon. When the mid-stage first domain realm cultivator saw the spirit weapon, his expression immediately turned serious. His original frivolity was long gone. At the same time, the power surrounding him increased. The moment the blade golden-eyed beast appeared, it transformed into the shape of a blade and once again entered the long blade. The long blade, which was already surging with a powerful aura, directly increased the aura around it by several times. The originally pitch-black long saber released a golden light in the next moment. It was like a golden lightning bolt that shot toward the cultivator in front. The long saber came straight at him. Sensing danger, the cultivator shouted and changed from an attacking state to a defensive one. However, he had underestimated the blade golden-eyed beast's attack power. Now that he had sensed danger and reacted, it was already over. Puff! The defense around him was instantly penetrated. The golden light flashed between his eyebrows and disappeared, heading toward the gate. The long saber disappeared from the gate of the trading place. The cultivator, whose eyes were wide open, fell backward. He was killed in one blow. There was dead silence all around. Only a weapon had appeared, but it had killed a mid-stage first domain realm cultivator. If the real body had appeared, how powerful would its combat power be? The expressions of many cultivators changed when they saw this scene. As for the cultivators who were originally cursing, they felt lucky in their hearts. Clearly, they had avoided a calamity by stopping to rest. If you continue to talk nonsense and speak rudely, I will kill you when I appear in the future. Zi Chen's cold voice sounded in the silent world. There was some commotion in the crowd because of this voice. The long saber flew back and disappeared in front of Zi Chen. Lang Wei and the others had seen everything clearly with their spiritual senses. The three of them, who were originally unhappy, relaxed again. Obviously, although Zi Chen was cultivating, he was still paying attention to the outside world. This time, the deterrence played a big role. The cursing voices could no longer be heard. Of course, the most important thing was Zi Chen's last sentence. They were waiting for Zi Chen to come out himself. If Zi Chen did not appear for a long time, the same thing would happen again. Although I don't know much about that kid, he will definitely appear. Be prepared and check the surroundings in case he suddenly escapes. Yi Ming stood behind the crowd and ordered the people of Golden Leaf City to guard a direction. At the same time, the cultivators of the other forces were also prepared to defend themselves. They were waiting for Zi Chen to come out. There was only one perfect domain seed, so the factions didn't discuss it. They just stood guard in their own direction. As for the final fight, it would depend on which direction Zi Chen would break out of the encirclement. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, the crowd's patience was gradually worn out. What has Zi Chen been doing these days? This was not only the question that the cultivators outside wanted to know, but also Lang Wei and the other two. Zi Chen had always shown himself as a clone. As for what his real body was doing, the three had no idea. On the 4th day, Zi Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. His clone instantly turned into his real body. The moment Zi Chen opened his eyes, the three people's gazes fell on him. "Are you going to attack?" Lang Wei asked. Zi Chen stood up and nodded. His whole body was filled with strong confidence. "What's the plan? Let's hear it. How should we break out?" Lang Wei asked again. Zi Chen glanced at the three people and said in a low voice, "This time, I have a perfect plan. As for you guys, just stay at the back. I will break out alone." "What? Break out alone?" The three people's expressions changed immediately. "It's not good to have too many people. Besides, I already have a plan," Zi Chen said confidently. "What kind of plan can one person have? It's too dangerous. There are many high-level life forms outside." Lang Wei widened his eyes. He found Zi Chen's choice hard to believe. Wu Shuang and Jin Qingcheng quickly understood Zi Chen's intention. Their expressions became extremely complicated. This has nothing to do with you. You don't have to take the risk. Besides, they only want the quota, not my life, Zichen said indifferently. But if you don't let go of the token, they will take your life, Wushuang said. If it really comes to that, I only want my life. After saying that, Zichen smiled at the three people and walked out of the trading area. The battle spirit stall owners saw this. They were silent, but their eyes were filled with admiration when they looked at Zichen. Looking at Zichen's back, Lang Wei shook his head and said, "Watching a friend die is not my style." Lang Wei followed. Wu Shuang gently bit her lips and followed him. Jin Qingqing's eyes flashed. No one knew what she was thinking at the moment, but she did not hesitate and followed Wu Shuang's footsteps. Zichen held his blade and walked out of the trading area. Behind him, Lang Wei, Wu Shuang, and Jin Qingqing followed. Chapter 1481. Zichen appeared at the entrance of the market, standing with his saber in hand. He's out. Zichen is out. After waiting for so long, he's finally out. When the lazy crowd saw Zichen, they immediately became alert and took out their weapons. Cold light began to flash around them. All the high-level life forms' eyes fell on Zichen. Zichen looked straight ahead with an indifferent expression. Lang Wei and the other two followed closely behind. Jin Qingqing transmitted her voice, "The real experts are hiding behind the crowd. Be careful." Zichen nodded slightly and said, "Don't follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and walked toward the crowd. Zichen did not choose the side where there were fewer cultivators. Instead, he chose the front where there were the most people and experts. If he wanted to successfully obtain the perfect domain seed, this battle was unavoidable. Zichen walked forward. Lang Wei and the other two did not follow. They were waiting for an opportunity to rescue him. At the back, more battle spirit stall owners walked out and quietly watched Zichen. Zichen moved forward. His pace wasn't fast, but it was steady. The encirclement began to shrink. The cultivators all looked at Zichen with cold eyes. Kill. It was unknown who shouted first, but the quiet atmosphere was instantly broken. Everyone held their weapons and charged toward Zichen. Powerful auras began to surge, and the domain weapons began to glow. Swoosh. When the crowd moved, Zichen's indifferent expression instantly turned cold. Lightning surged out from his body, and a violent aura spread out. The 1-star 3-mark Thunder King physique was displayed. Zichen felt unprecedentedly powerful. He turned into a lightning bolt and rushed forward. Boom. Zichen rushed forward. The aura he carried was like a giant mountain. It was very oppressive. More than a dozen cultivators were sent flying and vomited blood. More than a dozen people were sent flying. An empty space appeared in front of them. Without waiting for others to fill in, Zichen, who appeared, stepped forward. His right hand on the hilt of his saber exerted force and pulled it out of its sheath. Whoosh! A loud and clear saber hum resounded, and a saber light formed by the lightning appeared. The blade light was very bright and dazzling. Within the range of the blade light, all the cultivators could not help but close their eyes. The blade beam struck the cultivators' chests and a booming sound rang out. Next, the energy shield and defensive armor that the cultivators were wearing broke apart. Next, they coughed out blood as they were sent flying backwards. After the two attacks, a cultivator seized the opportunity to attack. A sharp sword pierced through space, triggering a shockwave of energy as it stabbed towards Zichen's back. Swoosh! Light flashed beneath Zichen's feet, and he shifted his body sideways, dodging the attack. He did not turn around, but instead used his elbow to strike behind him. Lightning began to flash. This strike contained a powerful force. The cultivator was sent flying backwards, coughing up blood and suffering heavy injuries. He immediately lost the ability to continue fighting. More attacks came. The lightning wings on Zichen's back flapped, and he began to flicker at a high frequency. While dodging one attack after another, cultivators were also sent flying. During the battle, although Zichen did not kill anyone, his attacks were very heavy. Every time he struck, a cultivator would be seriously injured and lose the ability to continue fighting. Chen rampaged through the crowd. One cultivator after another was sent flying in all directions. Chen, on the other hand, opened up a straight path in the midst of the flying crowd and charged forward in a straight line. Energy vibrated, and cultivators were sent flying. Shrill screams rang out continuously. At this moment, the combat strength that Chen displayed was not weaker than any high-level life form. The humans in front of him were unable to stop Chen at all. Furthermore, in the face of Chen's charge, they were also frightened. "Spread out, all of you, spread out." A loud shout came from the crowd. A cultivator walked out with a powerful aura surging around him. This person was Qing Feng from Shuren City, who had been chased away by Chen. He was a true high-level life form. The crowd retreated, and he stood in front, blocking Chen's path. Looking at Chen, who was charging forward, his eyes turned cold. The space behind him began to distort, and a huge beast shadow appeared. This was an unknown beast, but it was definitely a high-level life form. Its body was huge, and it stared coldly at Chen. In the mana realm, high-level life forms were the most powerful beings. At this moment, with the appearance of Qing Feng, the others also moved aside, blocking Chen's other paths. Roar! The beast shadow behind Qing Feng roared. Its thunderous roar resounded in the sky. As Qing Feng moved, the beast slowly raised its right claw. A powerful force surged in its claw, causing the surrounding space to distort and tremble violently. This attack was very powerful. The surrounding people moved aside again, afraid of being affected by the energy. "Die!" Qing Feng roared. He stretched out his palm and pressed down hard. The void suddenly shook, and a surge of energy descended from the sky. The huge claw pressed down on Chen. As the claw fell, the sky darkened instantly, and a terrifying aura swept out. Chen's cold eyes fell on the claw print. His expression did not change at all. The lightning flashing around his body became even more violent. It was like numerous lightning snakes that swam around him. His heart, which had merged with the spiritual domain heart, was beating rapidly. A powerful force was transmitted to every part of his body through his blood. In his chest, the Xing Chen formed by lightning became very bright. The 3 runes in it were also very clear. At this moment, the claw fell. Everyone stared at the scene with their eyes wide open. If Chen could not block this attack, there would be no need for the rest of the battle. It was rumored that Chen was very powerful, but few people had seen it with their own eyes. At this moment, most people were seeing Chen in action for the first time. Boom! As the lightning surged, the power gathered on his right arm suddenly punched forward. The sky trembled, and a glaring fist light appeared. The lightning fist light, with the power to break the sky, was like an angry dragon. It went against the sky and fiercely collided with the claw. The fist light broke, and the power of lightning spread. The huge claw instantly dissipated under the lightning fist light. At the same time, a surge of violent energy escaped. Many cultivators could not withstand this violent power and were sent flying in all directions. The aftermath of the energy forced many people back, but Chen did not find a chance to rush out. Soon, many cultivators blocked the gap. In the sky, the violent energy was still shaking. Then, a miserable figure flew out. Cough. The one who flew back was Qing Feng. He coughed up blood, and the blood he coughed out was glowing. His face was full of shock. He never thought that he would be defeated in one move. Around, the people who saw this scene could not help but burst into an uproar. A powerful high-level life form was defeated in one move. Swoosh. Swoosh. Qing Feng was only defeated, but he was not seriously injured. He still had the strength to fight, so Chen's attack did not scare the others. In the next moment, the brilliance flashed, and several high-level life forms rushed towards Chen. These people had previously said harsh words to Chen, threatening to force Chen to hand over the qualification token. In the end, they were scolded by Chen. Now, they also seized the opportunity and rushed over, wanting to stop Chen. Roar! Roar! They already knew how powerful Chen was from the previous attack. So, when they rushed forward, beasts appeared behind them. Although they had yet to unleash the most powerful form of higher life forms, the combined attack of several higher life forms was extremely powerful for the moment. Boom! There was a series of explosions in the void, and one after another, huge claw marks broke through the void, bringing with them the power to crush the sky, and fiercely rushed towards Zichen. Zichen raised his head. In the face of the many attacks, his expression was still cold. His whole body glowed, and the Thunder King body continued to transmit powerful energy. He stomped the ground fiercely, and his whole body soared into the air, hitting those fist lights. Boom! A punch was thrown out, and like a heavy hammer, the void shook violently. The dazzling lightning directly shattered one of the claw marks. Puff! Immediately afterward, Zichen pulled out his sword, and the crisp sound of the sword rang out, and 2 claw marks were cut down. Above the sky, the sound of energy explosions continued to be heard, and powerful forces appeared one after another. Zichen not only blocked the attacks of several high-level life forms by himself, but he also occupied the absolute upper hand. Puff! A high-level life form vomited blood, and the beast shadows around him were shattered, and his figure flew backward. Puff! Another person was hit by Zichen's punch, and blood spurted out of his mouth as he flew backward. Around, the other cultivators saw this scene, and their faces were full of shock. High-level life forms were already known as the strongest, but in front of Zichen, several high-level life forms joined forces, and they were still no match for him. However, although Zichen occupied the absolute upper hand and sent several high-level life forms flying, he did not advance far. These high-level life forms stood up one after another, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. They were surprised by Zichen's powerful combat strength. Their eyes became colder and colder, and the aura released from their bodies became more and more terrifying. High-level life forms, known as the most powerful existences, were naturally not as simple as a beast shadow appearing behind them. As the terrifying aura was released from their bodies, their figures also changed. High-level life forms were like dragons and tigers. To be precise, they were war beasts, but they were more powerful. And their strongest means, in addition to their innate magical powers, was complete beastification. In the blink of an eye, the few people in front of Zichen disappeared and were replaced by huge war beasts. Their bodies released a powerful and terrifying aura. High-level life forms are using their true means. Complete beastification. It seems that these guys are enraged. Zichen seems to be having an easy time against the beast shadows. I wonder if Zichen can defeat the full shifter high-level life forms. Seeing the full shifter high-level life forms, there were exclamations of surprise from all around. After complete beastification, the aura around the high-level life forms became more and more tyrannical. Chapter 1482. Seeing the figures that had completely transformed into beasts, the other cultivators around them all held their breaths. Complete beastification was almost the strongest move of higher life forms. No matter how strong Zichen was, he was just a human. Even if he had shown great power and shocked everyone, how could a human's flesh and blood resist a higher life form that had completely transformed into beasts? The other humans all scattered. This battle had developed into a battle between Zichen and the higher life forms. Roar! Aoo! The war beasts roared, their voices shaking the sky. A sound wave visible to the naked eye swept towards Zichen. Zichen stood in the air, his clothes fluttering. His expression was still indifferent as he let the sound wave come. His physical body was not weaker than the higher life forms. Naturally, he was not afraid of sound waves. Looking down at the huge beasts indifferently, Zichen's aura became more and more violent. The flashing power of thunder around him made him look like a god of war. As the lightning flashed, he clenched his fist and punched out. A suffocating pressure appeared in the space around him. Boom! The void shook, and a dazzling thunder fist appeared. This fist emitted a powerful and terrifying aura. Under this aura, the space distorted violently and the sky changed color. The fist was like a huge falling thunder Xingchen. It broke free from the control of the sky, broke through the space, and raged towards the ground. Endless thunder raged and roared. Meteor Thunder King Fist. A low shout came from Zichen's mouth. This was the Thunder Clan's battle technique. Zichen was indeed a human, but he was a member of the Thunder Clan. This was a very ancient human clan that was once glorious and powerful. The fist that was like Xing Chen's falling fist fell, reflecting the pale faces of the beasts. Feeling this aura, there was a touch of shock in the eyes of all the war beasts. The humans in the distance were so shocked by the power of this punch that they couldn't utter a single word. The fist was vast and powerful, and its speed was also very fast. It approached in an instant and exploded among the higher life forms. Boom! The heaven and earth shook violently as the boundless power of thunder spread out. The dazzling light of thunder instantly engulfed the few higher life forms. Within the thunder and lightning, several higher life forms let out angry roars. However, these roars no longer had the same might as before. As the endless thunder and lightning raged, they were like thunder dragons roaring, drowning out all other sounds. Everyone was shocked, retreating again and again. In the distance, the Dark Mantle from Darkness City had been watching the battle. His expression had always been calm, but after seeing Zichen's punch, his calm expression gradually became serious. This guy has indeed refined the common spirit domain core. His combat strength is getting stronger and stronger. Behind the crowd, Yi Ming, who had yet to make a move, had shock in his eyes. The thunderbolts in the sky disappeared, and the war beasts appeared one after another. Their gigantic bodies were filled with wounds. These wounds were very large, but they seemed very small compared to the size of their bodies. Although the wound was small, the lightning energy on it continued to wreak havoc, corroding his body through the wound. It was impossible to expel it in a short period of time. The eyes of these higher life forms were filled with shock and anger. They couldn't wait to rush forward and tear Zichen to shreds. However, there was no chance. After defeating them with a punch, Zichen continued forward. As for the several higher life forms behind him, he didn't care at all. If there was enough time, Zichen was confident that he could kill them. Both sides were already at the same level. In addition, Zichen had refined the common spirit domain core. His combat strength had long surpassed that of ordinary higher life forms. The energy shook in the sky, but it was quiet below. Everyone was shocked by Zichen's powerful combat strength. A human could actually have such powerful combat strength. This was almost beyond common sense. That's the Meteor Thunder King Fist, a king-level technique of the Thunder Clan. Its power is really extraordinary. A battle spirit saw through it and said in shock. That's a kind of unranked technique. It's very special. It said that after Shan Lei arrived here, he deliberately left it for Zichen. I didn't expect him to really comprehend it. Another battle spirit said. The faces of the other battle spirits were also suffused with thick shock. Zichen moved forward in the air with an indifferent expression and a stalwart figure. The higher life forms behind him were ignored like this. Their eyes instantly turned cold, and they wanted to rush towards Zichen. Roar! A sky-shaking wolf howl suddenly came from behind. A single-horned sky-swallowing wolf appeared from behind. It turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the injured higher life forms. Then, a clear cry sounded. A big colorful bird bathed in colorful light, exuding a tyrannical aura, flapped its wings and followed the sky-swallowing wolf. The ones who attacked were Lang Wei and Wu Shuang. Lang Wei's original form was a sky-swallowing wolf, while Wu Shuang's original form was a colorful peacock. With Lang Wei and Wu Shuang attacking, Jin Qingcheng didn't need to do anything. She just walked forward. Zichen, stop it right now. A cold shout sounded. Yi Ming led people forward and blocked Zichen's path. The cultivator representing the fourth place of Golden Leaf City attacked. This was a group of humans who were comparable to higher life forms. They were all at the late-stage first domain realm and had extremely strong combat strength. Their expressions were cold. They stood in front of Zichen with their domain weapons, and the power around them surged. Attack! Following Yi Ming's shout, the domain weapons in everyone's hands began to shine. One after another, beast shadows appeared on the domain weapons. Obviously, these were not pure king-level domain weapons, but king-level spirit weapons. Rays of light flashed, and the weapon spirits merged with the spirit weapons. One after another, powerful attacks appeared and charged towards Zichen. The space began to tremble violently. Many king-level techniques were displayed. Waves of pressure enveloped Zichen. Zichen felt as if his body had fallen into a quagmire. Boom! But then, Zichen punched out. It was still the Meteor Thunder King Fist from before. The power of the fallen Thunder Xingchen appeared again. The dazzling and powerful fist light illuminated heaven and earth. Wherever the fist light passed, the pressure formed by the surroundings instantly dissipated. The fist light moved forward and exploded. Exclamations and screams were heard. The human cultivators in front of him were instantly thrown off their feet. They were sent flying in all directions, coughing up blood and injured. With one attack, Zichen opened a straight path for himself. That was the difference between them. If he could defeat several higher life forms with one attack, these humans would be nothing. However, in the next moment, a sense of danger rose in Zichen's heart. His eyes flashed, and the long saber that had not been unsheathed suddenly came out of its sheath. Whoosh! The shining saber light flashed toward Zichen's side. Bang! The saber light encountered a physical attack and instantly exploded. A wail was heard, and a pitch-black little beast was sent flying into the distance. The little beast had sharp fangs, and its triangular eyes were filled with fear. Its claws were cut, and red blood flowed out of the wound. Obviously, it was frightened by Zichen's attack. After Zichen saw the little beast, he instantly understood. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. It must be the beast tamer Yiming's doing. If one wanted to become a beast tamer, the prerequisite was to become a beast tamer. However, this little beast could block his attack after he was alerted and was only injured. It was obviously very unusual. As soon as the attack was launched, Zichen sensed danger again. In his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows, a golden figure stood proudly. The moment he was alerted, the figure held the saber and pulled it out. A dazzling golden saber light appeared in the sea of consciousness, rushed out of the sea of consciousness, rushed out of Zichen's eyebrows, and slashed forward. Phut! Wherever the golden saber light passed, the figure in front of him that attacked like lightning was instantly scattered. As the figure disappeared, Yiming's face turned pale instantly. He half knelt on the ground and coughed up blood. In the battle of spiritual senses, he was defeated in one move again. His pale face was filled with confusion, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The people who saw this scene in the distance were in an uproar. Now, Zichen was like an invincible thunder god. All the humans and higher life forms that came forward were defeated. The battle at the back was still going on, but Wu Shuang and Lang Wei could not delay Zichen. Zichen did not have much time, so he could only speed up and charge forward. The Meteor Thunder King Fist opened the way, and Zichen pulled out his saber from time to time. Swoosh! Swoosh! The brilliance was still flashing. More humans appeared, more special beings appeared, and more higher life forms came forward to block the way. There were cultivators from more than 100 cities here. Even if there was only one special being in each city, there would still be more than 100 people. Yiming had fallen, but more existences that were not weaker than Yiming had appeared. When a higher life form was sent flying, more higher life forms appeared. Even if Zichen was a god of war, he would still be defeated in the face of a siege. In this battle, all the spectators were moved, and all the battle spirits were moved. Zichen was like an undefeated king, moving forward in a straight line. Wherever he passed, energy shook, thunder raged, and people were thrown off their feet. Zichen, stay! A sneer sounded, and the golden gorilla appeared in front of Zichen. Ha ha! A loud laugh sounded, and a tyrant bear appeared next to the golden gorilla. The higher life forms that Zichen had beaten up on the third level also appeared one after another, blocking Zichen's path. Zichen had been charging and attacking along the way, and he had consumed a lot of energy. This was not only his strength, but also his spirit. Just like the Meteor Thunder King Fist, although it was powerful, it consumed a lot of energy every time it was used. Zichen, who was panting, looked at the people blocking his way, and then looked at the others who had already surrounded him. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. These guys were obviously afraid of being beaten up before and did not dare to appear. Now that he had consumed a lot of energy, they dared to appear. Boom! With a sneer on his face, the lightning around Zi-Chen's body flashed again, and became violent again. Then, the dazzling lightning exploded, and many cultivators could not help but close their eyes. Chapter 1483. There were hundreds of Zi-Chen, and all of them looked the same. Their bodies glowed, and they looked like hundreds of invincible kings. The original empty space was instantly filled with these invincible kings. Everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded for a moment. And in that short moment, the hundreds of Zi-Chen turned into lightning and flashed in all directions. These are all clones. They don't have much battle power. Destroy them all. Zi-Chen used his clones to escape. It means that he can't fight anymore. Everyone, attack with all your strength. Someone shouted, and the others followed suit. One after another, the clones were destroyed. In the process of destroying the clones, there was a figure that was extremely fast. It seemed to be escaping at top speed, and during that time, it dodged several powerful attacks. The others unanimously believed that this was the real body. Many attacks were launched, and a few people also chased after it. But then, in another direction, another powerful Zi-Chen appeared. He displayed many mysterious techniques in an attempt to break out of the encirclement. Hundreds of clones fled in different directions, but one after another, dazzling attacks came from all directions. Energy blasts erupted and the clones were destroyed. Smoke and dust filled the air and the scene became extremely chaotic. An unassuming cultivator, in the face of the many attacks, squeezed his way through the crowd. It seemed as though he wanted to leave. You won't be able to fool us with this cheap trick of yours. With a flash of brilliance, Jin Meng appeared in front of this person. He coldly looked at this ordinary-looking human and said, "There are hundreds and thousands of pairs of eyes watching all around. All your tricks are useless." The human was stunned at first, but then his face turned cold. Then, he threw out a punch. This punch was actually shining with lightning. These lightning bolts were so powerful that they directly sent him flying. This human was none other than Zi-Chen. His clone had never failed, but this time, it had failed. It wasn't that the clones were bad, but that there were too many people around. His every move was under the watch of many eyes. Just as the real body reappeared, those clones were all destroyed, and he was once again surrounded. This time, Zi-Chen truly experienced the horror of having too many people. Even if he used 2 Thunder King fists in a row, he still couldn't break out of the encirclement. Zi-Chen was almost surrounded by people, and the leaders were several high-level life forms. They didn't completely transform, because Zi-Chen had consumed a lot of energy, and his battle power was not as strong as before. "Leave the thing, or you will die miserably." Jin Ji looked at Zi-Chen, who was already covered in sweat, and smiled coldly. A beast shadow appeared behind him. "Leave the thing behind, and I can still leave you a whole corpse." Xiong Ba also said coldly, and a big bear appeared behind him. As for the other higher life forms, they coldly stared at Zi-Chen. Killing intent flashed in their eyes. Behind them, beast phantoms appeared and coldly stared at Zi-Chen. Powerful auras surged. Around him, other people surrounded Zi-Chen, and Zi-Chen couldn't break out at all. Jin Qingcheng didn't make a move because she couldn't find the opportunity to do so. For Zi-Chen, these people weren't strong, but they had the advantage in numbers. Zi-Chen didn't kill people, so after these people were beaten back, as long as they still had the strength to fight, they would come forward again to surround him. In the rear, Wu Shuang and Lang Wei were still fighting with several injured high-level life forms, and they were still stalling for time for Zi-Chen. "You think you can trap me like this?" Zi-Chen consumed a lot of energy. He was covered in sweat, and his spirit was slightly sluggish. He had endless power, but not endless spirit. Especially in this kind of battle with great pressure, the consumption of spirit was very fast. But to be able to do this, in the eyes of others, Zi-Chen was enough to be proud of. After today's battle, as long as Zi-Chen was alive, they believed that even if 3 to 5 high-level life forms gathered together, they wouldn't dare to find trouble with Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen, a human, was able to suppress high-level life forms. In the eyes of others, this was simply a miracle. Everyone admired Zi-Chen's combat strength, but they also thought that Zi-Chen would stop here. Because there were too many cultivators around. Just in front of Zichen, there were several high-level life forms blocking his way. Some powerful existences in Darkness City and other cities didn't even make a move. No matter how they looked at it, Zichen's path would end here. Boom! Zichen's body was surrounded by violent thunder. This time, the violent thunder was no longer the power of Zichen's body, but an external force. This was Zichen's last resort, borrowing the power of thunder to open a path for him. Rumble! Rumble! Endless thunderbolts appeared, and the boundless thunder force vibrated, forming a sea of thunderbolts. This sea of thunderbolts contained a violent thunder force. Facing this thunder force, even a higher life form would have to be cautious. This was one of Zichen's biggest reliance. He still had a lot of this kind of thunder. The people in front of Zichen had already suffered this kind of loss, so they were already prepared. Just as the thunder power around Zichen's body surged, they had already turned into streams of light and rushed out. Attack with all your strength. Attack with full speed. While retreating, the several greater life forms also continuously shouted. The humans who were still in a state of shock on the periphery instantly regained their senses and unleashed powerful attacks one after another. As soon as the violent sea of thunder appeared, many attacks appeared from all directions. These attacks were like huge meteorites, smashing towards the sea of thunder. These attacks fell on the sea of thunder, and a piece of thunder light dissipated. More attacks fell, dense like raindrops. The sea of thunder that had just appeared disappeared under the naked eye. Zichen's figure appeared from the sea of thunder. There was a touch of astonishment on his face. Obviously, he did not expect the sea of thunder to dissipate so quickly. Haha, Zichen, let's see what other tricks you have. As the sea of thunder disappeared, Jin Meng and the others once again stepped forward to stop him. Zichen looked at these people, and the astonishment in his eyes turned into indifference. Although his expression did not change much, there was no other way in his heart. During the few days he was preparing, it was obvious that these people outside had thoroughly studied his methods and had already prepared a countermeasure. He still had a lot of thunder on him that could turn into a sea of thunder, but now the sea of thunder was obviously not of much use. It would be a waste to use it again. Did he really have to hand over the entry token? There was a touch of unwillingness in Zichen's indifferent eyes. It was not his usual practice to hand over something that belonged to him for no reason. But now, what else could he do? Noticing the change in Zichen's eyes, everyone expected that Zichen had no more tricks up his sleeve. At the back, a light flashed in the eyes of the Dark Mantle, and they planned to go forward. Obviously, even if Zichen was going to hand over the entry token, it would not be to those guys. There were many powerful existences in the crowd. Their minds became active and they began to walk forward. Jin Meng and the others had obviously noticed this scene, and so they closed in on Zichen. It seems that we can only stop here. To be able to come here, this Zichen is also extremely extraordinary. Even those titled ones are at most like Zichen. In the crowd, there was the sound of human discussion. At the back, the group of battle spirits also shook their heads and sighed. Zichen's path forward was stopped, but his battle strength was admired and shocked by everyone. At this point, Zichen had no other way. If he had to force his way forward, then he could only hope for a miracle. The reason why miracles were called miracles was because they were usually very rare, or rather, impossible to encounter. But other than miracles, there were many coincidences in the world. Although these coincidences could not be called miracles, sometimes, coincidences were equivalent to miracles. Just behind the crowd, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared, and a person appeared in the vortex. This was a burly man, and he was extremely tall. As soon as he appeared in the vortex, he saw the scene below. He saw the crowd below, and also saw the person being surrounded, and heard the conversation between the two sides. His face, which was originally filled with joy, now had a touch of coldness, a touch of cold killing intent, and a touch of madness and malevolence. So, he went berserk. Boom! The berserk him seemed to have exploded a piece of space, and an earth-shattering sound resounded between heaven and earth. In the next moment, his already tall figure grew even taller. His whole body was black and shining, and he looked like a black iron giant made of black iron, and his body was full of powerful energy. He was not made of steel, nor was he a puppet, but a miracle of life. He was transformed from a mountain spirit, and his original form was a very strange black stone. After countless years of transformation, the black stone gradually developed spiritual intelligence, and gradually transformed into a human body. His formation was a miracle of life. Those who dare to block Zi-Chen's path, die. When he saw the scene below, he went berserk, and so he roared. His voice shook the 9 heavens, and the 9 heavens' divine thunder exploded. He landed on the ground, and the black light around him shone even brighter. Like a black mountain, he charged forward. Bang! Bang! The sudden appearance of a talking mountain behind them also shocked everyone. But soon, the mountain slammed into them, and many cultivators were sent flying. Some cultivators were directly smashed into pieces, and they died. Zi-Chen had not killed anyone before, but the arrival of this giant mountain killed many people. Zi-Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the sudden appearance of the giant mountain peak. He was originally very unwilling to accept this outcome, but when he saw the sudden appearance of the giant mountain peak, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. Mansure, the black mountain giant that appeared, was Mansure. He did not die, but he had transformed and returned. Boom! Wherever Mansure passed, all the cultivators were forced to retreat, and he was like an unstoppable mountain. He was transformed from a mountain spirit, and he was a high-level life form. After receiving the inheritance and completely transforming, he was equivalent to a high-level life form at the mid-stage of the domain realm. Among all the high-level life forms, Manshure's realm was undoubtedly the highest. Manshure was very strong, just like Zi-Chen before, and he could be called an invincible king. But there were too many enemies, and there were too many high-level life forms. Not long after, Manshure's body was blocked by several powerful beings. The light in Zi-Chen's eyes gradually dimmed. But the coincidence did not end there. Chapter 1484. There were too many people around. Even though Manshure was known as the one with the highest realm among the higher life forms, he was still blocked by the other higher life forms. The mountain giant that Manshure had transformed into was unimpeded. If they wanted to stop him, they would need the higher life forms to appear in person. Several huge battle beasts blocked Manshure's path. Beast roars sounded one after another. The mountain giant fought with the giant beasts. Energy surged violently. The others continued to block Zi-Chen. A miracle still didn't happen. The battle spirits watching the battle from afar couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Even the light in Zi-Chen's eyes gradually dimmed. But at this moment, another spatial vortex appeared out of thin air. A green light appeared in the vortex, and there was a glowing figure in the green light. It was impossible to see the appearance of the glowing figure from the outside, but one could see the perfect, curvaceous figure, as well as the slender willow-like hair fluttering in the wind. A woman walked out of the green light. Compared to Wu Shuang and Jin Qingcheng, her face couldn't be considered peerless, but it was very delicate. Most importantly, she exuded an ethereal temperament, like a pure and flawless angel, like a tranquil and serene fairy. As if she had just descended into the mortal world, there was a trace of confusion in her calm and serene eyes. Her beautiful eyes looked around. She frowned when she saw the crowd below. It was as if she didn't like the fact that there were too many people here. After that, she saw the battle between the mountain giants. She recognized that it was Manshure, and her beautiful eyes flashed with coldness. After that, she saw Zi-Chen, who was surrounded by many people. Her beautiful eyes instantly turned cold, and her original tranquil temperament disappeared. What replaced it was anger and killing intent. She raised her hand and pointed downward. Rays of green light fell on the cultivators. Then, the earth began to shake. These cultivators instantly turned into towering ancient trees. This was a method that Shang Guanhong had learned before. She could turn people into trees. But this time, after accepting the opportunity given by the ancient tree king and obtaining the inheritance, she could not only turn people into trees, but also tree spirits. The moment these ancient trees became towering ancient trees, the souls that were originally dead suddenly came back to life. Pairs of eyes opened from the ancient trees. These eyes were cold and merciless, filled with dense killing intent. After that, The branches began to spread like spirit snakes, coiling around the bodies of the nearby cultivators. Such a scene stunned everyone. The others retreated one after another, their faces filled with fear. As these people retreated, the tree spirits began to slowly move forward. Their target was Zichen. They had received orders to open up a path for Zichen. Shang Guanhong stood in the air, his entire body enveloped in green light. At the same time, streaks of green light scattered everywhere like seeds. Zichen's original plan was not to kill anyone. But as soon as Man Shi and Shang Guanhong arrived, they were in charge of killing. This was especially true for Shang Guanhong. She looked like a fairy, but she had a bloodthirsty heart. She wanted to create more tree spirits to fight, so she needed more humans. The human cultivators retreated again and again. "Stop her!" A higher life form shouted loudly. Then, he revealed his true body and rushed over. The crowd, who had retreated far away, saw the tree man fighting the higher life form. When they looked at Shang Guanhong again, their eyes were full of awe. These are all Zichen's companions. Why are they so strong? How can this be called strong? They're so strong that it's almost ridiculous. The cultivators were exclaiming, while the battle spirits were sighing. Seeing the two appear, Zichen rushed forward again. "It's useless. Even if someone comes to help you, you won't be able to break through us." Jin Meng sneered at Zichen. But as soon as his voice fell, a huge black shadow appeared behind him. This black shadow was very fast and went straight for Jin Meng. Jin Meng let out a loud roar as he struck backward with a backhand strike. Bang! With a loud bang, Jin Meng was sent flying by the black shadow. The black shadow was filled with a powerful aura. After Jin Meng was sent flying, it also rushed toward the others. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow swept through several higher life forms, creating an empty space for Zichen. The black shadow turned around and smiled at Zichen. It was Wu Xie, who was using the immortal demon body. Zichen nodded at Wu Xie with a smile on his face. However, no one noticed the sadness in Zichen's eyes. Man Shi was here, Shang Guanhong was here, Wu Xie was here. When they entered the mana realm at the same time, they were all alive. But what about Dongqing? That quiet girl would probably never come back. How dare you be distracted in such a situation? You're courting death. Because Zichen was distracted, the space cleared by Wu Xie was blocked by the cultivators who came after him. A human at the late-stage domain realm attacked Zichen, who was distracted. He had a hideous smile on his face, thinking that he could sneak attack him. However, when he was still a few steps away from Zichen, he subconsciously stopped. There was a look of horror and disbelief on his face. Then, he stood opposite Zichen and his head exploded. The red and white objects flying toward them were all blocked by a ray of energy. Zichen, who had a sad look in his eyes, looked up. There was also a look of disbelief in his eyes. This was the biggest change in expression he had ever seen since he rushed out of the trading place. He looked up in disbelief and saw a beautiful figure sitting on the back of a snow-white unicorn. Zichen recognized the unicorn. It was the Aurora Pegasus, and the person on the back of the Aurora Pegasus was Dongqing, whom Zichen was very worried about. Dongqing seemed to have noticed Zichen's gaze. When she turned around and saw Zichen, she smiled. Her smile was as sweet as ever, but it belonged only to Zichen. When she turned around, the sweet smile on her face disappeared and was replaced by cold killing intent. Rays of lightning-like light rushed out of her body and spread in all directions. These rays of light were the spiritual senses of a beast master. They entered the bodies of those people. When the rays of light entered their consciousness, their heads either exploded or they fell to the ground and vomited blood. Their faces were pale as they lost all combat power. Seeing the means of a beast master, Zichen's eyes began to sparkle. He knew that she had succeeded. From now on, she was a beast master. Apart from the twins, the people of Hupping City had all arrived. Zichen's exhausted mental strength seemed to have been replenished after seeing Dongqing's transformation. His mental strength became vigorous again, and the lightning energy surging around him became even more violent. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged forward. Charging forward bravely, The undefeatable god of war had returned once again. Damn it. The dark mantle of Darkness City secretly cursed. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, he wouldn't be able to stop Zichen. Therefore, he turned into a ray of light and rushed through the crowd to kill Zichen. Stop right there. He roared and grabbed Zichen with one hand. Between his palms, there was an extremely powerful force. This force was like a huge net that sealed off all the space around them. Advancing forward was like stepping into a quagmire, and one could only retreat. Zichen naturally wouldn't retreat. He clenched his fist and punched forward. The fist light instantly turned into a bolt of lightning. Xing Chen carried a powerful and vast aura and rushed towards the dark mantle. Boom! The fist and palm collided, causing an energy explosion. A violent energy ripple spread in all directions. Zichen's figure shook slightly and dissolved the energy contained in the attack. He then looked at the dark mantle in front of him and saw that he was forced to take 3 steps back. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Although he had already seen the power of the meteor fist, he was still very surprised after coming into contact with it. Battle intent rose around him. Obviously, he wanted to compete with Zichen. A ray of light flashed and a fragrant wind blew. A ray of golden light appeared in front of Zichen. It was Jin Qingcheng. Leave him to me. You go. It was a simple sentence, but it represented Jin Qingcheng's determination. In the distance, the injured Yi Ming saw this scene and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. Zichen nodded and turned into a ray of light and moved forward. The dark mantle wanted to chase after him, but a ray of golden light flashed and Jin Qingcheng stopped him. You want to stop me? The dark mantle said coldly. If you stop here, I won't do anything. Jin Qingcheng said faintly. You want me to stop? Dream on. You can stop me, but can you stop the others? Don't forget that you're not the only titled person in the top cities. You don't have to worry about that. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark mantle and Jin Qingcheng started fighting. 2 rays of light, one black and one gold, were constantly entangled with each other. Waves of powerful energy raged. No one dared to approach the 2 of them. Just like what the dark mantle said, there were many powerful existences here. In the next moment, the one who blocked Zichen's path was a person who was not weaker than the dark mantle. He was constantly fighting with Zichen. After that, a few more people came forward. They were all very strong and their goal was very clear. They wanted to stop Zichen. Swoosh! Zichen pulled out his saber. A flash of saber light appeared and blocked the people. He then turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. However, these people were not weaker than Zichen. They followed closely behind him and there were people blocking their path. Under such a battle, Zichen's exhaustion was obvious. After all, the current him was equivalent to fighting against several Dark Mantle members. Here's the thing. During this time, Zichen was injured a few times. He turned his hand and a token appeared in his hand. He directly threw the token out. The token turned into a ray of light and flew away. The people immediately abandoned Zichen and chased after the token. Even if they felt that the token might be fake, they still couldn't resist rushing forward. These people abandoned Zichen and there were people blocking their path. Zichen sneered. A few more tokens appeared in his hand and he threw them out. At the same time, he said coldly, only one of them is real. Go ahead and fight for it. After saying that, he stood still and did not move forward. Everyone's expression changed. They instantly made up their minds and turned around to chase after the token. After that, it was a fight for the token. There was no one in front of Zichen. Some people still had doubts in their hearts. However, their combat strength was too low and they didn't dare to go forward. Zichen displayed his extreme speed and moved forward smoothly. This time, he believed that no one would be able to stop him. However, he didn't go far before he suddenly stopped because he forgot about the 3 titled individuals. P.S. The chapter count is a mess recently. I mixed up the numbers. Chapter 1485. Zichen stopped not because he thought of the 3 titled warriors, but because the 3 of them were already standing in front of him. The 3 of them stood in a straight line and looked at him, their faces filled with admiration. You really surprised me to be able to make it this far. The one who spoke was Hidden Mist. His body was flickering between reality and illusion. Thank you for the compliment, Zichen said calmly. It's not a compliment. It's the truth. Even I wouldn't be able to make it this far in such a situation. From this point of view, I'm not as good as you. The one who spoke this time was Fortune Teller. Zichen looked at Fortune Teller and said, "You're flattering me. But you still came and stood in front of me." Obedient Path nodded and said, "We originally thought that you wouldn't be able to make it this far, but since you're here, we feel that we have to do something." Upon hearing this, Zichen solemnly nodded his head and firmly said, "Indeed." As soon as he finished speaking, a glowing token appeared in his hand. He held the token and said, "This is the real token. It should be decided through battle." The three of them knew that this was the real token, and their eyes flashed. "We intend to fight for the token, but we don't want to take advantage of you. After all, you did something that we couldn't do. Being able to make it this far is enough to prove your strength." The three of them looked at each other, and then Fortune Teller said, "We've already agreed that we'll each attack. If you can block it, we'll automatically give way. Of course, against a perfect domain seed, we won't give way. This attack is definitely our strongest attack." Zichen held the token in his hand and looked at the three of them with a smile. "In this way, I still have the advantage. Come, who wants to go first?" The three of them looked at each other, and then Hidden Mist took a step forward. But before Hidden Mist could make a move, a stream of light flew over from afar. The people who flew over were flickering between reality and illusion. It was just like Zichen was using the extreme speed step technique. "Sir, you can't make a move." These people came closer, but they didn't stop Zichen. Instead, they stopped Hidden Mist. "What do you mean?" Hidden Mist was startled. "Do you agree that I should give up this opportunity?" These people were all from the Hidden Fog City. When they heard those words, their expressions turned extremely ugly. The person from before said again, "Of course not. It's just that we feel that it's unfair to Zichen to do this." "How is it unfair?" Hidden Mist asked. Zichen remained silent and frowned. "The perfect domain seed is one of the most precious treasures in this world. How can you use one move to decide the winner and the loser? Zichen has been fighting for so long, and his battle prowess is strong and intimidating. The perfect domain seed should belong to him. If you insist on fighting, it would be disrespectful to Zichen and the perfect domain seed." The Hidden Mist asked, "Then what do you mean? Either we don't fight, or we fight with all our might." Hidden Fog's expression gradually became gloomy as he asked, "Then, do you think I should fight or not? Zichen has already expended a lot of energy. Naturally, he won't fight." "Don't fight. Don't fight for now." With Hidden Fog's intelligence, he naturally guessed the real intention of these people. He could choose not to fight now, and he could let Zichen leave. He could even let Zichen obtain the perfect domain seed. However, once he saw the perfect domain seed, this battle would be unavoidable. As a result, Hidden Fog seemed to be the one at a disadvantage. However, his subordinates knew that Hidden Fog was actually the one at an advantage. Along the way, based on their understanding of Hidden Fog, if Zichen withstood the attack, he wouldn't cause trouble for Zichen anymore. Not only that, as a friend of Zichen, Hidden Fog would also clean up other troubles for Zichen. In this way, without his strongest opponent, Zichen would definitely obtain the perfect domain seed. The people from Hidden Fog City weren't the only ones who thought this way. The people from Destiny City and Shuntian City also thought the same. Therefore, the people from these two cities also came. They hadn't stopped Zichen before, and now they came closer and said the same thing. They were all stopping their lord from fighting. Behind them, Zichen was a little surprised that the pursuers still hadn't appeared. When he turned around, he discovered that a large formation had appeared there at some unknown time. The formation enveloped everyone, and outside the formation, there were two young men with similar appearances standing on the east and west sides. They were Go Wen and Go Qiong. The twins had also returned. As if sensing something, the two turned around and nodded at Zichen. The subordinates didn't agree to a one-move battle. The three of them were also happy to not fight for the time being, so they nodded. After nodding, it meant that Zichen could leave without any hindrance. At this moment, Zichen had succeeded. He broke through the encirclement and kept the token. With the three titled experts and the other three factions present, there wasn't much point in pursuing him. After all, in the Mana realm, no faction could withstand the combined attack of the three factions. It was possible for a group of factions to join forces, but there was only one perfect domain seed. Such an alliance was meaningless. This was also the reason why Zichen had only injured but not killed them. As long as the injured and the factions behind them didn't have a grudge against Zichen, they would leave on their own accord. In fact, this was indeed the case. Otherwise, Zichen and the others wouldn't have been able to stop so many cultivators from more than 100 cities. Boom! The great array set up by the twins was broken. Many cultivators appeared once more. After they appeared, they clearly didn't have the heart to continue blocking the path. Thus, they all retreated. Those who were healing their wounds began to heal themselves. As for those who were pursuing, they continued to pursue. When they saw Zichen and the people around Zichen again, these high-level life forms stopped and didn't move forward. Shuntian, you gave away the original spirit domain core for nothing. Don't you want the perfect domain seed this time? Yi Ming, who had just recovered a little, said as he looked at the people in front of him. This has nothing to do with you. Shuntian glanced at Yi Ming indifferently. Yi Ming was very afraid of Shuntian, so he didn't dare to speak harshly. He could only provoke, of course, this has nothing to do with me. However, as titled ones, you did such a thing. This inevitably makes people wonder if you three titled ones are afraid of Zichen from Hupping City. The fortune teller said with a smile, it's not up to you to decide if we're afraid or not. You, on the other hand, are obviously trying to provoke us. Hupping City's ranking is very low, but Tiger God Mountain's ranking isn't low. Low birth doesn't determine anything. What really determines everything is one's combat strength. Just like you, you're born noble and have a father who's a city lord. But so what? You were still beaten like a dog by Zichen from Hupping City. You. Yi Ming was furious. Obviously, he didn't expect the fortune teller to be so rude when it came to insulting people. A group of high-level life forms gathered together and stared coldly at Zichen. However, they didn't step forward. The sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. It was Lang Wei and the others flying over. After that, Man Shi and the others also arrived. When they saw Zichen, they couldn't help but be excited. Welcome back. You've come back just in time. Zichen smiled and went forward to hug them. He didn't leave anyone behind. Of course, this included Lang Wei. When he hugged Wu Shuang, the little girl wrinkled her nose and seemed a little dissatisfied. When he hugged Jin Qingcheng, the latter's pretty face blushed slightly. As for the three from Shuntian, they also looked at Yi Ming with a teasing gaze. The latter was so angry that he stood in the distance and stomped his feet. In comparison, when he hugged Shangguan Hong and Dong Qing, he was much more natural. Come, let me introduce you to our companions from Hupping City this time. Zichen turned around and began to introduce Man Shi and the others to the three titled ones. The three titled ones nodded. Obviously, they had seen Man Shi and the others' methods and approved of them. When everyone was gathered, even if the others were unwilling, they didn't dare to have any ideas about Zichen's quota token anymore. It's over. The battle is over. At the back, when the group of battle spirits saw this scene, they all sighed and sighed. In this battle, not only did they see Zichen's powerful methods, but they also saw Zichen's friends. Sure enough, they were all unique existences. Zichen is strong, but I didn't expect his friends to be so extraordinary as well. Yeah, with such battle strength, there are few who can match up to him. Just as the battle spirits were sighing, Ba Dao and Shan Lei stood quietly on top of a tall building in the trading ground. What do you think? Shan Lei looked into the distance and asked. Not bad. Ba Dao nodded. Not bad, it should be very good. These little guys are much stronger than we were before. Shan Lei's eyes were full of admiration. Indeed, especially Zichen. But, is he really from the Thunder Clan? Why is he so strong? Ba Dao was a little confused. Shan Lei said proudly, of course he's from the Thunder Clan. We have many powerful techniques. I'm not surprised that he has such skills. The Thunder Clan has many techniques, but he doesn't know many of them. I know a little about the 9-star Thunder King body. It can refine the body, but it can only be compared to a high-level life form. However, Zichen's body is stronger than a high-level life form's. I don't understand, but it's always good to be strong. Maybe he has some other fortuitous encounters. Ba Dao nodded and stopped talking about it. What do we do now? Shan Lei looked back at Ba Dao. What do you mean? Ba Dao asked. No one is fighting for the quota. Do you want Zichen to take the quota token to get the perfect field seed? Ba Dao shook his head and said, since the exciting battle is over, there's no point in going. Let's give the quota to Zichen. I think the old guys are satisfied with their performance. It's time to talk about business. Then, Ba Dao waved his hand and a beam of energy disappeared into the void. Chapter 1486. What emerged from the spatial vortex was a glowing object. The glowing object was 10 meters in size and was in the shape of a sphere. It was transparent. When he looked up, he saw that there were many glowing objects in the 10-meter-wide sphere. Everyone present had reached the limit of their understanding of space, so they could tell at a glance that this 10-meter sphere was actually another world. In the case of one world per grain, this 10-meter space world was undoubtedly very large. Seeing the sudden appearance of this world, everyone had a look of surprise on their faces. Then, pairs of eyes stared at the 10-meter world. Look, what's that? A cultivator exclaimed as he pointed at the center of the 10-meter world. There were many glowing objects in the 10-meter world, but they were arranged in a different order. They were arranged in 2 rows, extending to both sides. At first glance, it looked like the word convex. At the center of the world, at the top of the row of glowing objects, there was a very bright glowing object. This object was different from the other glowing objects. It was inside the glowing object, and it looked like an object. Everyone noticed the glowing object, but they couldn't see it clearly due to the obstruction of the outside world. Swoosh! The sudden appearance of a glowing world meant that this world was naturally extraordinary. A cultivator turned into a ray of light and flashed toward the world in front of him. However, just as he was about to charge forward, a powerful resistance appeared and instantly sent the cultivator flying. Bang! 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 Because there were too many cultivators with different thoughts, many of them were sent flying in an instant. What a strong resistance! Array masters, break the array. Seeing that someone was sent flying, some cultivators shouted for the array masters to come quickly. Array masters flew forward and looked at the world in front of them. After a while, they looked up and sighed, indicating that they couldn't do anything. Zichen looked at the world above him that was gradually enlarging, and his expression became very strange. What's wrong? Did you find something? Next to him, Shuntian asked. Zichen raised his hand, and a token appeared in his hand. At this moment, the token was glowing, emitting the same light as the world above. Isn't this the entry token? Why, could it be? The perfect domain seed is here. Shuntian suddenly realized and couldn't help but exclaim. When the others heard this, they all looked over. Zichen nodded without hesitation, which could be considered as an admission. The expressions of the people around them instantly changed. The previously relaxed atmosphere instantly became oppressive. Many unfriendly gazes were fixed on the token in Zichen's hand. These fellows with unkind gazes were all higher life forms that had yet to break through. Mansha's gaze swept over them and he coldly said, "If you aren't convinced, then come up. This time, I guarantee there will be blood and death." A powerful aura surged around Mansha's body. Wu Xie's eyes also became very cold. The high-level life forms who were stared at by those vertical pupils all felt uncomfortable. Shong Guanhong and Dong Qing stood guard beside Zichen. Lang Wei and Wu Shuang's gazes also became vigilant. Jin Qingcheng hesitated for a moment before moving her gaze away from Zichen. She didn't want the perfect domain seed anymore. As for the people from the 3 factions, Their expressions were very complicated because they didn't expect the perfect domain seed to appear so quickly. Shun Tian and the other two's expressions didn't change much. They were just curious about this world. I say, maybe you should try to open this place. The fortune teller looked at Zi Chen and suggested. Indeed. Shun Tian nodded without turning his head. The mist shadow used silence to express his agreement with the two's point of view. Since the three title holders had already spoken, it was obvious that there wouldn't be a fight for it. Zi Chen nodded and immediately let go of the token in his hand. As soon as he let go of the token, it directly turned into a ray of light and flew towards the world above. If Zi Chen hadn't held the token tightly, it would have flown out by itself. It was as if a key had met a corresponding keyhole. After the token entered, the originally firm space began to tremble. Then, ripples appeared, and a vortex-like door appeared. Swoosh. The appearance of the portal meant that everyone could enter. Hence, some people with ulterior motives impatiently rushed towards the vortex. However, just as they reached the vortex, a ray of light suddenly rushed out of the vortex. This ray of light landed on the higher life form's body. His body was struck by the light and he began to cough up blood. With one strike of the light, the higher life form was injured. The expressions of the people around him became ugly. Then, another two higher life forms that weren't slow followed in his footsteps. They coughed up blood and were also injured. The others were envious, but with the example of the three before them, they had to be more cautious. Rays of light that could injure higher life forms appeared from the rippling vortex, then fell down. To be more precise, they were falling down towards Zi Chen. If one ray could injure a higher life form, what about dozens or hundreds of them? The answer was that he was unharmed. These rays of light landed on Zi Chen's body and wrapped around Zi Chen, slowly bringing his body up. Being the first to enter the world naturally meant that they could obtain the perfect domain seed. Everyone's expressions changed. However, there was only one perfect domain seed. The others couldn't form an alliance. In addition, Zi Chen had so many powerful beings by his side. Although they were unwilling, they didn't make a move in the end. The mana realm was still very big and there were still many opportunities. They didn't need to completely offend Zi Chen and the others. This was because Zi Chen's current combat power was enough to kill a higher life form. If his team was included, then apart from the top 10 cities, if Zi Chen wanted to, he could kill any cultivator in any other city. During this time, of course, some people wanted to fight. Seeing that the rays of light didn't attack Zi Chen, they also turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. However, they were quickly sent flying. Idiot, could it be that the token is just for show? Could it be that the battle earlier was for nothing? Seeing these people who didn't know what was good for them, the fortune teller curled his lips and sneered. As soon as the battle ended, the perfect domain seed appeared. Even if Tian Ming was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that it was a coincidence. How could there be so many coincidences in the world? The sudden appearance of Man Shu and the others wasn't a coincidence. It was intentional. The appearance of the perfect domain seed wasn't a coincidence either. If it wasn't a coincidence, then it was the doing of the battle spirits. After all, the rulers of the mana realm were battle spirits. The appearance of the perfect domain seed meant that Zi Chen had passed the test. With this qualification, the others who wanted to take advantage of this loophole would be asking for trouble. It was unknown whether it was because Zi Chen didn't kill anyone or because the perfect domain seed was too important. Even if they knew that they would be sent flying, they still rushed forward again and again. No matter how good Zi Chen's self-control was, he couldn't help but frown. Then, his cold voice resounded in the sky. If you don't know what's good for you, after this matter is over, I'll bring people to visit each of you and ask for advice. Hearing these threatening words, everyone's expression changed, especially the humans in the cities. There were also some higher life forms who weren't convinced, but they were stopped by other humans. Perhaps the higher life forms weren't afraid of Zi Chen's visit, but the humans couldn't. Most of the people who came to the cities were humans. As for the higher life forms, they couldn't even be considered residents of the cities. Their nature was similar to that of Hupping City's Tiger God Mountain. The threat was effective, so no one dared to step forward. Zichen's figure also disappeared into the rippling door. When they saw Zichen disappear, everyone was disappointed. Clearly, this meant that they had brushed past the perfect domain seed again. They had completely lost their chance. Zichen stood in this glowing world. This world was indeed very big. Those balls of light that looked very small from the outside looked like huge balls of light from the inside. The orbs were arranged in an orderly manner, and they were emitting light of energy. They were like spheres filled with energy, which was somewhat similar to the spirit-gathering pearl. In each light ball, there was a lot of energy surging. These energies were like the spirit-linking domain core, constantly changing light. There were a total of 99 light balls here. Looking in the direction of his gaze, he quickly reached the position of the first light ball. That light ball looked almost the same except for the fact that it was slightly bigger. There was only one more sparkling and translucent object inside. That object was only the size of a thumb. It looked like a piece of jade, emitting a soft light. Of course, it wasn't a piece of jade. It was a seed that looked like a body seed. From the outside, it emitted a soft light like a piece of jade. In fact, it contained a perfect world law. If he used this seed to nurture a perfect domain, he would be able to create a perfect domain. Seeing the perfect domain seed, Zichen's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Then, the light brought him to the light ball at the top. When this world completely opened up to others, when the first cultivator appeared in this world, Zichen was already brought to the position of the first light ball. If Zichen wanted to, he could enter the light ball in one step and take the perfect domain seed. However, he didn't. He stood outside the light ball and waited for others to arrive. Many high-level life forms rushed in. Manshur and the others also flew in. Then, they looked around. However, more high-level life forms' gazes fell on the perfect domain seed beside Zichen. The atmosphere naturally became oppressive again. Perhaps, there would be a big battle here. Swoosh. Chapter 1487. The old man's sudden appearance had surprised everyone. However, what he said next was even more shocking. Everyone had the right to obtain the perfect domain seed. If that was the case, then wouldn't it mean that Zichen's desperate attempt to escape from the battle earlier had become a self-willed joke? Who was the old man? And why did he say that? Could it be that everything that had happened just now was his doing? Everyone was curious about the old man's identity. Of course, they were also curious about his words. Zichen looked at the old man quietly, not saying a word. Only those higher life forms felt their blood boiling after hearing the old man's words. They rubbed their palms together, their battle intent rising. The old man's smile did not diminish as he said the second sentence: if you want to obtain the perfect domain seed, you only have one chance to challenge. Whoever wants to obtain this one and only chance, fight for it. Everyone came to their senses and went into an uproar. Obviously, Zichen's previous battle was not a joke. The old man also agreed that if they wanted to obtain the perfect domain seed, everyone present would have to compete. The strongest among them would then fight against Zichen. Thinking back to the previous battle, how many higher life forms had Zichen injured? Now, even if 3 to 5 higher life forms stood together, they would not dare to take the initiative to find trouble with Zichen. In a one-on-one situation, who would dare to look for trouble in front of Zichen? Speaking of one-on-one, except for those powerful titled individuals or special existences that were comparable to titled individuals, no one would dare to take the initiative to find trouble with Zichen. Among them, Dark Mantle had fought with Zichen before and had personally experienced Zichen's fighting strength. In terms of physical strength, he was not as good as Zichen. In terms of speed, he was not as fast as Under the Heavens. The only thing he could rely on was the fact that he had mastered more profound battle techniques than Zichen. However, with these techniques, he could defeat Zichen. Dark Mantle shook his head and smiled bitterly. Naturally, he had no confidence in winning. The old man's second sentence caused another uproar. The old man waved his hand and the noise gradually dispersed. He said again, "You can choose to fight for the right to challenge. However, there is another option." Everyone listened quietly. The old man pointed at the gigantic balls of energy below and said, "There are 99 balls of energy below, and each of them contains extremely pure energy. This energy is just like the psychic domain crystal, it can be transformed into any energy you need. If you are in it, this energy will allow you to immediately break through to the domain realm. If your potential is high enough, not only will you be able to break through to a higher realm, but you will also be able to break through to a higher realm. The energy contained in this ball is enough to allow you to break through an entire realm. In the quiet small world, all the cultivators heard this and their hearts began to beat violently. Their expressions became excited. What kind of concept was forcefully raising one's cultivation by one level? In the outside world, some people would need hundreds of years, some would need thousands of years, and some would not be able to make a breakthrough in their entire lives. However, in this place, as long as one had the potential, the power of the light ball could be forcibly increased by one level. For those higher life forms who had already given up on the perfect domain seed, this light orb was truly a good thing. Their gazes became fervent. Compared to the perfect domain seed that they could not obtain at all, raising their cultivation by one level was the real benefit. The old man waved his hand and signaled for everyone to be quiet. He said, "Take note, those who want to enter the light orb to break through can no longer fight for the perfect domain seed. Those who want to fight for the perfect domain seed will not have the chance to enter the light orb again unless you are the one who obtained the perfect domain seed." Speaking of which, everyone should be guessing whether the trip to Tongyu Tower is coming to an end, whether the domain manor is about to close, and whether everyone will leave this place after breaking through. The old man paused and swept his gaze across the crowd. He said, "Then let me tell you clearly now. The previous events were just appetizers. The real benefits have yet to come. In Tongyu Tower, there is a final secret zone. Not only are there many resources, but there are also many luck points. Do you see those items in the trading area? Do you feel that the price is too high? Then let me tell you, if you successfully break through and enter the secret zone, I guarantee that when you come out, each of you will be able to exchange for at least 2 or 3 items that you want." Everyone's eyes lit up and their breathing quickened. There were indeed many good things in the trading area. Even many higher life forms were tempted. However, there is one thing I have to say in advance. That secret zone is very dangerous. Ordinary cultivators will only die if they enter. Therefore, this time, there are only 99 spots. In other words, only the 99 powerhouses who successfully break through with the light orb will be qualified to enter the secret zone. Most higher life forms' expressions changed when they heard this. It was obvious that if they wanted to obtain the perfect domain seed, they would have to voluntarily give up the light orb. However, if they defeated Zichen, they would still be qualified. What if they failed? Once they failed, they would lose all qualifications. If they lost the qualifications to break through, they would lose the qualifications to obtain luck points. No matter how talented they were, if they missed one opportunity after another, they would become a weakling due to the huge gap between their realms. In the manor realm, where life and death could happen at any time, the weak were obviously closer to death. This required a huge trade-off and a lot of confidence in one's own abilities. Zichen's gaze was still calm. Now, he was not afraid of anyone in the same realm. This trade-off was very difficult. On one hand, he had the perfect domain seed. On the other hand, he had the chance to break through. On the other hand, he had the perfect domain seed. On the other hand, Zichen's combat power was very strong. Some people were hesitating, but some were very happy. They went straight for the light orbs. There were 99 light orbs in total. The order was different, and the power contained in each orb was different. Even a fool would know that the light orbs at the front would contain more power. Swoosh! Some higher life forms rushed forward, but a golden light appeared and blocked them. Jin Qingcheng walked out of the golden light and floated toward the light orb at the top. As a person, it's better to be realistic. Seeing Jin Qingcheng coming forward, Hidden Mist shook his head and also went toward the light orb at the top. Zichen stood beside the light orb at the top. There was the perfect domain seed inside. Jin Qingcheng and Hidden Mist stopped below Zichen. The two looked at Zichen, and Zichen nodded at them. The two entered the light orb, one on the left and one on the right. This light orb was the first one after Zichen. "Look, You're one step too late. Fortune teller looked at Shun Tian and smiled. If we don't go now, we'll be even later. Shun Tian also smiled. Then, the two stepped forward together. As titled individuals, naturally, no one dared to compete with them. Hence, the two naturally went to the light orb behind Jin Qingcheng and Hidden Mist. Good luck. The two looked at Zi Chen and said in unison. Good luck to you too. Zi Chen nodded and smiled. The two entered the light orb, one on the left and one on the right. Next, a few more powerful existences stepped forward. They were all from the top cities. However, before these people could step forward, Wu Shuang and Lang Wei had already turned into streamers and rushed forward. At the same time, Man Shuo, Wu Xie and the others also flashed forward. Damn it, the positions in front are all good. A higher life form shouted, and then flew forward one after another. Almost all the high-level life forms moved. Only Dark Mantle did not move. He was still hesitating. However, as the light orbs were occupied one after another, the corner of his mouth began to twitch. He looked at Zi Chen with an uncertain expression. Zi Chen's face was calm. After noticing Dark Mantle's gaze, he also looked at Dark Mantle and smiled at him. There was calmness in his smile, but there was also absolute confidence. Damn it. Dark Mantle cursed. He could not summon up the courage to fight with Zi Chen. He could only take a step back and find a light orb to break through. Without the psychic domain core and the perfect domain seed, these high-level life forms should also break through. The old man was in the air, stroking his long beard with a faint smile on his face. Everyone was fighting below, but no one came to find trouble with Zi Chen. Zi Chen also happened to have some free time to think about the old man's words. Obviously, Jin Qingqing's guess after seeing those precious items came true. There was indeed a secret land for everyone to train in. However, Zi Chen thought about it carefully and felt that something was wrong. That place was definitely not as simple as what the old man said. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a big battle. Zi Chen even guessed that the psychic domain core and the perfect domain seed appeared because of this secret land. The battle below continued, but the space above Zi Chen was empty. All the high-level life forms had entered the light orbs. Those who were still fighting were special existences. Zi Chen did not put them in his eyes. Man Shuo and the others had also entered the light orbs. It was worth mentioning that Man Shuo and Wu Xie had also fought for 2 light orbs for the twins, allowing them to enter. Once they entered the light orb's surface would be activated, isolating everyone. No one will snatch it from you. Go in and refine the perfect domain seed. Just as Zi Chen was looking at the battle below with interest, the old man's voice sounded again. This time, it was directed at Zi Chen. The originally chaotic battle quietened down after the elder's words. Everyone lifted their heads to look at Zi Chen with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Zi Chen nodded and smiled gratefully at the old man. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he entered the first light orb. The light orb's seal was activated, isolating Zi Chen from the outside world. From now on, no one would be able to snatch Zi Chen's perfect domain seed. The old man nodded and smiled. The development of the situation surprised him, but he was also very satisfied. Zi Chen, this mysterious existence, was like a dark horse. He displayed a very strong power, causing them to sigh in admiration. Originally, they were optimistic about the 4 titled individuals, but now, they were optimistic about Zi Chen. As soon as Zi Chen entered the light orb, he saw the perfect domain seed turn into a ray of light and disappear in front of him. By the time he regained his senses, the perfect domain seed had already entered his reality world. Chapter 1488. The perfect glowing seed was naturally the perfect domain seed. It had already entered Zi Chen's reality space. Zi Chen sat cross-legged in the energy ball and looked at the perfect domain seed. Among the perfect domain seeds, there was only one type, which was a single law. The name of this law was heaven and earth. Having it was equivalent to having heaven and earth. This was the foundation of the world, and it was also the most perfect law. No one in the world could comprehend such a law. Only a few special existences, with heaven-defying opportunities and luck, could comprehend a bit of its meaning. However, it was impossible to achieve perfection. The perfect domain seed was unique in the world. The heaven and earth law it contained was also unique in the world. The heaven and earth law it represented contained all the laws of power in the world. There was good and evil, yin and yang, the 5 elements, and many other laws of power. It was like a spiritual domain seed. It contained all the laws of the world. After it recognized a master, it would automatically change when power was poured in. When Zichen broke through to the earth level, it took him more than 1,000 years to comprehend the laws. Just the amount of time he spent comprehending the laws exceeded the growth time of all the humans and higher life forms present. On top of that, Zichen's comprehension ability was not bad. In 1,000 years, he had grasped dozens of laws. Even so, Zichen had not grasped all the laws of the world below the heaven and earth law. Hence, Zichen could not use many of the laws within the perfect domain seed. He could only abandon them. Zichen sat cross-legged in the light ball. He did not absorb the energy within the light ball. This was because there was a lot of pure energy floating in his reality space. This energy belonged to the energy produced after Zichen's reality world collapsed. This energy was very pure and was most suitable for Zichen. It was most suitable for the perfect domain seed. A wave of energy floated out from the void. This wave of energy poured into the perfect domain seed and was immediately absorbed. From the outside, the perfect domain seed did not react. However, Zichen could sense that this wave of energy started to decompose into dozens of laws. Then, it activated the laws contained within the perfect domain seed. Another wave of energy poured in. The laws that Zichen had comprehended within the perfect domain seed were gradually activated. Wave after wave of energy appeared from the void and merged into the perfect domain seed. The perfect domain seed began to glow. This time, the light was no longer gentle. Instead, it was glaring. Within this glaring light, the rays of light were changing colors. Each ray of light represented a type of nomological power. More power poured in. This power was enough to make Zichen speechless. However, it could only stimulate the perfect domain seed. It could not allow it to grow. A blinding light bloomed from the perfect domain seed. The power of the rule Zichen comprehended was finally activated. The perfect domain seed was activated. After it was activated, a powerful suction force appeared on the small seed. The moment this suction force appeared, it enveloped Zichen's entire void world. Then, under this suction force, all the energy in the void world was absorbed by the perfect domain seed. The energy was boundless, but when it entered the perfect domain seed, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing in an instant. After a huge amount of energy poured in, the perfect domain seed finally changed. It began to crack. Rays of glaring light pierced through the perfect domain seed like colorful sharp blades. They shot into the void world and illuminated Zichen's world. As the perfect domain seed cracked, Zichen's void world began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The main change was that it shrank. The void world began to shrink rapidly. It was as if it was being swallowed by the perfect domain seed. In the end, it was all absorbed into the perfect domain seed. At this moment, Zichen's reality world had completely disappeared. Behind him, the 3-meter space had disappeared. There was only an origin point. It was an origin point that emitted a lot of nomological power. Outside the light sphere, the old man had been paying attention to Zichen. He had a calm and kind smile on his face. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. His eyes widened as he looked at Zichen in disbelief. In the sealed light sphere, beside Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, green lights suddenly appeared. These green lights looked like small trees. There were more than 20 of them. Void trees. They are all void trees. Even with the old man's status, after seeing so many void trees, his heart trembled violently, and his heart twitched violently. In the next moment, the green lights disappeared. The void trees were gone. This little guy from the Thunder Clan has had many fortuitous encounters. Just those void trees alone are enough to push him to a very high level. The old man stroked his snow-white beard and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The reality world entered the perfect domain seed and returned to the origin point. At this moment, Zichen's level was considered to have entered the domain realm. Rumble. Immediately after, a violent tremor came from the glowing perfect domain seed. The sound was as if the world was being split apart. It was like a seed that had sprouted. It was also like a colorful flower that had bloomed. The perfect domain seed opened up and released colorful lights. Zichen's world that had returned to the origin point opened up again. When the world opened up, the first thing that appeared was the perfect law of heaven and earth. The perfect law of heaven and earth supported a perfect world. The sky was empty and one couldn't see the top. The ground was solid and solid. It was made up of yellow sand. The ground was only 1 meter in radius. The sky was also 1 meter in radius. This perfect world was only 1 meter in radius. In this 1 meter perfect world, under the cover of the law of heaven and earth, the laws that Zichen had comprehended began to integrate. First came the laws of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The laws of the 5 elements integrated into the world. The yellow sand on the ground absorbed the law of fire. The ground gradually dried up and the yellow sand turned into solid ground. Fire gave birth to earth. Within the earth, the law of metal was born. Earth gave birth to metal. Under the law of metal, there was the law of water. With the law of water, there was naturally the law of wood. Metal gave birth to water. Water gave birth to earth. The 5 elements began to give birth to each other. In this 1 meter world, there was wood, water, and fire. There was the vitality of the 5 elements. Immediately after, the law of yin and yang entered this world. The law of yin represented silver. It turned into a silver moon and hung in the sky. The law of yang represented gold. It turned into a golden sun and also hung in the sky. Yin and yang were divided into silver and gold. They were also divided into black and white. However, the black and white colors couldn't change the law of heaven and earth. Immediately after, the law of life and death appeared. The law of true and false appeared. The law of good and evil appeared. Finally, the law of nature appeared. Under the appearance of many laws, the flow of time in this 1 meter perfect world finally changed. The silver moon disappeared and the world turned from nothingness to pure white. In the white world, the light of the golden sun shone down. It was warm like sunlight. The 1 meter sky was blue with a few clouds. Everything was revived at this moment. On the ground, vigorous vitality emerged. If someone stood in Zichen's 1 meter world, they would be shocked to find that this 1 meter world was a perfect world. There was heaven, earth, nature, the 5 elements, and the sun. The golden sun rose from the east and set in the west. The world turned dark and a silver moon appeared quietly. It shone with gentle silver light in this world where everything was silent. Night fell. It was as though the entire world had fallen into a deep sleep. Previously, Zichen had comprehended many laws. Now, these laws were all put to use. Together with the perfect domain seed, he had opened up a real world. Although the entire world was not perfect due to some other reasons, even so, when placed in the eyes of the people of the world, it would still cause boundless shock. This was because this wasn't a domain. It was a world. A perfect world. Once this world was successfully developed, Zichen would be a true sector lord. All the laws were integrated into this 1 meter world. This world was filled with vigorous vitality. The initial stage of this world was completed. This meant that Zichen had reached the early stage of the first stage domain realm. However, in order for this world to grow, it would require a huge amount of energy. Therefore, Zichen needed to absorb energy. It just so happened that the light sphere could provide this energy. A boundless suction force appeared. The energy within the light sphere poured into Zichen's body like a torrential flood. Then, it entered Zichen's 1 meter domain world. Under the infusion of endless power, the 1 meter wide reality realm also expanded. However, this expansion speed couldn't be directly proportional to the absorption speed. The expansion speed of the domain world was very slow. However, Zichen could understand this. This was a perfect world expanding. The expansion of every piece of soil required boundless power of laws to fill it. Zichen could understand this, but the old man standing in the air outside couldn't. This was because Zichen's consumption speed was too fast. He was ranked first. The energy contained within the light sphere should have been enough to raise an ordinary high-level lifeform by 2 levels. As for Zichen, the aura around his body was slowly increasing as he watched the energy flow away at a crazy speed. How can this be? How can it be so wasteful? Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he still couldn't see through Zichen. Other people could raise their cultivation by 2 levels. However, Zichen had only raised his cultivation by a small level after absorbing all the energy. He had gone from the early stage of the first stage to the mid-stage of the first stage. This energy was enough for other people to raise their cultivation by 2 levels. The old man was furious when he saw that the energy had been completely consumed, but there was only such a small effect. The old man was so angry that he couldn't wait to go forward and see what was going on. Chapter 1489. I'm invincible among those of the same level. Zichen's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears. His expression was calm, but he gave off a strong sense of confidence. When everyone heard this, their hearts and minds were shaken. I'm invincible among those of the same level. This not only applied to all humans, but also the higher life forms and of course, the titled ones. Such firm words. Was it confidence or arrogance? Everyone was puzzled, but no one lost their composure and exclaimed. They thought back to the previous battle when Zichen successfully broke through the encirclement. Although not all the cultivators from the various factions came to intercept him, Zichen's combat strength that swept away all the higher life forms was extremely shocking. At that time, Zichen was invincible among those of the same level. It was also at that time that the Dark Mantle, which was comparable to titled ones, didn't have the confidence to challenge Zichen. Now, Zichen had merged with the perfect domain seed and consumed several times more energy than everyone else. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was invincible among those of the same level. Good, very good. Come with me. Hearing this, the elder nodded in satisfaction. There seemed to be a trace of excitement in his deep and kind eyes. To be able to make the ruler of a domain realm so excited, it was obvious that he was very satisfied with Zichen's performance. Swoosh. Zichen's figure flashed and disappeared. His speed was so fast that no one noticed it. It was as if he had really teleported. Breaking through to the next realm and strengthening his soul, Zichen's ability to comprehend also increased. This time, he had created a complete world. During the process of the world's growth, Zichen had a deeper understanding of this world through his own world. As he understood the world, the fog in his mind gradually dispersed. As the fog dissipated, his understanding of certain techniques also improved by leaps and bounds. Zichen's understanding of the world's fastest speed had improved again. His speed was no longer limited to afterimages or spatial nodes, but a higher level of speed. This kind of burst of speed within a short distance was like true teleportation. Zichen's figure appeared and disappeared again. In the next moment, he was already thousands of meters away. This was the true speed of teleportation. As for the old man, although he was also moving forward, it was impossible to see him with the naked eye. Zichen traveled at top speed for 2 hours before he finally saw the old man's figure. The old man's back was facing Zichen, and his eyes were fixed on the void in front of him. With a flash, Zichen appeared beside the old man, standing half a step behind him. The old man looked back at Zichen and said, "Your perception is very strong, so strong that it surprised me. Senior, you flatter me." Zichen smiled and asked, "May I know why Senior has brought me here?" The old man looked forward again, and his eyes became deep. He pointed forward and said, "Look at what's there." There was only nothingness in front of them. There was nothing at all. The old man's words must have a deeper meaning. Zichen's eyes glowed with gold and silver light as he looked forward. There was still nothing in front of him, and he couldn't see anything unusual. However, in this void, there was an additional power. Zichen felt that this power was very familiar. After carefully thinking about it, his expression couldn't help but change. "You see it?" The old man looked at Zi Chen with slight surprise. The gold and silver light in Zi Chen's eyes dissipated. He shook his head and said, I can't see anything, but I can feel a power. It seems to belong to a foreign race. You also know about the foreign race. The old man's question was obviously not referring to the foreign race's battle spirit, but the real foreign race, because the power contained in the foreign race's battle spirit was not the real foreign race's power. Zi Chen nodded and said, I saw it once in the outside world, and I was almost killed. Every foreign race was a powerful existence. Any foreign race in the Zhanwu continent was worth paying attention to. Even the old man was no exception to this. He looked at Zi Chen and asked curiously, Can you tell me what happened? Zi Chen recalled the scene back then and answered truthfully. After hearing this, the old man couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the foreign race is everyone's enemy. It's duty-bound to slaughter them. It's just a pity that there are heroes who perished together with them. Senior, what is this place? Is it related to the foreign race? Zi Chen asked in confusion. The old man didn't answer but asked instead, You saw the scene of the Thunder Clan's destruction in the Broken World back then. Do you know how this mana realm was formed? The reason Zi Chen attracted attention and was called a dark horse by the old man was because of the turmoil caused by the Thunder Clan. The original controllers had been paying attention to the 4 titled sovereigns. Zi Chen recalled the scene he saw back then and pieced together the fragments in his mind. After outlining a simulated scene, he said, It should be the invasion of the foreign race. Many worlds like the Thunder Clan were shattered. In the end, the human powerhouses reunited and these shattered worlds became the Mana Realm. This was Zi Chen's guess. After hearing this, the old man said, You're right, but you're also wrong. Zi Chen didn't say anything and listened quietly. To be precise, this Mana Realm used to be a complete continent. This continent was connected to the Zhanwu continent. There were many forces on this continent, and these forces all had their own small worlds. When the foreign race suddenly invaded, the entire continent became a battlefield. After that, the small worlds shattered, and so did the entire continent. When Zi Chen heard this, a shocked expression appeared on his face. How much power did it take to shatter a real continent? Zi Chen knew very well how stable the space of the Zhanwu continent was. However, that great battle not only shattered the space, but also sank the continent. It was obvious how terrifying it was. However, when he recalled the scene of the Thunder Clan's destruction, even the Thunder Clan's powerhouses who could control time and space and transmit techniques across time and space were killed, it wasn't surprising that they sank the continent. There's no need to describe that great battle. Everyone can imagine how tragic it was. The foreign race came prepared for that battle, but in the end, we won. After that, the surviving powerhouses used their great power to piece together these shattered continents and sealed this place. During this time, they set up a formation of life. With the infusion of life force, the dead souls gradually began to revive and turned into fighting spirits. However, when the souls were revived, the dead foreign race geniuses were also awakened. The old man paused and then said, Of course, this is a story for later. You know that what I'm going to tell you now is what happened when the human powerhouses sealed this place. Back then, the humans thought that all the foreign races had died in the battle. However, when they pieced the continents together, they discovered that there were other severely injured foreign races who were still alive. At the last moment, these foreign races joined forces and forcibly opened up another world before the Mana Realm was established. Zi Chen's expression changed when he heard this. He couldn't help but say, Could it be that it's also a Mana Realm? That world is very small. It's not as big as the Mana Realm. Now, we call it the Nether Realm. The old man sighed. The Nether Realm? Does it have something to do with Tongyu Tower? Zi Chen's expression changed as he asked again. The old man looked at Zi Chen with admiration and said, It does have something to do with it. When the Mana Realm was first established, the humans were in control. Once the foreign race's fighting spirits were revived, they could use the rules of the Mana Realm to kill them immediately. Those foreign race powerhouses guessed the humans' intentions and opened up the Nether Realm at the critical moment. Because of this, The foreign race's fighting spirits that awakened in the mana realm would not be controlled by the rules of the mana realm. Zichen understood. When the mana realm was first established, it wasn't a training ground. Instead, it was a place to nurture soldiers and nurture fighting spirits. When these fighting spirits grew up in the future, they would still be humans and would still fight against the foreign races. However, the severely injured foreign races sensed the humans' intentions and destroyed it at the critical moment. This gave the foreign races' fighting spirits a chance to survive. Therefore, the original training ground became a training ground. The ultimate goal of the humans who came to train was to kill the foreign race's fighting spirits. When they opened up the nether realm, the foreign race also used the power of rules that belonged to the foreign race. It was said that they paid a huge price to make the nether realm completely separate from the mana realm and become an existence in another spacetime. This way, the foreign race's fighting spirits would be drawn into the nether realm. Because the two sides were in two different spacetime, the beings in the mana realm could not attack the foreign race at all. Over time, another foreign race army would appear in the mana realm. Zichen nodded. When he thought about it carefully, it made sense. The foreign race thought that they were smart, but the humans were not weak either. There was no lack of wise people among them. Therefore, the human powerhouses built a 9-story Tongyu tower in the two different spacetimes. This 9-story tower connected the two spacetimes and gave the humans a chance to enter the nether realm. This was a game between the humans and the foreign races. Although it was not as tragic as the previous battle, many human powerhouses died in the game. Of course, many foreign race powerhouses also died in the game. In the end, the entrance to the Tongyu Tower to the nether realm was forcibly closed. It can only be opened under certain conditions. What conditions? Zichen asked curiously. The elder's eyes became deep and serious. He looked ahead and said word by word, when the perfect domain seed condenses a law of heaven and earth. What does this have to do with the perfect domain seed? Zichen was confused. You've already refined the perfect domain seed and should know how magical it is. It contains a perfect law of heaven and earth. Do you think it's something that can appear in the world? It's magical and heaven-defying. Not only does it need to absorb the law of heaven and earth, it also needs to borrow the power of the foreign races. Chapter 1490. Zichen was completely stunned. Heaven-defying power. The perfect domain seed actually had the power to defy the heavens. This world would indeed produce many miraculous things, but it would never produce another world. Even if some special beings could comprehend the two great laws of heaven and earth, they could only comprehend one of them and not both. When an expert who had mastered the law of heaven died, his law of heaven would remain in the mana world. It was the same for an expert who had mastered the law of earth. However, these two laws could not be merged due to some reason of the heavenly Tao. During this period, a complete foreign law would be required. The foreign races came from beyond the heavens and were known as the foreign races. They did not need to abide by the laws of this world. Therefore, the addition of the law of heaven and earth and the perfect foreign races law would be equivalent to a perfect domain seed. A perfect domain seed was equivalent to the origin of a perfect world. It had the power to defy the heavens. Even if it was neutralized by the law of beyond the heavens, it would still not be tolerated by the heavenly Tao. The elder turned back and stared into Zichen's eyes. Therefore, there is only one perfect domain seed in this world, and only one will appear. You can assume that there is only one perfect domain seed in this world. Do you understand what I mean? Zichen nodded and said solemnly, I understand. There is only one perfect domain seed. Unless the person who refined it dies, there will not be a second perfect domain seed in this world. Since you understand this, you should also understand how difficult it is to open the mana world and the nether realm, right? The elder asked again. Zichen nodded again. Every time Tongyu Tower opened, it meant that the nether realm would open. Every time the underworld realm opens, it is extremely difficult. There will be a long period of time between each opening. No one knows what will happen inside. Therefore, every time the underworld realm opens, we are looking for the strongest 99 people. And this time, after the underworld realm opens, You, who have obtained the spiritual domain core and the perfect domain seed, will be the main force this time. You will be the leader. The other 98 people will be at your disposal. What you need to do is to do your best to eliminate all the battle spirits of the other races. Leading 98 powerful warriors and wiping out all the non-humankind battle spirits, Zichen immediately felt a great pressure in his heart. I wonder when was the last time the Nether Realm opened? The old man pondered for a moment before replying. It was the last time a perfect domain seed was formed. It should have been over 1,000,000 years since then. Zichen was taken aback when he heard this, and his expression kept changing. In 1,000,000 years, just how many battle spirits will there be? Moreover, just what level will the strength of these battle spirits rise to? There might even be an emperor-level battle spirit. Zichen shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. The old man waved his hand and said, "As for the reason of the battle spirit's strength, you don't need to worry too much about it. The rules of that place have all been broken. If nothing unexpected happens, then the battle spirit's realm definitely won't surpass the third domain realm. Third stage domain, but I'm only at the first stage." Zichen couldn't help but stare. Although you're only at the first stage, there are still quite a few people in the second stage. If you work together and form a team, it's entirely possible for you to wipe out everyone. Zichen, you're a dark horse. I have high hopes for you. The old man's encouraging and trusting expression made Zichen curl his lips. However, just as the old man had said, if they worked together well, their chances of survival wouldn't be small. Recalling the perfect domain seed the old man had just mentioned, Zichen asked curiously, "Did the people who had the perfect domain seed defy the heavens?" The old man's expression suddenly became strange. He smiled mysteriously and said, "After the last one entered the tower, he never came out. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to defy the heavens, but that he didn't have the opportunity to do so." "Ah, he's dead." Zichen was startled. He asked again, "What about the others who had the perfect domain seed?" The old man lifted his head to look at the sky and sighed. "They were all extremely talented people. I believe that they all had the ability to defy the heavens. Unfortunately, they didn't have the opportunity to do so." Zichen was stunned when he heard that. He asked, "What do you mean? Did everyone die?" "That's right. Unfortunately, everyone died." The old man nodded with regret. Zichen's face changed instantly. He pointed at the old man and said angrily, "You old man, you want to set me up? Everyone who had the perfect domain seed is dead. You want me to go and die?" The old man's regret disappeared. He glanced at Zichen and said indifferently, "You took the perfect domain seed. You chose the path yourself. How can you say that you set me up?" "But you didn't tell me this beforehand," Zichen said loudly. "But you didn't ask." The old man smiled faintly. Zichen was furious. He had the urge to go and kick the old man. However, when he thought about the difference between the two of them, Zichen was instantly discouraged. He shook his head and said, "No way. Let me tell you, there's no way at all. I won't go." So many people had died in there. Zichen didn't think that he was special. He didn't think that he could survive. Who knew that after hearing Zichen's discouraging words, the previously amiable elder's voice turned cold and indifferent as he said, "It is no longer up to you. You have to go whether you want to or not. You're threatening me." Zichen rolled his eyes. The old man's face changed again. He smiled and said, "You can think of it that way. If you go, you have a chance to live. If you don't, I'll slap you to death. After you go in, you can come out alive and go against the heavens. If you don't go in, you won't have a chance to do so." Zichen was cursing the old man's relatives in his heart. The perfect domain seed was **T. He thought that the old man made it up. He said that on purpose to send him to his death. If the perfect domain seed was really heaven-defying, those people wouldn't have died. Zichen wanted to risk his life, but who could he risk his life against? He couldn't beat the old man. Zichen found that he was discouraged again. The old man smiled and patted Zichen's shoulder. He comforted him, "After you go in, don't be careless. An awakened alien battle spirit isn't weaker than an ordinary person. After you go in, you'll be the leader. Not only do you have to think about your own life, but you also have to be careful of others. I've seen many talented people, but they all died because of carelessness after entering. If you're careful, you still have a chance to survive. Zichen glanced at the old man and curled his lips. He looked disdainful. He thought that he had taken advantage of the situation. He didn't expect that he would fall into such a desperate situation. Now, it seemed that the 99 people who entered the light sphere didn't have the right to refuse. What was done was done. It wasn't up to him whether he went or not. His eyes flashed. Zichen's mind was working. In the end, he thought of the most important point. Zichen had already accepted his fate. He could only agree. His eyes lit up. He raised his head and puffed out his chest. He said firmly, "Exterminating the alien race is everyone's responsibility. I, Zichen, will not shirk my duty." Seeing Zichen change so much, the old man looked at Zichen suspiciously. He said, "You have such high awareness. Let me tell you, everything here is under my supervision. You can't escape." Zichen patted his chest, putting on a righteous attitude. He said, "Senior, what kind of person do you think I am? I, Zichen, have killed aliens before. Now that I see an alien battle spirit, I will not shirk my duty to kill it." Good. Not knowing what Zichen was up to, the old man could only nod and express his relief. Zichen also nodded and said passionately, "We may not be able to return from this battle. However, in order to exterminate the alien battle spirits, we are willing to sacrifice ourselves." The old man was very satisfied. He thought that Zichen's awareness was getting higher and higher. However, Zichen changed the topic. He said, "But we have limited resources. I'm afraid we can't complete the mission well. It doesn't matter if we die, but I'm afraid." The old man clearly understood what Zichen meant. So this was what he was thinking. He waved his hand and said, "Cut the crap. What do you want? Just say it." Zichen laughed and said, "It depends on what you give me. I don't mind if you give me 8 or 10 void trees. I also don't mind if you give me dozens of level 9 royal weapons." Zichen's words angered the old man. 8 or 10 void trees and dozens of royal weapons. Did he really think these things were cabbages? He didn't expect Zichen to be so greedy. He waved his hand and said, "Don't even think about these things. Then I'd rather die than go in." Zichen put on a helpless expression. "Kid, you're looting a burning house. You're also threatening me. Do you know who I am?" The old man's eyes flashed coldly. Zichen puffed out his chest and said seriously, "I'm just stating a fact. We have too few people and too few resources." Then, the two of them stared at each other, not giving in. The old man was so angry that he laughed. He had seen many people who had obtained perfect domain seeds. Almost all of them were titled individuals. Their personalities were similar to Shuntian Dao and the others. When they heard about the alien race, they agreed without hesitation. This was righteousness, the highest righteousness. They weren't like Zichen, who was bargaining. Seeing the old man's unyielding expression, Zichen said, "Our chances of survival are too small. If you don't give me something, I won't go." Bargaining with righteousness? The old man had already labeled Zichen as shameless. He didn't want to argue with him anymore. He said directly, "The source of life that recovers strength. 1,000 drops per person." Zichen was delighted. He said, "Weapons and armor. 1 for each person. Don't go overboard." The old man's eye started to twitch. "This is to ensure that everyone can come back alive. It's also my last request," Zichen said seriously. "Okay, 1 for each person." The old man nodded. Chapter 1491. Zichen could not help but sigh at the stinginess of the cultivators on the battle spirit side as he looked at the domain world that could only fit 1 void tree. He knew that he had absorbed a lot of energy, but expanding the domain world by 1 meter was too stingy. Zichen did not know that the amount of energy he had consumed after breaking through this time could not be compared to the previous 2 times. This was because the previous 2 times he had expanded space, but this time he had expanded a world. Moreover, it was a perfect world. Zichen did not know this. The only thought in his mind was to expand his domain world by a few dozen meters until it could fit all the void trees. In Zichen's opinion, this request was not excessive at all. If the old man in the air knew what Zichen was thinking, he would definitely be hopping mad. The old man naturally guessed Zichen's thoughts as he looked at the empty light sphere and saw Zichen's frown. As expected of a controller who had seen so much of the world, his emotions quickly stabilized. With a wave of his sleeve, the sky above Zichen broke open. A beam of light formed from energy descended and enveloped Zichen's entire body. "Can't you absorb it? Then I'll let you absorb it to your heart's content." The old man looked at Zichen and threw caution to the wind, ready to fulfill his wish. Outside the light spheres, the cultivators who had lost their qualifications looked at them enviously. Most of the cultivators were looking at Zichen. This was because Zichen was the one who had truly benefited from this trip to Tongyu Tower. Not only had he obtained the spirit domain core, but he had also obtained the perfect domain seed. Now, he had obtained a light sphere that could raise his cultivation level. If they were not wrong, Zichen's light sphere had the most energy. Zichen had not absorbed the energy in the light sphere, which made some people laugh. They thought that even if Zichen had the opportunity, it would be useless if he could not absorb it. However, as the suction force appeared around Zichen's body, they were shocked to discover that their strength was rapidly being sucked away. In fact, the speed at which it was being sucked away was even faster than the other 98 people combined. Not much time had passed, and the power in Zichen's light ball had been emptied. "It's over. That's it. How long has it been? He has already absorbed all the energy." Could it be that Zichen broke through a level in such a short time? Everyone was stunned because at this moment, even in the light orbs where the titled individuals were, nearly 90% of the power had not been absorbed. Could it be that there's very little power inside? It should be very little. Otherwise, it wouldn't have disappeared so quickly. Someone cried out in surprise, thinking that he had thought of the most crucial point. Soon after, many people agreed. Now that Zichen had obtained the perfect domain seed, the less power in the light sphere, the more comfortable they felt. But in the next moment, they saw a hole appear in the sky. Then, a beam of energy appeared and began to inject energy into the light sphere where Zichen was. For a moment, all kinds of discussions came to an abrupt end. Everyone's faces were filled with envy and jealousy. It seemed that the murmur in his heart had an effect. In the light sphere, which was originally empty of energy, there was a rich power again. After feeling the rich power again, Zichen's slightly furrowed brows relaxed. A smile naturally appeared on his face as he began to absorb again. This power was very pure. Even with the harsh power required by Zichen's perfect series, he did not need to deliberately refine it. He could directly absorb it. From this, it could be seen that the source of this power must be very extraordinary because it was too pure. He could directly absorb it and increase his strength. There was no need to worry about anything else as long as he could control it with his spiritual thoughts. When Zichen broke through to the domain realm, his spiritual thoughts, which had been suppressed for a long time, also broke through. After the breakthrough, his perfect spiritual thoughts began to soar crazily. In almost an instant, it reached the intermediate stage of the first domain realm. After a slight pause in this stage, it soared again and reached the advanced stage of the first domain realm. Spiritual thoughts represented the soul, and in fact, it also represented the state of mind. Zichen's state of mind had already reached a very high level. Naturally, his soul was also incomparably powerful. Previously, it was only because he had not broken through to the next stage that he repeatedly suppressed it. Now that he did not need to suppress it and had completely released it, it was like a well-prepared eruption. In the end, his soul realm stopped at the peak of the first domain realm. He was only one step away from the second domain realm. When one state of mind and soul reached this level, it also meant that Zichen's state of mind could also reach the peak of the first-grade domain realm and stop at the entrance of the second-grade domain realm if he had enough power. Endless power was injected into the light sphere. Zichen began to absorb it freely. In the distance, those people were dumbfounded as they watched the light sphere, which was filled with energy, disappear again and again. At this point, If they still could not figure out something, they would be real fools. In particular, the corners of the eyes of the elder in the sky twitched from time to time. It was obvious that he was in pain. If the energy in a light sphere can raise the world by one domain realm, doesn't that mean that Zichen's current realm has passed the fifth domain realm? Yes, the energy in the light sphere has been depleted 5 times. Zichen should be at the fifth domain realm now. In just a few hours, he actually crossed 5 domains. This Zichen has created another miracle. Miracle? Can this be called a miracle? This is called a miracle. Discussions could be heard from the shocked crowd from time to time. Zichen's 2-meter world was slowly moving towards a 3-meter world. Although it was only an increase of 1 meter, 1 meter represented a larger space and naturally required more power. If the 3-meter world was treated as 3 circles, then the first 1-meter circle would be covered by the 2-meter circle. The total area would be more than double. Similarly, 3 meters would cover 2 meters and the total area would be even larger. After 2 experiences, Zichen knew that the 3-meter world was a critical point in his world. The process of reaching the 3-meter world was the most difficult. This was just like the great path of heaven and earth. The great path gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. Only when the world reached the 3-meter world would it be considered the first true transformation. When it continued to expand, it would not require such a huge amount of resources. Although the area was getting larger, it lacked the law of the Tao. Even if the domain realm grew slowly, it would still reach the 3-meter world. When it reached the 3-meter world, it meant that Zichen's realm had already reached the late-stage first domain realm. Since there was a huge amount of power pouring into it, Zichen did not hold back and continued to expand the 3-meter world. This time, he expanded it to the limit of his body. This limit was also the 3-meter limit. The peak of the first domain realm. If he tried to force a breakthrough and his spirit realm could not be suppressed, Zichen would be in danger of exploding. He stopped absorbing and opened his eyes. The light pillar above his head had also disappeared. The restrictions around the light sphere also disappeared the moment Zichen opened his eyes. With a breakthrough in his spirit realm and spirit realm, Zichen felt stronger than ever. His spirit was also better than ever. He got up and looked at the other light spheres. He realized that no one had come out. He was the fastest. Then, he looked around again. Zichen saw the disqualified humans below. At this moment, these people seemed to be petrified. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths were agape, and they looked at him with shock and horror. Everyone had the same expression. Zichen could not help but smile bitterly when he saw this. Obviously, he had stood out again. Everyone's expressions were naturally because he had exhausted too much energy. Suddenly, Zichen thought of something. He could not help but look up at the sky where the old man had been standing. Zichen saw the old man again. He did not leave. Zichen looked at the old man with a smile and was about to express his gratitude. The old man was also smiling, but the corners of his eyes were twitching from time to time. This was an expression of pain. Zichen, who was about to express his gratitude, froze. The words he was about to say were stuck in his throat and he could not say anything. This was because he understood the old man's pained expression. He was afraid that the old man would think that he had taken advantage of him after expressing his gratitude. It would not be good if he got beaten up. Although his realm had increased and his combat strength had become stronger, Zichen did not think that he was invincible. At the very least, he was not a match for the old man in front of him. Good, very good. The change in Zichen's expression was clearly seen by the old man. In his heart, he could roughly guess what Zichen was thinking. He smiled and casually said, "Yes, that's right. What realm are you in now?" After the old man finished speaking, the others pricked up their ears. They guessed that Zichen's current realm was at least the 4th domain realm. "Senior, I am currently at the peak of the 1st domain realm. I am only 1 step away from the 2nd domain realm." Zichen bowed and replied. Although he had already sensed it earlier, when he heard Zichen say it personally, the corners of his eyes could not help but twitch. Good, very good. Very good. The old man realized that he did not know what to say. He could only nod and agree. When the humans below heard this, they burst into an uproar. He is only at the peak of the first domain realm after consuming so much energy. How is this possible? With so much energy, he would have reached the third domain realm even if he had forcefully transferred it. Let's not talk about the third domain realm. He should be at least at the peak of the second domain realm. What a waste, what a waste. The crowd could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. How can there be consumption for no reason in this world? Amongst the crowd, Xueming looked at Zi Chen as a bitter smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he could no longer describe the gap between him and Zi Chen. The current Zi Chen had reached a level where he could only look up to him. They had both entered the Tongyu Tower. When they had entered, they were about the same level. However, when they reached the top of the 9th level, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. You have consumed a lot of energy, but your realm did not increase much. How is your combat strength? The old man's emotions returned to normal and he asked loudly. Zi Chen closed his eyes and sensed the 3-meter world. He also sensed some perfect souls. In the end, he unexpectedly realized that even his physical body had reached its limit. He opened his eyes and said confidently, I am invincible among those of the same level. P.S. I just realized that I missed a chapter. Sorry. This book came from the publisher. Read the original content as soon as possible. Chapter 1492. The old man was displeased by Zi Chen's insatiable greed, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. He no longer wanted to listen to the guy who was haggling with righteousness, so he directly waved his hand and said, I won't agree to any of your additional requests, but I can promise you one thing today. If you can complete the mission, I'll raise your city's ranking by 10 places. Raise my city by 10 places, and you can change the ranking of Shuntian Prefecture as you please, senior. The old man's promise shocked Zi Chen. Zi Chen knew very well how difficult it was to raise Shuntian Prefecture's ranking. Since Hupping City's existence, who knew how many people had worked hard to raise their ranking, but they did not even raise it by a single place. However, the old man had now directly promised him that he could raise his city's ranking by 10 places. What did it mean to be ranked 10? It meant that his city would go from 108 to 98, directly entering the top 100. At that moment, Zi Chen did not know that the killings he had unintentionally caused along the way had already pushed Hupping City's ranking into the top 100. The people of Hupping City were all looking forward to their safe return. Zi Chen was currently unaware of everything that had happened in Hupping City. In his heart, he really couldn't refuse the 10 rankings given by the old man, as this was a huge matter for Hupping City. The old man's straightforwardness made Zi Chen feel embarrassed. He smiled and said in a slightly bashful manner, Actually, you've misunderstood me, senior. I only have a small request, but since you're so generous, there's no need to mention it. The old man glanced at Zi Chen in disdain and said, It's a small request. Let's hear it. Zi Chen stole a glance at the old man and said, I want to make a trip back to the 3rd floor. I left my weapon there, and I want to get it back. The old man looked at Zi Chen and smiled meaningfully. You should be talking about your Dragon Soul Spear. Its transformation is indeed coming to an end, but I think your true objective is the collapsed world of the Thunder Clan. However, I'd advise you not to play any tricks. In the entire prefecture domain, you can only open your domain in the sphere of light from before. Once you leave that place, the domain will automatically isolate itself, and you won't be able to open it. This is the rule of the prefecture domain, and no one can change it. Ah! Zi Chen was stunned. He asked, Don't you have special privileges, senior? The old man shook his head. It's useless even if you have special privileges. This is a rule set by our predecessors. No one can break it unless the prefecture domain collapses and the rules become incomplete. What about the Nether Realm? Zi Chen asked again. He suddenly became very nervous. It's the same no matter where you go. But because the laws in the Netherworld aren't complete, you can barely draw upon a trace of energy from the region. The higher your cultivation is, the more energy you'll be able to draw upon. This is the main reason I want all of you to improve your cultivation. Are there no special circumstances? Is there no one who can open a domain? Zichen looked very dejected. The old man seemed to enjoy seeing Zichen's dejected expression. He laughed mockingly. Of course there are special circumstances, but they are extremely special in the world. They require many special circumstances to appear, but unfortunately, you don't have these circumstances. What special circumstances? Zichen asked. The old man looked impatient. You won't understand even if I tell you. Do you still want to go to the 3rd floor? If so, I'll send you. Zichen nodded. Of course. I have one last request. If we're lucky enough to come out alive, I hope you can give more of their inheritances to my companions. Okay, I promise. Although the old man was dissatisfied, he still nodded. Zichen and the old man finally reached a compromise after bargaining for a long time. Zichen was sent to the 3rd floor. For the controller, this was a simple matter. When he arrived, Zichen did not look for the Dragon Soul Spear. Instead, he went straight to the Thunder Clan's shattered world. You overestimate yourself. Zichen faintly heard an old voice ring out in the sky. Zichen did not have time to care if this was an illusion or not. It was already very difficult for him to appear calm in front of the old man. No one could open a domain, but Zichen could. It had been so since he arrived at the Manor World, and it was still so now. This was Zichen's secret. Outsiders did not know about it. Of course, Mancha knew about it, but they were not outsiders. According to the old man, no one who had obtained a perfect domain seed had ever come out alive. Zichen did not believe that they had all been careless. No matter what, the Netherrealm was dangerous. Zichen's secret of being able to open a domain would be his greatest trump card after entering the Netherrealm. When he arrived at the shattered ThunderClan's world again, there were no other cultivators around. More than 90% of the people were now gathered at the top floor. This shattered world was specially prepared for the ThunderClan. The death rate of other people was also very high. Zichen disappeared from the platform in a flash and appeared on a fragment of the world. This fragment of the world was not a complete world. It was caused by the collapse of a small world refined by a cultivator. When Zichen was in the corporeal realm, he could not sense the abnormality of this place. However, now that he was in the domain realm, he immediately sensed the extremely pure power of thunder on the fragments under his feet as he released his powerful spiritual thoughts. Standing on a fragment, Zichen took a step forward and spread his spiritual thoughts to envelop the surroundings. A 3-meter domain world appeared. At this moment, the old man's attention was already placed on the other titled sovereigns, and he had no time to pay attention to Zichen. If he was fortunate enough to witness the scene of Zichen opening his domain, his expression would definitely change, and perhaps he would change his strategy because of this. However, he did not. In the old man's heart, Zichen was just a dark horse with great potential. However, there was still a big gap between him and the legendary existence. The most important thing was his temperament. The old man was angry at the thought of bargaining with righteousness. A suction force appeared on Zichen's body. This suction force was infinitely magnified under the effect of the domain world. Within a 3-meter radius, wisps of power suddenly appeared on the surface of the ground. These wisps of power were pure domain world energy and were absorbed by Zichen's domain world. Because he had already reached his limit, these wisps of power did not merge with the world after being absorbed by it. Instead, they floated in the sky of the world. They were like traces of colorful ribbons of light. As the last wisp of power was absorbed, Zichen put away the domain world and walked to another fragment. The original fragment directly turned into nothingness and dissipated because it had lost all its spiritual power. The fragments of the ThunderClan's world disappeared just like that. In Zichen's 3-meter domain world, the colorful ribbons gradually turned into colorful clouds. Among the colorful clouds, there were many colorful raindrops. From gasification to liquefaction, and finally to solidification. In Zichen's 3-meter domain, there were many colorful particles. They were like colorful crystals embedded in the sky. They were densely packed, like Xingchen. Each solidified colorful crystal contained extremely pure and terrifying world energy. Once these energies were unleashed, the power would be unimaginable. Similarly, If these energies were absorbed, Zichen's realm would rise again and again. Time quickly passed, and the 7 days set by the old man were up. Seeing that there were still many fragments of the ThunderClan's world, Zichen felt rather regretful. There are so many fragments of the ThunderClan's world. They are much more valuable than domain fragments. It's a waste to leave them here. Zichen was very unwilling. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his eyes lit up. A purple gold gourd floated out of his forehead. This was something Zichen had obtained in the Tianwu continent. Back then, it had contained Xingchen's sand. Along the way, the purple gold gourd had surprised Zichen again and again. It had helped Zichen greatly. This time, Zichen also placed his hopes on the purple gold gourd. He pulled out the stopper and the purple gold gourd turned upside down. A misty light spat out of the gourd's mouth and enveloped the fragment below. Come. Zichen held the purple gold gourd and shouted. Rumble. The ground shook, and the entire fragment trembled. Then, it floated up bit by bit. Seeing this, Zichen's face immediately lit up. Obviously, the purple gold gourd didn't disappoint him. However, before Zichen could fully express his joy, a surge of lightning energy suddenly appeared on some nearby fragments. This lightning energy contained the will of thunder and fell on the trembling fragment. Swish! The misty light spat out of the purple gold gourd's mouth was instantly cut off by this will, and the fragment slowly returned to its original place. He had failed. However, Zichen didn't look depressed. Instead, his eyes lit up. This time, he mobilized the lightning energy in his domain and enveloped the purple gold gourd. The misty light spat out by the purple gold gourd also had an additional layer of lightning energy. After being enveloped by the lightning energy, the fragment slowly floated up again. This time, the will of thunder didn't appear. As expected, this thing can only be obtained by the Thunder Clan. Zichen was enlightened in his heart. His admiration for the ancestors of the Lightning Clan grew. He hadn't seen the faces of those seniors, but he could feel the protectiveness of the Thunder Clan from the way they cared for the people of the Thunder Clan. The will of thunder didn't appear until the purple gold gourd collected the entire fragment. Next, the collection became simple. Rumbling sounds continued to resound as the fragments of the Thunder Clan were collected one after another. On the first level, many cultivators walked out of the light sphere. From the joy on their faces, it was obvious that they had gained a lot. The old man had been paying attention to these people and was very satisfied with their performance. After waiting for everyone to come out, Zichen didn't return. The old man couldn't help but frown. Then, he saw Zichen collecting the fragments. The old man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You little guy, you're so greedy. Whether you can come back alive is still uncertain, but you actually collected so many fragments. Chapter 1493. Just as Zichen was being swept away, a dragon's roar resounded from the 3rd floor of the Tower of Seclusion. A dragon shadow rushed out, its body glowing with silver light. It transformed into a silver spear and pierced through the air. Zichen returned to the world of the light orbs and stood in the position of the first light orb. As soon as he stood up, everyone's eyes fell on Zichen. Zichen's eyes were filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. If there was enough time, he could guarantee that he would take away all the fragments, not leaving a single drop behind. Everyone looked up at Zichen with different expressions. Zichen was the one who benefited the most from this trip to the tower. Not only did he obtain the domain core, but he also obtained the perfect domain seed. The best position in the light orb was also occupied by Zichen. Of course, they also gained a lot. Before Zichen appeared, they were very satisfied with this trip. However, after Zichen's appearance, some people couldn't help but feel jealous. The elder's figure disappeared in midair and reappeared beside Zichen. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Zichen and looked at the 98 cultivators below. He said, "Before you go, I have to explain something to you." Everyone pricked up their ears and listened quietly. The old man patted Zichen's shoulder and said, "He is the leader of your group. During the journey, all of your actions will be under his command. As for his name, I don't think I need to introduce it." There was no one in the prefecture realm who didn't know Zichen's name. However, It was one thing to know Zi Chen's name, but it was another to be under Zi Chen's command. Among the 98 cultivators below, at least 60 of them were the real leaders. As for the others, they had the potential and qualifications to be leaders. What right did a mere Zi Chen have to lead these leaders? Apart from Man Shi and the others who still supported Zi Chen, the others were unsurprisingly in an uproar. Many of them were against the idea. Why should Zi Chen be the leader? Zi Chen's combat strength isn't weak, but as the leader, it's not just a matter of combat strength. I think we should choose one of the titled ones. Very soon, voices of opposition were heard. The smile on the old man's face did not diminish. He waved his hand, indicating for the crowd to quiet down. Then, he said, I'll say the same thing again. If you don't agree, you can challenge them. However, once the leader is chosen, everyone must support him unconditionally. The crowd suddenly became extremely quiet. When it came to challenges, many people lost their confidence. Leaders rely on wisdom, not combat power, one of the cultivators said. The old man smiled and said, power is the greatest wisdom. The person below was speechless, and the expressions of the others also changed. It was very obvious that the old man's attitude had already made it clear that the leader only wanted combat power and not intelligence. Down below, many people's expressions changed, but no one dared to step forward to challenge the leader. The old man saw through everyone's thoughts at a glance. He then said, by the way, whoever becomes the leader will receive an additional reward when they return. This reward is not specific to the individual, but to the city they belong to. It can raise their ranking by 1 to 10 places. Once again, an uproar broke out among the silent crowd. The city's ranking varied from 1 to 10 places. This was obviously a ranking that targeted the leader's own city. If it was second place, Destiny City, it would only be 1 place. If it was third place, it would advance by 2 places, directly squeezing out first place Shuntian City. If Hu Ping City was the last of the 10 million years, then Shuntian City had been the leader since the establishment of Shuntian Prefecture. Like Hu Ping City, this position had never been shaken. The only difference was that one was the last of the 10 million years, while the other was the leader. Squeezing out the last of the 10 million years was dishonorable, and no one was interested in that. However, if they could squeeze out the leader's ranking, it would undoubtedly cause a stir in the entire prefecture. This was glory, and no one could miss it. I'll do it. Under the stimulation of the ranking, many people who had been wavering before made up their minds. With a loud shout, a person walked out of the crowd. Yi Ming of Goldleaf City. Please enlighten me. A clear voice rang out. The person who walked out was Yi Ming. Yi Ming raised his head and looked at Zi Chen. His eyes were cold and confident. After refining the energy in the glowing orb, he had gained a lot. His strength had broken through the first layer of the domain and reached the middle of the second layer. His combat strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Without waiting for Zi Chen's reply, the old man nodded and said, very well. As the leader, you must be strong enough. You are also allowed to take turns. Let's begin. With that, the old man left in a flash. Zi Chen was a little speechless. He really did not understand what the old man meant. He had clearly said that he would be the leader, but now he wanted to challenge him. Was he worried that he would not be able to control the others after entering the Nether Realm? Or was he looking for other dark horses? Zi Chen did not understand, but the battle had to continue. Zi Chen looked down at Yi Ming and asked, how are we going to fight? Of course it's a battle of strength, Yi Ming said loudly, looking very confident. Zi Chen nodded and said, if we're talking about a battle of strength, then your strongest point should be your spiritual sense. All right, I'll fight with your spiritual sense. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light rushed out from between Zi Chen's brows. The golden light turned into Zi Chen and rushed into Yi Ming's sea of consciousness. A battle of spiritual sense was very dangerous, and the outcome could be determined very quickly. However, this was for ordinary people. The battle between Zi Chen and Yi Ming should last for a long time. Logically speaking, the two people who were fighting should not move. However, as soon as Zi Chen's spiritual sense rushed out, he moved. He walked down the stairs step by step and walked toward Yiming. Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not understand why. However, soon, someone guessed that Zichen was not using his full strength. In other words, Zichen was still holding back. Could Zichen, who was holding back, defeat a beast tamer at his peak? To the others, it was probably not. However, they could not be sure that Zichen would definitely lose, so everyone fell into a dilemma. Man Shi and Wu Xie walked together. The two of them looked at Zichen, who was walking down with a calm expression. Wu Xie chuckled and said, "Look, that guy is going to be unlucky. This guy is too bad." "It's good that he's unlucky," Man Shi said coldly. Yiming was indeed going to be unlucky. Zichen approached. Without saying anything, he raised his fist and threw a punch. He did not hit Yiming's lower abdomen, nor did he hit Yiming's heart. He did not hit Yiming's face. He hit Yiming's eyes. The punch was very powerful and very ingenious. Yiming took a few steps back. His one eye instantly swelled. The punch was effective. An uproar came from the surroundings. Evidently, no one had expected such a situation. Multitasking consumed a lot of spiritual thought. Logically speaking, Yiming should have seized the opportunity when Zichen was distracted to destroy Zichen's spiritual thought. However, he did not. Yiming did not wake up. Naturally, the battle was still going on. Yiming, who had retreated, did not fall. Zichen threw another punch. Yiming's other eye swelled. The others were speechless. Some of them were stunned. Zichen looked calm. He threw another punch. This time, he hit Yiming's face directly. The punch landed. Yiming's face was swollen. The punch landed again. His face was swollen again. Thud, 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 thud. Yiming was like a puppet, being punched repeatedly. Zichen's strength was ingenious. After so many punches, Yiming's face was almost swollen. However, he did not knock Yiming down. The crowd was dumbfounded. Their eyes and mouths were wide open. They found it unbelievable. Zichen was obviously multitasking as his body was being punched. However, what was Yiming's soul doing? Why didn't he take the opportunity to fight back? Why didn't he destroy Zichen's soul? Looking at the sluggish Yiming's head gradually becoming swollen, Shuntian could not help but cover his face. He said, "It's a tragedy for Yiming to encounter Zichen." Fortune teller had a smile on his face. He sighed and said, "Isn't that so?" He was humiliated in front of Zichen again and again. Today, he was beaten to a pulp. Yiming of Golden Leaf City, the pride of God, has never been wronged like this. Hidden Mist said with a faint smile, "Can't the two of you see this?" "See what?" The two of them were puzzled. Hidden Mist pouted and said, "Zichen is quite ruthless. He doesn't just want to humiliate Yiming. He also wants to show some people that he's still a young man. He's not very mature yet. He just wants to show off his absolute strength in front of some people." The two of them looked at Jin Qingcheng and instantly understood. Jin Qingcheng was not far from the three of them. Naturally, she heard Hidden Mist's words. Her pretty face could not help but blush. However, looking at Zichen's punches, there was a hint of worry in her eyes. Yiming's identity was extraordinary. After being humiliated like this today, he would definitely not let it go. In the future, Zichen would be in trouble. Looking at the punches that kept falling, many people who knew Yiming's methods changed their expressions. Obviously, Yiming had not recovered for a long time. It must be because he was suppressed. Yiming could still be suppressed while multitasking. This showed how strong Zichen's spiritual sense was. He was one level lower than Yiming, the beast tamer, but he could still suppress Yiming's strongest spiritual sense. At this moment, everyone deeply felt how terrifying Zichen's spiritual sense was. At this moment, what was Yiming doing? Everyone wanted to know. In Yiming's sea of consciousness, light shone brightly. Yiming's shout resounded like thunder, willow leaf slash. A powerful aura surged after Yiming's words. Yiming's entire body was glowing. This attack was very powerful. However, before Yiming's attack landed, A fist that emitted golden light smashed into Yi Ming's face. Bang! Yi Ming was pushed back. The aura surging around him instantly dissipated. At this moment, Yi Ming's spiritual sense was also being beaten up by Zichen. His face was about to turn into a pig's head. Zichen, you've gone too far. Yi Ming shouted angrily. However, Zichen did not say a word. He took a step forward. He moved extremely quickly and arrived in front of Yi Ming. Then, he punched his face again. Yi Ming borrowed the force and flew back thousands of meters. However, Zichen followed him like a shadow. When Yi Ming's figure stopped, he punched again. In the outside world, Yi Ming was passively being beaten. The people watching were speechless. In the sea of consciousness, Yi Ming was also being beaten up. Zichen was completely suppressing Yi Ming. P.S. When I came back, I realized that there was a mistake. I instantly understood that my account was hacked. I asked the editor to check it out. It was very dramatic. A few days ago, the login of my account was already abnormal. Someone logged into my account and gave away all the K-coins 10 days ago. They even used my account to leave a message. I'm speechless about this. In the wee hours of last night, an extremely deceptive advertisement was posted. Chapter 1494. Many cultivators covered their faces as they looked at Yi Ming's miserable state. Although they couldn't bear to look at him, they were laughing happily in their hearts. Yi Ming's face was swollen like a pig's by Zichen's punches. The other cultivators from Golden Leaf City wanted to go forward, but one of them was directly punched by Zichen. They finally understood Zichen's strength. They just stood in the distance and glared at Zichen, not daring to go forward. A golden light rushed out of Yi Ming's sea of consciousness and returned to Zichen's sea of consciousness. Zichen's body just happened to stop punching at this time. He turned around and walked toward the high platform. Yi Ming, who was in a daze, slowly returned to normal. The first thing he felt was pain. His face was burning with pain. Damn it, could it be that the pain from the spiritual sense has spread to the physical body? Yi Ming cursed. He was glad that this happened in his sea of consciousness. No one saw it, so it wasn't embarrassing. Even if Zichen wanted to use this as an excuse, it would be fine as long as he didn't admit it. With that in mind, the corners of Yi Ming's mouth curled up slightly. He couldn't help but smile proudly at his intelligence. Yi Ming immediately felt pain at the corner of his mouth. He grimaced for a while. At the same time, he cursed Zichen for being too ruthless. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill him. As he glanced around casually, Yi Ming realized that everyone's eyes were on him. All of them had strange expressions on their faces. They looked like they were smiling but not smiling. They looked like they were crying but not crying. They looked like they were in pain. Yi Ming was anxious. He thought to himself, didn't I just lose? What's the big deal? Winning and losing are common. Moreover, Zichen was the master of the perfect domain seed and the psychic domain core. It was normal for him to be a little special. While thinking about this, Yi Ming could still feel the burning pain on his face. For this, he cursed Zichen in his heart. He was too ruthless. Even his body had a sensory reaction. Pairs of strange eyes looked at him. Those faces wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. They kept staring at him. Yi Ming gradually felt that something was wrong. His expression changed and he reached out to touch his cheek. The first thing that came was an even more intense labor pain. Yi Ming could no longer feel his face. All he could feel was a gigantic ball of flesh. He immediately understood what had happened. His expression became extremely ugly as he glanced at Zichen. Zichen's back was facing Yi Ming. Yi Ming could only see Zichen's back but could not see Zichen's expression. However, Yi Ming saw the people from Shuntian society. They were smiling, but when Yi Ming turned around, they could not help but laugh out loud. This laughter seemed to have caused a chain reaction. The others could no longer hold it in and burst out laughing. Yi Ming's pig-like face turned livid as a deep sense of humiliation rose from the bottom of his heart. Your face. Touch your face and see what it feels like. Shuntian Dao did not forget to remind Yi Ming while laughing. Heaven's will fortune teller and the others were also laughing heartily. There was a piercing pain coming from his cheeks. Without touching it on purpose, Yi Ming could guess how he looked at the moment. Now, he was extremely ashamed and murderous intent rose from the bottom of his heart. Coincidentally, Zi Chen walked up to the high platform and turned around to look at Yi Ming. Yi Ming glared at Zi Chen with a murderous intent. Zi Chen, you're digging your own grave. Zi Chen looked down at Yi Ming and said coldly, I think you're the one who's digging your own grave. Today's incident was just a lesson. If there's a next time, it won't be just a lesson. When he met Zi Chen's eyes, Yi Ming realized that Zi Chen's eyes were even colder than his own. That cold murderous intent penetrated the bottom of his heart, causing Yi Ming's expression to change. He was not stupid and naturally understood the meaning behind Zi Chen's words. Zi Chen was not referring to today's challenge, but the series of events that happened before. Thinking back to how Zi Chen suppressed him, Yi Ming could feel the difference between the two of them. At this moment, no matter how angry he was, he could only suppress it. If he could not suppress it, death was the only way out for him. However, he had already remembered Zi Chen in his heart. Once he had the chance, he would definitely make Zi Chen regret what he had done today. Yi Ming's sudden forbearance surprised everyone. However, they also saw how powerful and terrifying Zi Chen was from another perspective. After some people silently compared themselves to Yi Ming, they shook their heads. Obviously, they no longer fought for the leader's position. Is there no one else? The old man who had been smiling all along suddenly asked. The special reward of being the leader was very attractive, but it could not attract everyone, especially some of the higher life forms. They had no interest in the city rankings. As for Jin Meng, Jin Ge, Xiong Ba, and the others, they did not dare to challenge Zi Chen. They originally had a grudge with Zi Chen. This time, they were afraid that Zi Chen would take this opportunity to kill them during the challenge. This was because Zi Chen, who was constantly transforming, did indeed have the ability to kill higher life forms. Yi Ming retreated and found a quiet place to heal his wounds. As for the others, they stayed where they were. For a moment, no one came out to challenge. The fortune teller looked at Shuntian Dao and smiled. You don't want to go. It seems that you are very qualified to be the leader. Shuntian Dao shook his head and said, I'm not interested. I think you are qualified. Why don't you go? The fortune teller smiled faintly and said, I want to go, but just now, I pinched my fingers and calculated that we will be in danger. As for our leader, it will be even more dangerous. Therefore, I will take the initiative to give up this position and not participate in the competition. You don't even want to fight for such a good thing, and you want others to fight for it. The mist shadow curled his lips. The three title holders obviously had no intention of fighting for the leader's position. As for Jin Qingcheng, she was a woman. She had no interest in leading a group of men. She stood together with Wu Shuang. The two of them were whispering something, and there was laughter from time to time. The fortune teller smiled mysteriously and said, We don't fight, but it doesn't mean that others won't. While they were talking, another person walked out from the crowd. It was the dark mantle in a black robe. Red light flashed in his eyes as he stared at Zi Chen and said, Please enlighten me. Good, your courage is commendable. Let the battle begin. The old man nodded. Obviously, he admired the dark mantle very much. Roar. A loud dragon roar suddenly resounded from the outside of this world. Everyone looked towards the source of the roar and saw a dragon shadow approaching from afar. The dragon shadow rushed into this world without any resistance and hovered in front of Zi Chen. A pair of dragon eyes looked down. The dragon aura that belonged to the dragon clan spread in all directions. Everyone's expression changed when they felt the dragon aura. Some of the higher life forms had a look of shock in their eyes. Dragon. A real dragon appeared in the sky. Lightning flashed around its body and its eyes were filled with majesty. In everyone's perception, this was a real lightning dragon, not the so-called dragon soul spear. In Zi Chen's perception, the dragon soul spear had an additional life force. This life force seemed to have refined the spiritual domain core. Not only was the dragon soul more majestic than before, it had also become stronger. There were faint signs of it breaking through the shackles and transforming into a dragon. Facing the dragon aura, no one dared to breathe. Even those higher life forms felt a strong pressure in their hearts. The scene was silent, only the dragon aura was spreading. Shantiandao looked at the dragon soul floating in the sky. He felt Zi-Chen's aura from it and had a guess in his heart. He looked at Zi-Chen again and found that he couldn't see through him anymore. Dragons were naturally a type of higher life form. However, this type of life form had a very high starting point, just like those supreme beasts. Such existences were usually very arrogant. Except for supreme beasts of the same level, they didn't even put other higher life forms in their eyes, let alone humans. But why would this supreme dragon soul in front of him attach itself to Zi-Chen and even recognize Zi-Chen as its master? Shantiandao wasn't the only one who couldn't understand, the others couldn't understand either. Swoosh. Seeing that no one dared to move, the dragon aura around the dragon soul gradually retracted. Then, the huge dragon shadow shook its body and turned into a dragon spear. Seeing the dragon spear, many higher life forms couldn't help but exclaim. Weapon, a dragon soul weapon. This Zi-Chen actually integrated the dragon soul into his weapon. This is a supreme dragon soul. He actually refined it into a mortal weapon. What a waste. Those who exclaimed and sighed were all higher life forms. They were very sensitive to the dragon aura just now. That kind of oppressive aura that came from the soul was the aura of a supreme beast. However, such a powerful utmost exalted beast had actually been refined into a domain armament. No one could accept this scene. Even Shantiandao and the others had a look of astonishment on their faces. But relatively speaking, many humans didn't have such a big change in expression because some of them had seen the Dragon Soul Spear before. The Dragon Soul Spear floated in front of Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen calmly looked at Dark Mantle. Originally, the two were going to fight, but the sudden appearance of the Dragon Soul Spear delayed them for a while. The corner of Dark Mantle's mouth had a trace of bitterness. I didn't expect you to have such a thing. Then let's forget about this battle. My weapon is not as good as yours. Dark Mantle shook his head and chose to give up. The human cultivators were very surprised by Dark Mantle's decision to give up, but the higher life forms were relieved because if Zi-Chen held the Dragon Soul Spear, the dragon aura that was constantly spreading would greatly suppress Dark Mantle. Dark Mantle wouldn't be able to display his full combat strength. And with this Dragon Soul Spear, Zi-Chen had the qualifications to lead the higher life forms because it was a supreme dragon soul. The Dragon Soul Spear turned into a ray of light and disappeared into Zi-Chen's body. After keeping the Dragon Soul Spear, Zi-Chen looked at Dark Mantle and said indifferently, "Since it's a challenge, it naturally has to be fair. Let's fight. I won't use any weapon, only my fists." Dark Mantle looked at Zi-Chen with some astonishment. Zi-Chen clenched his fist and said, "Why? Can't I?" Dark Mantle looked at Zi-Chen and said seriously, "This is a challenge. I will give it my all." Zi-Chen nodded and said, "Of course, I will give it my all too." Swoosh. Swoosh. Chapter 1495. Zi-Chen and the Dark Mantle fought fiercely in mid-air. Both of them were very fast, like two entangled lights. Outside the battlefield, many people could only see the lights and couldn't see the two combatants. After absorbing the energy in the light ball, Zi-Chen's realm had reached the peak of the first domain realm, only one step away from the second domain realm. Not to mention Zi-Chen's uniqueness, just Zi-Chen's realm alone was much higher than the others. Only those who had entered the light ball and raised their realm could see the battle clearly. Of course, that included the elder on the high platform. Those who could see the battle clearly were watching in silence, with no intention of explaining the battle in detail. The expected scene of the two combatants fighting hundreds of rounds did not happen. The battle started and ended very quickly. After the entangled lights separated, the two combatants stood on opposite sides. Zi-Chen looked calmly at the Dark Mantle, while the latter's breathing was slightly rapid. With a trace of admiration on his face, he cupped his fist and said, "I lost." Zi-Chen smiled faintly and said, "It's just a draw. There's no need to talk about winning or losing." "I'm impressed." After cupping his fist at Zi-Chen again, the Dark Mantle turned and walked towards the crowd. Those in the distance couldn't see the two combatants clearly, so they naturally didn't know what had happened. Those who saw the battle clearly naturally knew what had happened. In the previous battle, the two combatants didn't use their full strength. They were only testing each other symbolically, but their speed was still so fast that most people couldn't see it clearly. The Dark Mantle didn't lose, but he withdrew voluntarily. He already knew that he couldn't do anything to Zichen. Whether it was Zichen's attack, defense, or speed, they were all perfect and impeccable in the eyes of the Dark Mantle. He couldn't find any flaws and couldn't overpower Zichen, so he could only give up. The Dark Mantle's surrender caused quite a stir in the crowd. After that, no one dared to challenge him. Since no one wants to challenge him, Zichen's position as the leader is set. Next, I'll explain the rules. During the operation, no one is allowed to leave without permission. You can only move forward in groups. No matter what happens during the operation, you must listen to the leader's command. The old man's explanation was very clear. Even if they were unwilling, they couldn't refute him. The leader has been confirmed. Now, all of you, follow me to the trading area to get your weapons. This is what Zichen fought for you all before. Each of you will get a weapon and a piece of armor. This is an advance payment. Of course, although it's an advance payment, don't bite off more than you can chew. Try your best to choose what suits you. After the elder spoke, the crowd lifted their heads and looked towards Zichen. Their eyes were filled with astonishment, excitement, and gratitude. They had already seen the items in the trading ground and were tempted, but they didn't have that many luck points. They didn't expect that Zichen would actually obtain 2 items for everyone. After that, it was time to return. Everyone began to move towards the trading area. The cultivators who entered the light sphere all had excited expressions on their faces. Those who had lost their chance had dejected looks on their faces. If they missed a step, they would miss every step. Whether it was in terms of realm or battle prowess, they would fall far behind these 99 people. As they moved forward, Man Shi and the others walked together with Zichen. As long as they followed Zichen, they were willing to follow him even if there were fatal dangers ahead. Furthermore, everyone was still alive. This was something worth rejoicing over. The only pity was that Lu Guangcheng's clan prestige hadn't appeared yet, so they missed this opportunity. As Zichen moved forward, 3 titled ones walked over. Among them, Fortune Teller was the closest to Zichen. After arriving in front of Zichen, he didn't speak directly. Instead, he transmitted his voice. Will this trip be very dangerous? The elder didn't say where they were going before, nor did he mention anything about danger. Fortune Teller's question surprised Zichen. As expected, although titled ones were simple-minded, they were definitely not stupid. Each of them was extremely intelligent. Since Fortune Teller asked this question, the other 2 obviously had doubts in their hearts. Zichen rarely lied, and he didn't know how to. After a slight pause, he transmitted his voice. It is indeed very dangerous. How dangerous? Fortune Teller asked again. This time, Hidden Mist and Shun Tiandao's gaze also fell on Zichen. Of course, not far from Zichen, Jin Qingcheng, who was with Wu Shuang, also looked over. These people were all friends. Zichen had the obligation to protect them, and even more the obligation to not let them take risks. He didn't hesitate and directly transmitted his voice. The place we are going to is called the Nether Realm. It is said to be very dangerous. Once you enter, your chances of survival are slim. Hearing Zichen's transmission, their expressions didn't change. First, they didn't want to attract more attention. Second, they had already expected this situation. The Nether Realm. Shun Tiandao's transmission had a hint of hesitation and doubt. You know this place? Zichen was surprised and transmitted his voice. Shuntian City has some records about the Nether Realm. It is said that it is connected to the Tongyu Tower. It is a training ground, but relatively speaking, it is very dangerous. Of course, the greater the danger, the greater the reward. Shun Tiandao said. As a member of Shuntian City, Shun Tiandao should have some knowledge about the Nether Realm. However, his knowledge was not as much as Zichen's. Zichen smiled bitterly and transmitted his voice. It is very dangerous. It is said that over the years, No one who has obtained a perfect domain seed successfully came out alive after entering. Hearing this, their expressions couldn't help but change. If that is the case, it is indeed very dangerous. However, Zichen, don't worry. I have divined for you. Your fate is very strong, and you are not a short-lived person. This time, although there were some surprises, there is absolutely no danger. Moreover, there is a big variable in the divination, but I can't see through this variable. Fortune teller smiled and transmitted his voice. He didn't seem to care at all. There is no danger. Is that true? Zichen's eyes flashed. Fortune teller's face couldn't help but show a proud expression. He said confidently, "How can it be false? Who am I? I am the fortune teller, an existence known as the fortune teller. You are just a mere human. How can you be more difficult to divine than the fortune teller?" Fortune teller's transmission was transmitted to everyone's mind. Shuntian nodded and transmitted his voice. If it was someone else's divination method, I naturally wouldn't believe it. However, the fortune teller in Destiny City is known as the #1 divine fortune teller in Shuntian Prefecture. Since he said that there is no danger, then there is no danger. Mist Yinying smiled and transmitted his voice. Indeed. If fortune teller dares to say that he is the #2 in Shuntian Prefecture, then no one dares to say that they are the #1. I was worried that the old man wanted us to die, but it seems that there is no need to worry. Beside Wu Shuang, Jin Qingqing's clear and firm voice sounded, "I believe fortune teller's words." Without waiting for Zichen to speak, fortune teller said, "If I knew that I am so important in your hearts, then I would have run for the position of leader. At the very least, I can get the support of titled ones like you." "Of course, we support you," Shuntian Dao said. "I also support you," Mist Yinying said. Jin Qingcheng chuckled. As a result, the originally tense atmosphere immediately eased up. Zichen didn't know the meaning of titled ones at first, but after Wu Shuang's explanation, he understood more about them. At this moment, Zichen personally agreed with the words of titled ones. While chatting and laughing, Zichen's nervous mood also relaxed a lot. Zichen walked forward and caught up with the old man's footsteps. They went to the trading place. Behind them, fortune teller smiled at Shuntian Dao and the others. When they arrived at the trading place, everyone began to choose the equipment they needed. Even Zichen was no exception. He needed powerful weapons and strong defensive armor. After all, it was related to life and death. He couldn't be careless. Although the others didn't say much, they naturally felt that the following journey wouldn't go smoothly. Therefore, none of them aimed too high and chose things that could be seen but not used. They all tried their best to choose things that could strengthen their combat strength. There was everything in the trading place. Everyone just needed to choose. This was because some people had already set their sights on some of the things that they wanted. Therefore, it did not take long for them to find the things that they wanted after arriving at this place. After they finished choosing, they walked out of the transaction area and gathered in the outside world. There were indeed a lot of good things here, but for Zichen's realm, it wasn't easy to find something that was suitable for him. There were a lot of weapons here, but most of them were defective. Zichen's best weapon was the saber. He needed a good saber to perform the saber drawing technique. The saber with the bladed golden eyes beast spirit was of high quality, but its realm was a little low. It wasn't suitable for Zichen now. Ba Dao's scabbard was extraordinary. It could nurture the soldier spirit and increase its quality. As Zichen's cultivation level increased, the blade golden-eyed beast's soldier spirit also fell into a deep sleep. Therefore, Zichen urgently needed a good saber. There were a lot of good sabers here, but it was hard to find one that was compatible with Zichen's strength and was suitable for Zichen. "What's wrong? Haven't you found one that suits you?" A voice rang out from beside Zichen. Zichen turned around and saw a battle spirit in a black robe. A look of surprise appeared on his face. The person who came was Ba Dao. He was famous for his saber drawing technique when he was alive. Even after he died, those battle spirits still felt their hearts tremble when they saw Zichen's scabbard. Zichen smiled and said, "I'm still looking, but I feel like I'm missing something." Ba Dao smiled and said, "What I'm missing is a good saber." There are many good sabers, but none of them are suitable, Zichen said. Of course, there is only one saber in the world that can perfectly match the scabbard and increase the power of the saber drawing technique to its maximum. Ba Dao smiled and said, "It's this saber." Chapter 1496. Domineering Blade held a saber in his hand, a black saber. The black saber flashed with a black light, covering the entire saber. Under the black light, the saber didn't seem cold or sharp. But the entire saber exuded a rich smell of blood, as if it had been soaked in a sea of blood and corpses. The black saber looked heavy and heavy. Looking at it made one feel oppressed. Looking at the black saber was like looking into a bottomless abyss, making one feel like they were falling into it. Just by looking at the saber, one could tell that it was a good saber. Zichen's eyes immediately brightened. But then, Zichen's expression changed. This was because he could feel that the saber scabbard was trembling on its own. This was the first time that Zichen had seen the saber scabbard express emotion on its own. Zichen's eyes regained their clarity. He looked at Domineering Blade and asked, "Which saber is this?" "Which saber? Which saber?" In this world, there was only one saber that could make Zichen ask this question. It was the saber that was 100% compatible with the saber scabbard. Or, it could be said that the saber and the saber scabbard were one. Domineering Blade nodded and said, "Yes, this is the weapon that I used in the past. It accompanied me through my life, witnessing my glory and also my fall. It accompanied me through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It accompanied me through many foreign races. I hope you don't bury it." Domineering Blade handed over the saber. "Ah!" Only then did Zichen react. He was flattered and hurriedly refused, "Senior, I can't accept this. This is your weapon." Domineering Blade still held the saber in his hand and didn't take it back. He looked into Lin Ming's eyes and said, "You're already brothers with Hammer, so don't call me senior. Just call me second brother Domineering Blade. I haven't used this saber since I turned into a battle spirit. Moreover, I am a battle spirit, so this saber is no longer suitable for me. Take it and don't bury it. It needs to bathe in the blood of foreign races to grow." Unable to refuse, Zichen could only nod in agreement. After receiving the black saber, Zichen gratefully said, "Thank you second brother Domineering Blade." Ba Dao smiled and nodded. The black saber was not heavy in his hand, but Zichen felt very comfortable and satisfied as he held it. It was as if this thing had long been his. Or rather, he had seen and used this kind of thing before. The saber that the blade golden-eyed beast was on unsheathed by itself. The weapon spirit fell into a deep slumber. After that, the scabbard appeared in front of Zichen, trembling slightly. It seemed to be very active and excited. Even the black saber in Zichen's hand was trembling. Whoosh! Zichen returned his saber to its scabbard. The scabbard stopped vibrating and the black saber returned to silence. When the saber and scabbard merged into one, a mysterious fluctuation came from the saber and scabbard. The combined saber and scabbard would become even stronger. Now that he had a weapon, and a very satisfying one at that, Zichen's face was filled with ecstasy. At the same time, when the saber and scabbard merged into one, Zichen felt a heavy pressure. Clearly, Ba Dao did this in hopes that Zichen would be able to kill more of the foreign races. Ba Dao moved to the side and a glowing figure appeared beside Zichen. Zichen reluctantly shifted his gaze away from the return to one scabbard in his hand and looked at the figure radiating the light of thunder. That figure smiled at Zichen and said, "You can call me third brother Shan Lei. This is the battle armor that I used when I was alive. When I died, it died with me. However, after I awakened, I found it and patched it up. It can still be used. Now, I'm giving it to you." A battle armor appeared in Shan Lei's hand. The battle armor's surface was inlaid with dense scales. The scales emitted lightning, looking like tiny bolts of lightning. It was very eye-catching. The battle armor's style was very similar to Shan Lei's. It was very eye-catching and dazzling. When Shan Lei appeared and took out the battle armor, practically everyone's gazes landed on him. When they saw Shan Lei give such an eye-catching battle armor to Zichen, envious expressions appeared on the faces of the others. The battle armor that Shan Lei took out was clearly extraordinary. If it was sold at a discount, it would probably cost tens of millions of luck points. Zi Chen had already received such a great benefit before he even went on the expedition. What would happen after he came out? While everyone was envious, they couldn't help but feel jealous. This was especially true for those who had lost their qualifications. They were even more envious. After losing their qualifications and missing out on their opportunity, they no longer had the qualifications to become the strongest in this place. Zi Chen took the battle armor and said gratefully, "Many thanks to third brother Shan Lei for giving me this battle armor." When the battle armor entered his hand, it was very warm and soft. It wasn't as tough as it looked. The dense scales were also very soft and tough. They weren't sharp or prickly. There were some inscriptions on the battle armor. These inscriptions played an important role in being able to fit the battle armor together. This battle armor wasn't a complete piece of scale, but rather many pieces pieced together. These are all pieces of high-grade Thunder Beast's softest and toughest parts. They're very expensive to make. "Hurry up and try them on," Shan Lei urged, looking very excited. "Is this appropriate?" Zi Chen was a bit hesitant. The battle armor was too bright and eye-catching. Why wouldn't it be appropriate? As a member of the Thunder Clan, we were born surrounded by lightning. What is lightning? It's the most dazzling thing and also the most destructive thing. As someone surrounded by lightning, what's there to be afraid of? Under Shan Lei's twisted logic and insistence, Zi Chen had no choice but to put on the eye-catching battle armor. The battle armor was controllable, so it naturally fit him well. It completely displayed Zi Chen's slender figure. After putting on the battle armor, Zi Chen's entire body glowed. He really did look like a person surrounded by lightning. Under the dazzling lightning, Zi Chen's handsome appearance added a sense of mystery. This caused the eyes of many female cultivators to flash with a strange light. As expected of a member of the Thunder Clan. "This looks very good." Shan Lei patted Zi Chen's shoulder and praised. Zi Chen smiled. This battle armor was very eye-catching, but its defense was as good as the battle armor itself. It was much stronger than Zi Chen's original battle armor. Now that he had the battle armor, there was no point in staying here any longer. Zi Chen turned around and looked at Man Shu and the others. He found that they had already chosen their things. In Man Shu's hand, there was a pitch-black heavy hammer. Seeing that familiar heavy hammer, Zi Chen's face was filled with astonishment. That was because it was Heavy Hammer's weapon. Back then, Heavy Hammer had spent a lot of luck points to buy it. At that time, the black hammer was covered in rust, so no one paid attention to it. But now, the hammer in Man Shu's hand was shining black and emitted an oppressive aura. Clearly, Heavy Hammer had given this weapon to Man Shu. The group of 99 people finished choosing their weapons and armor. Then, they walked out of the transaction area. Everyone would gather outside. On the way, Jin Qingcheng walked with Zi Chen. Zi Chen couldn't help but ask, "What did you choose?" "A small thing." Jin Qingcheng smiled and took out a small golden feather. Even with Zi Chen's perception, he couldn't sense any energy fluctuations from the feather. "We're going the same way. Why didn't you ask me?" Suddenly, a slightly dissatisfied voice rang out. It was Wu Shuang. When Wu Shuang first met Zi Chen, because of Zi Chen's identity as a human, she looked down on Zi Chen. However, along the way, the power that Zi Chen displayed also became stronger and stronger. Although the two of them had not really fought, it was just as Lang Wei had said. At the same level, Wu Shuang was no match for Zi Chen. Zi Chen looked at Wu Shuang and smiled. "Then what did you get?" "HMPH, why should I tell you?" Wu Shuang pouted and pulled Jin Qingcheng away. Zi Chen couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Sure enough, she had the temperament of a child. If you want to successfully hit on a beauty, you have to deal with Miss Wu Shuang first. The fortune teller smiled at Zi Chen and said in a low voice, "I was just casually asking. How did it become hitting on a girl?" Zi Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. The fortune teller smiled and patted Zi Chen's shoulder. Then, he turned and left. Shun Tian and the others also smiled at Zi Chen meaningfully. Zi Chen, who was wearing the armor, was so eye-catching that his every move was under everyone's attention. Yi Ming's face turned ugly when he saw that Zi Chen was actually trying to strike up a conversation with Jin Qingcheng. If he had the chance, he did not mind getting rid of Zi Chen because this fellow had really overstepped his boundaries. Jin Qingcheng was his and could only be his. No one else could touch her. Whoever touched her would have to die. The old man had been waiting for a long time. The 99 people quickly gathered. The old man waved his hand and 99 tokens appeared, floating in front of everyone. Infuse a strand of soul power into it. This is the qualification token and also the life and death token. It will let us know if you are alive or dead. Everyone took the tokens and infused their soul power into them. Then, the old man waved his hand and took all the tokens away. All right, everyone follow me. The old man didn't say anything else. He was very straightforward as he turned and flew away. Zi Chen and the others followed. However, Zi Chen soon realized that something was wrong. There were more than 99 people in the group. There were 3 more in the middle. Big brothers, why are you here? Zi Chen was very surprised to see Hammer and the other 2. This time, the 3 of us will lead the way. Hammer said. Lead the way? We still need to lead the way. Zi Chen was puzzled. The danger there is far beyond your imagination. With the 3 of us leading the way, you will be able to save a lot of trouble. Hammer said with a smile. At this moment, Hammer was obviously stronger than when he came to the first level. His soul had completely awakened. His current combat strength was not weaker than Ba Dao and Shan Lei. Moreover, their cultivation levels were very high. If they were to fight, even Zi Chen wasn't confident that he could win against any one of them. Logically speaking, Zi Chen should be happy with the addition of 3 powerful guides, but not only did he not show any signs of excitement, his expression became even more solemn. Chapter 1497. The fog that Zi Chen couldn't see through was dispelled by the old man with a wave of his sleeve. A pitch-black hole appeared in the middle of the void. Colorful light and gas gushed out from the hole. The colorful gas spewed out from the hole and dissipated into the void. The colorful gas was a special power that no one had ever seen before. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with curiosity as they wondered what kind of power it was. The entrance to the training ground is there, the old man said as he looked at the hole in front of them. Everyone's expression became excited as they rubbed their palms together. Their fighting spirit soared as they imagined how much they would gain after entering the training ground. This is the entrance to the Nether Realm. Zi Chen's heart skipped a beat as he stared ahead. The old man turned around and swept his gaze across everyone. Finally, his gaze landed on Zi Chen as he instructed, after entering, you must be careful and act according to your ability. The 3 of them will assist you and provide you with all the help you need. Zi Chen nodded. All right, go. The old man waved his hand. Zi Chen took a step forward. As the leader, he had to go first. However, Hammer and the other 2 were even faster. They had already rushed towards the hole and disappeared in a flash. Zi Chen followed closely behind, followed by the others. In a flash of light, everyone disappeared, leaving only the old man. He looked at the hole and muttered, I hope you all can come back alive. Everyone left, and only the old man was left. But shortly after, rays of light flashed in this place. Every ray of light was a figure. In the blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen people here. These people were relatively old and looked very old. The youngest among them was middle-aged. After they appeared, they stared straight at the hole in front of them. All right, let's begin. The old man said indifferently. Then, a few jade slips appeared in the hands of these people. As traces of energy were injected, these jade slips began to glow. The light formed an arc fan and projected a projection in front of them. There were some compact words and some images in the projection. It seemed like a detailed annotation of something. These images and words were distributed in all directions around the group. After everyone finished investigating and debugging, they all nodded. The old man nodded in response. He waved his sleeve again, and a huge screen of light appeared in the air before him. There were people moving about on the screen, and some voices could be heard. This is the Netherworld. Zichen's voice was the first to ring out. The figures on the screen were none other than Zichen and the others who had just entered the Nether Realm. At this moment, Zichen's group was surrounded by steep, towering peaks without a single blade of grass growing on them. On the screen, the images were changing. Steep mountain peaks could be seen as far as the eye could see. They were like heavenly swords that were about to pierce through the sky. "Lock onto their position," the old man said loudly as he looked at the figures in front of him. Behind the old man, the group of people began to search for a similar environment on the jade slips. After a while, everyone shook their heads one after another. A middle-aged man with a grave and stern face said, "We can't find the relative location. This is an area that has never been explored before." There was a hint of disappointment in the old man's deep eyes. He sighed and said, "It seems that they can only rely on themselves for the rest of the journey." At this moment, the image on the screen had returned to Zichen's group. When they had just arrived in the Nether Realm, everyone was very excited. Their minds were filled with opportunities and luck. Among them, one of the cultivators looked around and asked, "This place is so big. There must be many opportunities. Let's split up and look for them." When they arrived at this place, they were surrounded by mountains. There were only mountains. There were no living creatures or dangers. Everyone let down their guard and didn't seem to care too much. That's not very good. "When we came, we said that we would move together." Someone frowned and hesitated. "TSK, it was just a suggestion. Did you take it seriously? We came here to look for opportunities. If we stay together, how are we going to find opportunities?" A cultivator curled his lips in disdain. Among the people present, the ones with the lowest realms should be the higher-level life forms. Their realms were generally between the late stage and peak of the first stage domain. However, the humans had all broken through in the light sphere. Their realms were mostly around the middle stage of the second stage domain. Compared to the higher-level life forms, the humans with higher realms were more confident. Immediately, several people expressed their agreement to leave. Hearing the discussions around him, Mansha turned around and said to the group of cultivators, "We said earlier that no one can leave. If no one can leave, how are we going to find opportunities? There are so many of us. Who should we give the opportunities to when we find them?" Someone said unhappily, "That's right. Do we need to decide who gets the opportunities based on combat strength?" Another person chimed in. Ba Dao and the other two looked at each other and didn't participate. There were different opinions within the group. This was the problem that the leaders had to worry about. This was also the problem that Zichen had to face first. If everyone couldn't unite, they might not be able to return. Zichen looked around with an indifferent expression. Those who wanted to leave subconsciously avoided Zichen's gaze when they met his eyes. "All of you are the leaders of a group. Don't you think that it's a very unwise decision to leave before you detect any danger?" As soon as Zichen spoke, everyone fell silent. Apparently, Zichen's words made sense. However, silence didn't mean consent. Everyone still insisted on leaving on their own. As leaders, they knew that if they gathered together, the one who benefited the most would always be the leader. The level of danger here is far beyond your imagination. If you insist on leaving, I won't stop you. However, before that, I think we need to find out how dangerous this place is. As for your so-called opportunities, it won't be too late to discuss them when we encounter them. Fantasizing about things that don't exist is meaningless. Those who wanted to leave had no choice but to accept Zichen's suggestion. This was because not only was Zichen the leader, but he was also extremely powerful. When facing such an expert, it was fine to resist appropriately. However, if they went overboard, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. The first conflict was temporarily resolved. Zichen didn't explain the real situation here, nor did he say what dangers there would be. This was because Zichen didn't want to put too much pressure on everyone. "Let's go." Under Zichen's signal, everyone moved forward again. Everyone outside saw Zichen's actions. However, they didn't comment on Zichen's method of resolving the conflict. A cultivator was still searching on the jade slip projection when he suddenly saw a piece of information. His expression changed slightly as he said, I once discovered a mountain rock in a place that has developed intelligence. Its level of danger can be ranked in the top 15 of the Nether Realm. A mountain rock that has developed intelligence. Is it a mountain soul? The old man asked. The records didn't explain it in detail, nor did they compare their combat strength. It's suspected to be a mountain spirit. Then inform them immediately, the old man said coldly. The cultivator nodded and then transmitted his voice through a secret technique. In the Nether Realm, a jade slip in Hammer's spiritual sea trembled slightly. Then, a voice came from it. Be careful. There might be some danger in these mountains. Hammer immediately said when he heard the voice transmission. As soon as he spoke, a chain reaction seemed to have started. Black holes suddenly appeared at the foot of several mountains. An inexplicable force surged out from these black holes and silently enveloped the cultivators closest to them. These forces were like chains. After they wrapped around the cultivators, they dragged their bodies toward the black holes. Ah! Following that, several cries of surprise broke the silence. Save me! Some of the cultivators struggled and screamed as they fell back. Swish! Swish! With a flash of brilliance, sharp blades of light appeared and slashed at the power that was entangling the cultivators. However, these forces were like some kind of materialized divine vines. They were very tenacious. Many of the cultivators' attacks couldn't cut through them. Bursts of energy exploded, spreading throughout the area. The quiet atmosphere was instantly broken. More black holes appeared in various parts of the mountains. More energy light rushed out and shrouded the cultivators. Facing these black holes, the 100-man team panicked. During this time, Chen attacked several times. He cut through the energy light and saved 1 or 2 people. However, it was useless. The more light he cut, the more light appeared. The number of black holes that were releasing light also increased. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. Jin Qingcheng shouted softly. Her body emitted a golden light. Her eyes were cold. She put her palms together and a sharp golden light appeared in front of her palms. The golden light was dazzling and turned into a golden sharp blade. The golden sharp blade was hundreds of meters long. As Jin Qingcheng slashed down, the sharp blade also slashed forward. Puff! A towering mountain was cut open by the golden sharp blade. The towering mountain was cut into 2. A strange cry came from the mountain. It sounded like a scream. The mountain was cut open. The black holes that appeared outside the mountain disappeared one by one. The energy light that was released also dissipated immediately. It was useless to cut off the energy light. The only way was to break open the mountain and kill the existence inside. With Jin Qingcheng's reminder, everyone came to their senses. A few of the titled experts flashed and rushed to the nearest mountain peak. The Dark Mantle and the others also flashed and followed. Whoosh! Chen drew his blade. A glaring blade light appeared. The blade light split into 9 and pierced through the air. Crack! The blade light dissipated. A mountain was cut in the middle. The cut was neat and smooth, reflecting the light. The broken mountain was dead. An energy explosion was heard. A human cultivator suddenly rushed out from the place where the black hole had disappeared. His body was glowing and his energy was surging. His face was full of fear. He smiled gratefully at Chen. Then, he rushed to the other mountains. Everyone present was a powerhouse. Except for the initial panic, they completely controlled the situation in the following battle. Come and see this. Chapter 1498. The sole shadow in the ball of light was a small beast. The small beast was very ugly. It had a long nose, 2 long antennae on its head, large eyes, and a slightly ferocious face. It was just an energy body. However, this energy body seemed to have high intelligence. At this moment, its large eyes were staring at Chen in horror. On its small face, there was a pleading expression. What is this? Chen asked as he looked at the small beast in the ball of light. I don't know. I caught it from the depths of the mountain. It can merge with the mountain. Everything that happened just now seems to be this little thing's doing, Lang Wei said as he weighed the ball of light in his hand. This little thing can control an entire mountain. Zichen's face was filled with curiosity. At the same time, the people outside also saw the small beast in the ball of light. After one of the cultivators checked the information, he said, "It's indeed a mountain spirit. It's a kind of mountain spirit. It's not a mountain soul. It can be used as a refining material to improve the quality of royal weapons." The old man nodded. After pondering for a while, he said, "Tell them the true use of this thing. Also, tell them that if they catch one alive, they can exchange it for 500,000 luck points." Zichen and Lang Wei were still studying the small beast when Zhong Chue walked over and said, "This is a mountain spirit. It's very useful for refining weapons. Each one can be exchanged for 500,000 luck points." Zichen was surprised. Lang Wei exclaimed, "What? This guy is worth 500,000 luck points." Zhong Chue nodded. Lang Wei was pleasantly surprised. He said, "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and catch it." This place was filled with mountains. Looking at the scene in front of them, it was obvious that there was a small beast in every mountain. If each mountain was worth 500,000 luck points, then the wealth of this place was already over 100 million. If this wealth was accumulated on one person, it could be exchanged for a void tree. Lang Wei was very excited. He ran toward the mountain in the distance like a stream of light. Zichen rose into the air and looked down at the battlefield. He said loudly, "There are mountain spirits in these mountains. The dead ones are worthless. The living ones are worth 500,000 luck points." Cheers erupted from the battlefield. The crowd, who were already fighting with their lives on the line, became even more desperate. Zichen stood in the air and looked down at the entire place. He didn't make a move to snatch the mountain spirits. Instead, his spiritual senses had already spread out and searched everywhere. If an accident were to occur, he would be able to provide support at the first instance due to his extreme speed. Like Zichen, the three guides didn't make a move either. They were observing the entire area from the sky, monitoring every movement in the surroundings. Within a radius of tens of miles, hundreds of mountains of various sizes were quickly swept clean. With the disappearance of the mountain spirits, the towering mountain peaks collapsed in an instant. For a moment, rumbling sounds resounded in the area. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and the earth trembled. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The mountain peak could still be clearly seen from dozens of miles away. However, no one stepped forward. Everyone returned after the mountain peak collapsed. They gathered together and no longer acted alone. When everyone returned, Zichen descended from the sky. The three guides were still watching from the sky. Wu Xie stepped forward and said, "The casualties have been tallied. 2 are dead and 5 are injured." Zichen nodded and swept his gaze across the crowd. Some of the people who were clamoring to leave lowered their heads in shame. These mountain spirits could be dealt with so quickly partly because their combat strength wasn't too strong. However, the more important reason was that there were too many people present. When gathered together, they were powerful. If they acted alone and encountered a mountain spirit, they would only die. Zichen scanned the crowd and said in a deep voice, "This time, we only have a total of 102 people. The sacrifice of each person is a huge loss for us." There was silence all around. Many people looked ashamed. Zichen continued, "Next, I hope that everyone can put in 120% effort and throw away the unrealistic fantasies in your minds. We're not looking for opportunities, but for survival. We've just arrived and we've already encountered mountain spirits. No one knows what will happen next, so don't be careless." After seeing how dense and terrifying the mountain spirits were, everyone naturally didn't want to leave. They all nodded. "The injured have 15 minutes to heal. After 15 minutes, we'll continue." After Zichen finished speaking, he turned around and flew away. Obviously, he was going to check the surroundings. The injured people were grateful and ashamed. After 15 minutes, the group set off again. Outside, the old man looked at the group and said, "Tell them to try their best to clear out all the mountain spirits along the way." Not far away, a middle-aged man heard this and said hesitantly, "If we clear out all the mountain spirits, it will definitely cause some commotion. I'm afraid that it will attract the attention of those people. There are too many mountain spirits. This isn't normal. I suspect that it's a backup plan. If we don't get rid of them, it will be a disaster. Tell them to be careful and try their best to clear them out. The old man insisted. After receiving the message, Zhong Chue discussed with Ba Dao and Shan Lei. Shan Lei turned into a ray of light and flew to the left while Ba Dao flew to the right. What are second brother Ba Dao and third brother Shan Lei doing? Zi Chen asked, puzzled. They're going to check if there's any danger. Our people will deal with these mountain spirits, Zhong Chue said. Deal with them all? Zi Chen asked. Try your best. Zhong Chue nodded. Each mountain peak represented one mountain spirit, and each mountain spirit represented 500,000 luck points. There were many mountains here, so there were many mountain spirits, which represented even more luck points. After Zi Chen passed down the order to deal with all the mountain spirits, everyone was naturally happy to collect them. In the group, except for Zi Chen, everyone was busy breaking through the mountains to capture the mountain spirits. Zi Chen released his spiritual senses in the air to check for possible dangers. Zi Chen, why don't you go? With your skills, you've probably gotten 10 million luck points, Lang Wei shouted from afar. Zi Chen smiled and shook his head, indicating that he wouldn't go. Indeed, with extreme speed and combat strength, if Zi Chen wanted to get more luck points, he would have gotten more than 10 million. However, in Zi Chen's heart, these people's lives were more important. A mere 10 million luck points couldn't compare to a life. The following journey was destined to be full of danger. With one more person alive, they would have more combat strength. With more combat strength, they would have a higher chance of returning home. Swoosh. While they were cleaning up the mountain spirits, a black hole suddenly appeared on a steep mountain peak. Energy light rushed out of the black hole and swept toward a cultivator. This cultivator was already in the second realm. During this time, he had captured many mountain spirits. His combat strength wasn't weak, and he had experience in capturing. He snorted coldly, and his body glowed. A powerful force was released from his body. This force was like a tide, surging out and forming an impact force. This sudden burst of impact force was able to shake off these forces. The force surged in all directions. A cold smile appeared on the cultivator's face. His body flashed, and he was about to escape from the black hole's control. He had tried this move many times. The energy couldn't do anything to him. However, this time, something unexpected happened. The vibrating energy tide didn't stop the energy light from the black hole at all. This force was even more tenacious and faster. It broke through the waves and wrapped around the cultivator's body in an instant. Then, the cultivator felt that the speed of the energy circulating around his body slowed down. His combat strength instantly decreased by 80%, and the remaining 20% couldn't do anything to this force. His expression changed instantly, and he cursed inwardly. His body was dragged toward the black hole by the energy. He wanted to scream, but he found that he couldn't make a sound. It was as if something was stuck in his throat. The cultivator was in despair because he couldn't shout. This place was relatively remote, and it was difficult to find help. At this moment, he felt a blur in front of his eyes. It seemed that a light flashed past him. Immediately after, he felt his body relax, but the energy light surrounding his body had already disappeared. The cultivator raised his head and saw a back. The back looked very thin, but it was extremely majestic. The cultivator recognized that it was Zi Chen's back. It was Zi Chen who had saved him. His face was filled with gratitude, and he was about to thank him. However, in the next moment, a light appeared in front of him. The light was so dazzling that the cultivator couldn't help but close his eyes. Under the light, Zi Chen's figure became taller and more majestic. Wherever the light passed, the mountain peak in front of him was cut open. The mountain spirit in the middle was killed by Zi Chen. After being saved by Zi Chen, the cultivator didn't have time to thank him. He saw that Zi Chen was no longer in front of him. Looking back, he saw that Zi Chen was still standing in the air, overlooking the whole place and monitoring it. Suppressing the gratitude in his heart, The cultivator turned and rushed toward the second mountain peak. This time, he was obviously more careful. Lang Wei, go to the fifth mountain peak on your right. Man Shu, go to the second mountain peak in front of you. Wu Xie, go to the left. Wu Shuang, go. In the sky, Zi Chen looked down at the whole place. During this time, he made 3 moves and saved 3 cultivators. After making 3 moves, Zi Chen was also sensing the uniqueness of the mountain peak. Gradually, he found some clues and began to command Man Shu and the others to take action. Those mountains were very strange and tall. The mountain spirits inside were also very strong. Many cultivators were careless and fell into their trap. Fortunately, Zi Chen discovered it in time. As they moved forward, more and more powerful mountain spirits appeared. In the end, Zi Chen had to call a few titled ones and let them guard the surroundings. Once they discovered something unusual, they would be ready to rescue at any time. As for the others, they became more careful. Along the way, they caught more and more mountain spirits. Everyone's cooperation became better. It was worth mentioning that except for a few injured cultivators, no cultivators died. Along the way, the 2 beast tamers were the most relaxed. One of them was Yi Ming, and the other was Dong Qing. The 2 of them rarely killed anyone. They only let their spiritual senses enter the mountains and then used special methods to capture the mountain spirits.